Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome. This is a day of some mixed emotions because this is going to be the last Knockout City stream that we do for this iteration of Knockout City. If you're here and watching, you probably know that the stream shuts down, that the server shut down for this game tomorrow morning at noon UTC, which is 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Pacific. I don't know if you live elsewhere in the world. You're probably used to converting sometimes because we always talk in U.S. time zones. We have so much in store here. We're going to be starting off with Dodge the Devs, which is something that we've done a couple times before, where people can bring their best to play against some of our best players. If you win, you get a t-shirt. Pretty sweet prize after all this. Knockout City shuts down, but you get to walk away with a t-shirt. What's wrong with that? Then we're going into the Dodgems. We are giving away some awards to some of our best community members that have clips and screenshots and all that kind of fun stuff. We're going to be showing a whole bunch of bloopers. These are things that we literally pull from a Slack channel internally that has never been seen externally outside of the studio of whoopsies that happen in the game. They could be bugs that we ended up fixing that are really funny. They could be just goofs that we didn't expect to happen, and we just we've been going far enough back here. Some of these are from before the game was even announced. Like there are some art styles that you'll see in here. Like the UI looks really different in some of them. We'll be talking about our replay tools. People have always asked about, like, how do you get animations to be able to play outside of the intros and outros? We use something called replay tools, which we'll show you. There's some pretty cool stuff that we can do there. We're going to bring in Ian, who is a level designer here, who has worked on most of the maps in this game, and we're going to show two that have never been shown. They are not finished. They're what's called gray box. Stick around and you'll get to see what that means. But we're actually going to be showing them instead of just talking about them, so you'll get to see all the cool mechanics that could have been if this game continued. We've got an audio roundtable where we're going to have people talk about all elements of audio in this game. I'm hoping that we're going to get someone from our audio team today. It's up in the air. We had some last minute changes, and we may not get an audio designer, but you will at least get me, and you will get Eric, who was very involved in a lot of the music in the game. We will be having the soundlings that are here live. We're going to have Stephen Murray, who is the voice of the DJ here. And then last, we're going to have a tell-all with Jeremy and Eric, who are the game director and narrative director, and we're going to share all kinds of secrets about the game. People have asked why we are not saving a VOD of this stream, and it is because in that segment, and that segment alone, we are going to be sharing some things that we do not want saved out there. So you have to stick around and you have to watch them yourself, because otherwise you're just not going to be able to. So we will be answering questions from chat. I know that it's kind of been running through here, and I've been skipping over what people are saying because I'm trying to get through this. There's just a lot to do, because also in addition to me, we have, nope, we can do two shot here. I am joined by Paul.
Hello. Paul Jones, a.k.a. Dex III, Associate Brand Manager at Velen Studios.
And we have two other people that are joining us on chat. We have Brennan.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
And we have Edda.
How's it going, gamers?
Do you want, Edda, is it worth me taking a second to like set up your camera to show? Because you've got a pretty sweet setup right now.
I would not be upset.
Okay, let me, why don't we keep talking a little bit? Actually, why don't we figure out who our first group is?
That's a good idea.
And then if you can kind of help coordinate that, I'll set up Edda, because Edda's been doing some DIY at home that is, it's bonkers, I'll tell you.
All right. Well, I think the way we've traditionally done it for Dodge the Devs has been to use our channel points, right? But there might be people tuning in who might not have the points for it, so we could do it a couple of different ways. But Josh, do we have some mods on board that could help us maybe open close a little submission process for that?
I hope so. Who do we have for mods on? Can someone open channel point submissions for Dodge the Devs?
I think we have the option there, and we can give it a minute or two, but if we don't, then we could also just do some of the other tried and true strategies, nose goes, not it,
Yeah.
flipping coins,
As you do.
running races, all that good stuff.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
We're so excited to show you the awesome setups that we've got that we are going to take some time for that. But let's see, what do we got on the mod side, Josh? We see some folks. Cool. I'm going to take a look myself. All right. Oh, we ready?
Yeah, I think, here we go. This should be pulling in Etta here.
Drum roll.
Oh, there we go. There's Etta.
There it
Okay,
is.
so transition over.
Yeah.
Do you want to just talk about what you did there?
Oh, I didn't see you guys come in. Hello.
You were planning that since for
I
quite
don't
a
know
while.
what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Hi, I built lights. I really like lights. I have a big 3D printed ring over there. There's a little owl house light. I got a little lantern. I think it's pretty lit, if you will.
Some bright ideas in there.
I regret everything doing
I
all
regret
this.
it too.
Well, just to talk a little bit too, myself, Etta, and Brennan are all assembled here. Do quite a bit of play tests internally over the months and years of working on this game, and we're excited to come together as one big team to take on you, the challengers of the T-shirts, of which I'm wearing right now, actually.
And I do have what it looks like. It's right here. So this is the shirt that you're going to get if you do manage to beat us. And if you watched the tournament yesterday, then you know how good some of these players are. And I think we're going to be handing out some T-shirts today. But I hope it's not entirely T-shirts we're giving out. We gotta keep some budget for some other stuff, I guess. By the way, thank you to everybody that is subscribing. It is really kind of you to do that,
Wow.
even with this being our last stream. So thank you for that. Thank you for the raids that we've been getting. And here, let's go back to looking at Etta here. I did see Angel in chat. Angel, are you able to turn on Dodge the Devs? Maybe.
Say yes, say no,
Yeah. Say yes. I hope you do.
or you can do just guess a number, Josh. Let's just see.
Okay. So I know. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna figure this out. We're doing it live. This is very much.
This is very Knockout City of us
Yeah.
to be doing it this way, and that's usually how
Yeah.
it goes.
This is just how it goes. Channel points are somewhere over here. Is that it? No, that's not it. They are. Someone tell me how to do channel point enabling stuff. Usually we have a modern chat that can enable this.
Little plug-in business,
Yeah.
something.
It's fewer rewards.
We're rewarding you by giving you the opportunity to challenge us. That's how it goes. I might just start picking my friends list apart here, Josh. Let's see who else we got on
Okay. Yeah.
here. Ooh, yeah, that's not a bad idea. If we could do, if you know what, I could take some invitations at some point too. Get out the KOID invitations at some point
Oh
too.
no, we got an
Get out
echo.
the KOID.
We got an echo. Okay. Where?
Here, well, I guess to get our first game started, let's just go this way while Josh is getting things plugged in. When I say go, I'm going to have 3 people send me a invite to game. If you don't have my either a friend request or a invite to group, you can see my KOID up here if you don't already have it, if you're not already on the friends list. And when we say go ahead and send an invite, and I'll pick 3 at random from that group. I see a couple coming in. I haven't said go yet. That's the problem. All right. I'm going to give it a 3, 2, 1. And go. So we'll see who our first 3 competitors are. Okay, I got 3. Whoa, ho, ho. Okay, awesome. I think I got a Tasha Hu, I got a Devon, and I got a CDK. So I'm going to go ahead and invite those 3. We'll see where we go from there while Josh is plugging things in.
Oh, I didn't transition. I'm still in studio mode because I was messing with edit stuff. There you go.
All right. Well, here we go. I got Tasha. I got it was CD and Devon are going to be our first 3 for this one, and then we're going to get the picking figured out from there. And then I got Devon. All right. So that's going to be 3 people all together here to start us off. How many we got? We got Tasha in. We got CDK. And we got Devon. All right. So we got our 6. So we're going to go ahead and get a game underway. We're going to be doing Team KO. We're going to be doing private match. We're going to be doing random ball. But I think to make it interesting, I'm going to pick dueling docks. We didn't see a whole lot of that in the Sunset Showdown tournament this weekend, so I kind of want to give it its due. It's a good map, good mode. And then we're going to get started. Okay, well, we've got our 3, so let's split into some teams.
I think I figured it out, by the way.
Yay, okay, well then, so now my friends list can now stop being bombarded.
Exactly. I figured it out.
Although I could just take that as y'all want to be my friend, and I appreciate that. Okay,
Yeah.
So Team Velen, let's go gold team here. And we got blue team on this side. So yeah, the stakes are, it's going to be best of 1 here. If blue team wins, we're going to take their info down after the stream and get them some shirts. If gold team wins, we defend the shirt budget. Okay. Now, I'm actually really excited to play some Dueling Docks. It's been really fun to enjoy it in Season 9 throughout. The rollouts have been kind of interesting on this one, too. There's a lot you have to consider when it comes, especially if you're starting on pirate ship side, working around the pillars and such. You also get to see a lot of gameplay around the green tarp. I've been seeing that a lot at a high level, which is using the walls, trying to use the angles to try to bombard people without getting hit yourself. It's all good stuff.
So I'm going to, just to make sure that we can get the next group in, I'm going to enable this. It's going to be 10,000 channel points, so I hope that you got enough points. That is for a team captain. So if you redeem that, then you get to pick your group of 3. I'm going to enable that. I'm going to enable that in I'll say 3 seconds, but I know that that's, or I'll say 10 seconds, but it's probably going to be 3 seconds on your side because of the delay.
Good slow. There we go.
I'm doing it right
Oh no.
now.
All right, team, we got to squat up here. I'm a little spread out. I was so busy getting excited for the stream, I didn't even know what the special ball is, but apparently it's multi-ball because I see that a lot right now. Nope, that's mine. Nope. Okay, you can have it. Got Tasha here. Let's go. Go. It's close. It's 2-2. Oh my gosh, whoever caught that for me, thank you. Thank you. I was about to get completely blown
I
up.
think I caught it with my face, but
It was a noble sacrifice. Let's go. Okay. Watch yourself.
Ref's group is going to be next, by the way. I'm sorry.
The champions?
Yes.
Honestly, kind of cool. Exhibition match. I dig it.
I know.
Although I'm probably going to need to turn the audio up for that one so I can hear all the cues a little better.
Yeah.
I'll bring my A game. There we go.
Problem is, the louder it is for you, that also means that it's in their
Right.
ears too.
Yeah. Well, it's a. We'll just call that a handicap for me then. That's fine. There we go. Ooh, no, facing the wrong way. It's close.
I have a challenge to Ref. I think it would be fun to watch them try to start the match with a 9-0.
Oh no, Josh! Are you gonna have me nined on live TV? Is that how it's gonna end?
I mean, they're the best of the best.
I mean, true, but I don't know. I feel like it's giving. it's arming me with a boomerang ball and them with nothing, and them still coming out on top. I have a feeling. But hey, I mean, if they're up for it, I'd be up for it. But I'm also a fan of just seeing the best go to town.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. This is a showcase, right? Like all around, we're showcasing skill. Oh boy. Got you. Ooh.
Thank you. Fellow marketing team member Heather just brought me some food.
Ooh, it's so close.
It says my name on it.
Oh
Look at
no!
that.
Close it out. Can you get the one heart? Oh,
Okay.
They did.
That was close.
Nicely played.
Okay.
Well, welcome to Dodge the Devs, Brennan. By the way.
The spots are not full, by the way. I'm only letting one team redeem at a time, just because I don't want to
In
get.
the interest of fairness and also not over queuing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go. Why don't you get that multi on the right there? Oop, okay. Up we go. Coming to you, Magic. See Tasha down below browsing.
So one thing that's funny is people figured out this way to change the color of their names, which was absolutely.
I was wondering if you were going to address the the name in the room.
The servers shut down in like 14 hours from now. I've gotten pretty good at counting down hours and days when I need to. But yeah, 14 hours to go, so we can talk about some stuff. So color changing names is something that technically you have been able to do since beta. We never caught it, and nobody else figured out that you could do it until the private server launched, because people started scrubbing through. I think it was probably like news screen text or something. People were just like scraping a bunch of stuff, and just someone decided to try it. And we would patch it if the game was still going, but
yeah, for now, enjoy. Although we did explicitly make a rule for Sunset Showdown to not have a alternate colored name for fairness and visibility. Crew names are fair game, though. We didn't outlaw that.
yeah.
But yeah, if you could imagine, it's not really compatible with other elements of the UI. Sometimes things look transparent or just not clear, so you kind of just want to make sure it's not.
Yeah. Someone asked, can you talk about the one cheater that was caught? That's going to be talked about in the tell-all.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So we caught one person using an auto catcher hack long time ago. It was probably a year ago or something. And we wouldn't tell people how we caught them because that would have made it easier for other people to cheat. But we're going to be talking about it at like 10 o'clock. So if you want to engineer something in the 9 hours and change that are going to be available after we share that info, I guess go nuts.
Use the boxes for cover.
It is not a community member. Or if they are, they were like using a different name and potentially VPN and stuff. So we couldn't find them there, but we found them. It's a pretty. There's a graph. I'll show you. It's a staggering graph that you will know.
Ooh. Looking good.
I do like that a bunch of people talked about making auto catchers, and it was just like made in Microsoft Paint, the handwriting of a checkbox that says auto catcher check. I think that was Meso that said that.
Go get the hands. Ooh, close. Oh no. Magic, no. Oh.
I think we're going to say no other way to enter Dodge the Devs besides channel points. So I don't want someone like coming in that has never watched our stream. Like, this is for the long term, the long time community. If you've watched a ton of our stuff on Twitch, then you get a chance.
Pass that up. Okay. playing a little slower. They got the point lead. Let's get the balls over there. We got one on the side. Play low. I'm one hard. I gotta pay back a little bit. Uh-oh. Right here. Nice. I think we can manage this. We need another ball though. Pull back, pull back, pull back. Let's go to docks here. All right, they're staying. Oh, they're up there in green room. Let's go. Oh no! We got 30 seconds. We can do this. Up in the cannery. They're coming down. Okay, is there a bounce pad? No. Ooh, so close. Right here, right here.
This is the last stream because the game is shutting down. If you are
Right here, right here. Quick.
nice,
Tie it up.
nice.
Oh boy.
Secure that shirt budget.
Oh
Oh, oh.
From above.
no! Oh, it was well played. Well played.
Oh, beautiful plays.
Seriously, great stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and the reason that we would patch the color thing is because in this case you can easily see CDK Gaming Zone YT, but when you see them as an opposing player, their name is just like blurred because the red stroke around the lettering. See, it's so hard to see, and sometimes people will make it like, you know, it's all black. It's just impossible to say anything. Like, it's an interesting idea to add in, if we ever make a Knockout City 2 or anything, to let
Watch
you
out,
customize.
above you, Magic.
Should probably stop talking or I'm going to be paying for some shirts here.
Yeah. Well, that judging by the skill in our community on average, there's probably going to be a few shirts dealt out today. But, you know, we're hanging in there. Okay. Ooh, missed the tackle. There we go. Nice. Let's go. Oh, I got you. Oh no! Close. Anytime a player ball's in play, it gets a little spicy. Ooh, hello. Something I appreciate about Edda's playstyle is just the offense is so good. Just charging in there, I always know who I can pass the ball to right away. Nice. All right, we're getting back to it. All right, I hear a multi on this side. Let's get to it. Oh, they already got it, maybe. All right. All right, I'm gonna try to take bounce pad. There we go. Ooh, player ball. Oh, the edge.
Yeah, if we run out of people with 10,000 points, we will absolutely lower it.
Woo! Okay.
We'll see how many we have time for.
There we go. Just get the tackles in there. Got you. Ooh, I missed my tackle.
I'll talk a little bit about the shutdown. It seems like we do have some new people in chat, so I'll talk a little bit
go
about that
for it.
after
Yeah.
this. I'll wait until the round's over.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I guess we'd only. Hopefully, we can close this out here. I'm coming, fellas. There we go. Ooh. Hmm. Okay. That. Got you. Ooh, get it, get it, get it. Got you.
I love that we're still getting. There are a bunch of people saying this is their first stream they've ever tuned into.
Are you serious? Wow, well, welcome.
I know. I love that we're still getting new people, even at the end. So,
Nicely. Well played, everybody.
GG's, well played.
That was insane.
That was really
I
good.
forgot to breathe entirely.
Welcome to Dodge the Devs.
Tasha says I'm reporting this group to the devs. Ignore. Where's the ignore button? Anyway, so the reason that we're shutting this game down is really around player retention. There's a big blog post. If you go to knockoutcity.com, there's a banner that pops up at the top right now that says, hey, this game, the servers are shutting down on June 6th. Click here to learn more. You can learn more there. But basically, it's down to retention. We have a core community that really loves this game, and you can see them in chat now. But there are people that when new people try out the game, not enough of them were sticking around, and we have ideas for what it would take to completely change that, but we just can't make those kinds of changes while the game is still online. So I did say earlier, if we make a Knockout City 2, that is entirely on the table. We really don't know right now. And so that is not actively in development today. I can say that. But it would take some pretty big changes to the game. But I think we do have this core gameplay that is, really fun and really unique and unlike anything else out there. So we would love to, we love this game. And if we find a way that makes sense to move forward and make a new version of it, we would love to do that. Okay, so the next group is Ref, Gaunt, and Neeps. So it's not your full Sunset Showdown winning team here. Oh yeah, I'm seeing so many people that are old names. MD.
No way.
In here.
Good to see everybody.
Yeah,
here.
good to see.
Hope you're in
everybody.
for an awesome show here because we got a lot of content as Josh was discussing.
Yeah.
So we got Neeps,
Yeah.
Ref, and Gaunt. All right, well let's get to it.
Yeah. As someone said, it does say goodbye for now. And I mean, Velen's not going anywhere. We have other stuff that's in the works. We just recently launched Hot Wheels Rift Rally, available for PlayStation and iOS and iPad OS. We have other stuff that's in the works also. So, if we can find a way to make it work, we would love to come back and work on this again. This has been no joke. You'll see me talk about this later. There's a chance that you might see tears when we get to the final sign off. We'll have to see. But this has been the most fulfilling and most fun project that I have ever worked on, hands down.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. And being a part of this team for the past year has been super fun. I mean, I was a brawler just like most of y'all, just picking up the game on launch and checking out the block party, and just like only yesterday. And things came together, and I'm a part of the studio, part of the team, and who got to bring you the second half of this amazing game.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to enable review the reward here. So redeem, give us your KO ID, and you are team captain. You have to bring
back out,
your
Brendan.
crew.
Back out quickly. we gotta get a ball together here. Let's just get the cage and try to regroup here. Oh, they're browsing.
We got 3 people that redeemed in a single second when it was open. So if we can get, I don't know if we'll have time for everybody, but we'll see. Valhar was first, Shylance was second, Pickles Pro was
These
third.
tackles, I'm getting out.
I'm gonna be quiet now.
Oh no, that's okay. You don't have to be. Ah! Yeah, that's a pretty sketchy area to fight.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, be scary. All right, let's regroup. Let's go for cage here. Be quick about it. Oh, it's bomb ball. I was wondering. Oh no! Oh no! I blew you up. Wow. It's because I was trying to do the little pass cancel thing, and then it locked onto you instead. Wow. Okay. Well, let's get to it. Hey. All right. Well, let's boom them. All right. There's someone above. Should have known. Oh, goodbye. Whew.
Oh my goodness.
Whew. Yes, I know. Let's regroup here. At least there's a round 2.
Maybe we will have time for everybody that redeemed.
Yeah, if they're this fast, possibly. All right. Someone's above. Watch it. Oh, they were waiting for me. Oh, I couldn't curve it in time. Okay, that Gaunt UI does look okay with the teal there in the KO corner there. Okay, that's one good place for the coloring. Uh-oh.
Someone's saying we may lower the point threshold. I don't think we're going to lower the point threshold. We had 3 people redeem in 1 second. If we still have time for more, because we do have We do have other stuff here. We're doing like
Ball up, gentlemen.
going to dodgems after.
There we go. I mean, you can still talk. This is This is fine. We're giving it our best, right?
I know, but I don't want to get in the way.
I would like to take a round if we can, though. So let's see what we can do. Watch your right here. Nope, couldn't dodge fast enough for some reason.
Hustle's in chat too. Oh my God, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. What's up, Hustle?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Showing up. All right, here we go. Let's just try to get.
I would always play a couple rounds before work, and Hustle was always the one playing that was like in my MMR band. But Hustle's way better than me, so I would just get destroyed every morning that that he happened to be streaming when I played also.
Right there. Whoa! He still held him even when I tackled. Oh, he's gonna get me. I think that's a clippable moment right there. Cage your own teammate and then blow up the opposition with it. That's why they're the top. That's why NME is the reigning champ.
Yeah.
Amazing gameplay like that. Oh, nope. Oh, that would have been good. Oh wow. Okay, that's an unfortunate situation we're in.
Neeps just crashed apparently.
Oh, then we might actually have a chance.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
No, not really. Watch it. Oh, well, I got a hit. Hey, Josh, we're getting that. Remember that nining challenge you talked about?
I know.
Oh, never
I know.
mind. I spoke too soon.
I know.
Well done.
Okay.
Well done, folks.
Okay. Next captain is Valahar. So bring in your.
Bring in the game.
Yeah.
Bring in the A game. And also, yes, GG's in general.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Somebody snuck in to replace Neeps, apparently. But that's okay.
Yeah.
Neeps, I think you technically were on the winning team. So, yeah, we got you on that. All right. Let me first off tweak my group settings real quick just to make sure that doesn't happen again. And GG's all around. Okay. Okay. Oh, ref is the group lead.
Oh, ref
That's
is
why.
group lead.
Oh, that's why. Okay. We're just gonna go ahead and leave group, and I'll just reset. Bring our two villain folks back in, along with all the rest who's coming in.
Okay. So yeah, it's going to be Valahar. Do you have Valahar on your
I
friends
believe
list?
so. I'll find out. No.
Okay.
You can send that my way.
Yeah. Valahar, if
Or
you can.
Valhar, so you could send a friend request. You can see Chaos City ID up at the top. I'm going to invite you to group. I'm going to invite you to group.
People are asking why the game is shutting down, and you should go into our Discord and type !Neeps Sunset, NEEPS Sunset.
All right, so we're bringing in Valahar, you said?
Yep. And then Valahar can invite their two additionals.
That's the one. All right, Valahar, the friend request is sent, and you can I'll bring you in.
Yeah,
Seeing all these names online too just makes me nostalgic.
I know
too.
the
Look at
game
all
is.
these,
Yeah, it's shutting down.
a lot of great friendships forged in the heat of dodgeball battle.
Yeah. As we were setting up for this stream, Dex saw the counter in the corner.
This counter for the event.
yeah,
Look
yeah.
at right in the corner.
Yeah, it's
just
like less
that
than a day.
Those ticking seconds just. I'm filled with mixed emotions as I see that timeline tick down.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have our crew in here? We have Valahar in, but Valahar, you can go ahead and invite for the other two.
Yep.
Cool. All right, we got Buheimed and Pex. Okay, awesome. Seeing some more Sunset Showdown folks.
Nice.
All right, we're going to do that again.
Yeah.
Instructions. Boom. I realize the faster I go through the menus, the faster we can get some more group matches in. So,
Yeah, I will say one thing. People have said like maybe at the stream they'll announce they really are working on a Knockout City 2. We're not. That's not the secret at the end of the stream. If we were, then we would be saving the VOD because we would want people to watch that.
yeah. Also, that would be like the biggest.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
but-
A different company already did their one more thing today.
that's true.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
But you will hear a lot of great development secrets at the the last segment's going to be pretty mind blowing.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm very excited about sharing the unreleased maps segment that we've
Yeah.
got coming up. Oh man, that's going to be so
Yeah.
fun.
Tace, I know you subscribe more than anybody else on this damn channel, but I'm not lying. We're not announcing it today. I'm sorry.
Believe Josh's face when he says that.
Oh boy. Someone asked what company did a one more thing today. Apple announced that they are working on a mixed reality headset, which looks really cool and is really expensive. But looks like
Looks pretty slick.
really, really slick though.
Uh-oh, who do we got? Magic, come back. Ooh, I missed the toggle. Nope. Ooh, I'm not in a good spot.
The yacht was not a stage. We did not. Although it may have turned into that. Like we'll talk about that when we get there.
Right.
But,
I mean, there's a lot. I mean,
yeah, like we call things, certain things in development, but then they may turn into something different when we end up actually making it. You'll see it later. Like this is not a finished map. It's all like boxes that just have checkerboard patterns.
we might be. They needed to shut us down before we spilled too many secrets.
Okay, we're back. We're back.
Budget.
I don't know what happened there. I've literally never seen that before. OBS said the stream key information is invalid or it can't connect to server. But like we didn't disconnect from Knockout City and we didn't and I still saw all your chat messages here.
Yeah, that's good. I was just telling Josh we spilled too many secrets.
Yeah. We haven't even started spilling secrets
I know
yet.
they cut us off preemptively.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
good catch.
Yeah. Is it working for people now? Oh, it says unstable.
Are we just running too? Is there too much power being drawn?
Poor network connection detected.
Uh-oh.
Someone says it works. Okay.
We trust you, someone. You wouldn't steer us wrong.
Who would get on the internet and lie?
Yeah. I can't believe someone would.
Okay. Yeah. If you restart, I guess it's supposed to work.
Ooh, the double curve. I'm seeing that. I know, and I'm backed up against a wall. Josh, I have bad news about the shirt budget. Okay, well, but it's okay. We can salvage this, maybe. Just don't hit the train. Don't hit the train.
Okay.
Okay, coming, buddy. Oh, I was gonna warn about. I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's true.
It's slow.
Stream key budget is going to the shirt budget instead.
Thought it was closer than that.
That's not me getting trains. I'm not playing right now.
Oh no, the curve.
Dex.
Wait, okay, let's be clear. I did not get, well, we got trained. Either way. The enemy team was the train. Let's just put it that way.
Is Lynn in chat right now?
Yeah.
Hi, Lynn. Oh my God, everybody's coming back.
Hi, Lynn.
We miss you, Lynn.
The
I was
dog.
legitimately thinking about doing a Cottage Beans bit on this last stream during our bloopers segment, and I just didn't get around to it.
Nicely done.
And also, it would have
GGs.
felt weird if you weren't here, but
Thanks for coming. So, Josh, do we have our next group? You've been taking down our groups, right?
I do. Yes, our next one is Shylance.
Okay, and I do have Shylance. Cool.
People asking who Lynn is. Lynn was the community manager on Knockout City from the second beta up through earlier this year, and has now moved on to another cool indie studio that I don't think your project is announced yet. If it is, feel free to link to it or whatever, because I don't even know what it is. I don't think. But
Doing amazing things.
yeah. But okay, not announced yet. But
Yeah, Josh, we're only supposed to spill our secrets, not other people's secrets.
yeah, I know.
But yeah, Lynn, I mean, this is the house you built. You got some amazing people in here.
Yeah,
You're a big
Valahar,
part of that.
you did win a T-shirt.
Yes, we're not glossing over your amazing victory.
Yeah. So, Ref, if you can send me a DM on Discord with 3 names, shipping addresses, and T-shirt sizes for the people on your team.
We'll get you hooked up.
And Valahar, if you want to do the same, just send me a DM on Discord with shipping names, shipping addresses, and T-shirt sizes. If they're not comfortable sharing with you, they can just give me the names of people to look out for, and then they can DM me themselves.
Yeah, and Discord will be around because that's another thing, right, Josh?
Yeah, we're not shutting down the Discord tomorrow, so we're going to do some cleaning. There are a bunch of channels. Like, if Lynn is still watching, we still have your NaNoWriMo channel that we never cleaned up after November. So we will be doing some things. Knockout City has over 1,000 live viewers right now on Twitch. It's been a long time since we've had numbers like that. Yeah. Lynn is asking if she can be a mod again. Yeah, at this point, sure. Oh, Sam is watching. Oh my God, we got everybody.
Sam who?
I don't know why I'm saying like, oh my God, as if Sam is a name I haven't heard in a while, but there are marketing artists and on PTO
nice.
right now and should not be watching this when they should be enjoying their vacation. So,
Hey, fellas. Need
Yeah.
some backup. Play on audio here. You're pushing me away. I need the dodgeballs. Uh-oh. We're in trouble. I'm just going to take my escape pod. And try to go for the tackle. I see ya.
yeah,
I just need to get
Sovereign
back to
Sade
the
would be a big one.
Oh, yeah.
See them pop up. Got Look, It's Nook.
Oh, that's great. A lot of folks. Right now, I'm just trying to browse for a dodgeball here.
Lynn was only just made mod on the Discord like 8 seconds ago, and she's already saying, everybody gets a PTO starting tomorrow. The power's gone to her head.
Pretty much. Uh-oh.
I did not get chicken Kai because I went to Denny's, and I'm not that happy about it.
Why don't you tell us about your less than great Denny's experience?
That'll be a point of discussion during bloopers.
Okay,
I was
fair enough.
supposed to go and get a delicious chicken sandwich. That's what I was told I could be doing. And then Heather helped me set up in this room for this stream. And it was just like, oh, Nick Mudry said maybe we should get Denny's instead.
Oh boy, we're gonna need to pick this up, fellas, because yeah, this is not a good look for us. Getting exploded.
I will say that it's not even just that we went to Denny's. It's that we went to one Denny's and the wait was too long. So Nick looked up the next closest Denny's and we drove 25 minutes to go to a different Denny's.
Oh gosh. Me just getting destroyed on camera, and all Josh can talk about is breakfast / dinner. All right, here we go. Oh, there we go. Let's bring it.
I see someone that just said something in chat, and I don't know if I should, like, reveal who they are. Because I know who Splotch SSB is, and I can shout you out if you're okay with it, but I don't. I know that you like your anonymity sometimes, so I'm asking for permission here.
Okay, got a ball here. Ball here. Uh-oh, they're already converging.
Okay, Splotch SSB is Jeremy, our game director, and he is going to be hanging out in about an hour and a half, and then again 2 hours after that. He's going to be here for the unreleased map segment, and then also when we're doing our tell-all to tell some secrets from development. Oh, and people are saying GG's to him because people have seen him. Yeah, there was a wait at Denny's, Kai. The single server there was like very overworked and working really, really hard. But also said like, yeah, you may want to sit down because it's gonna be a while.
Okay, just gotta hide for a bit. Oh no, Brendan's alone. No.
Yeah. No, so we're talking about a lot of stuff in the tell-all stream. We are going to show our original pitch video for the game. Before the art style is what it was. It is the video that like we took to E3 and showed to a bunch of different publishers. It is the video that EA saw when they got excited about the game and we started talking about partnering with them. So we're going to show that. We're going to show a couple like fun test animations for like idle animations and run animations. We're going to show no, not the one in the Nintendo Direct. Like that was a trailer we made. I'm talking about a pitch video. We've never showed this publicly. This was a video that was intended to like explain what the game was to potential publishers. It is very rare for any studio to show pitch videos publicly. Mm-hmm. I think I've only ever seen like one or two others, like ever across decades. So we're gonna show that, which is one of the reasons that we're not saving the VOD here. Eric, our narrative director, used to make these like videos that were never meant to be shown externally, that were just to like give the vibe of a season to the dev team when introducing a season, because Eric would like have some ideas of what a season's theme was going to be, and so he'd make a little like intro video that just kind of shares that. So we have some of that stuff. We're going to talk about the AutoCut cheater. We're going to also open it up to questions. If people have questions, we can't talk about partners. We can't talk about like potential crossover type stuff. Anything that involves information that is not exclusively ours to share, we can't share. We're not going to share exact numbers for a lot of stuff. So like we're still not sharing like active player counts. We're not sharing like how much money we made, how much money we've spent. Like that kind of stuff is off limits. But if you want other types of things answered, we're going to be pretty much open books in a couple hours. So that's worth sticking around for.
For sure. And I think, do we have time for one more, Josh? We just about...
Yeah, let's do one more just because Pickles Bro also redeemed.
All right. That'll be our last redemption. GG's, everybody, especially Mixed Nizzle. Good to see you.
Yeah. And
you said it was Pickles Bro?
Pickles Bro, yes.
Okay, let's see. Should be friends list as well.
Carlos said to check the image that he sent in Slack.
Well, I'm busy being blown up on dodgeballs.
I know, I'm doing that, and now I'm a little bit concerned. What is going on here? What does Carlo want me to know?
Pickles Bro is in. Are you inviting your other two?
Wait, Carlo just sent me. Did Carlo make cottage beans? Did you make cottage beans now, or did you make, or is this just your reminder image of what cottage beans are?
I'm confused.
Because if there are cottage beans on the way, I love and hate that together. I'm not going to give the secret ingredient in waffles. That is not a part of the tell-all here.
Unfortunately.
Yep.
Just have to be continually guessing.
Yep. Okay. Oh, that was from the day that Carla brought them to the office. Okay.
All right, we're just waiting on our last one from Pickles Bro. We've got, or actually last two. So if you've got your two teammates, other two redemptions, let's get those in there. Do we have those, Josh?
Have what? Sorry, I'm reading chat.
The last two, because we have Pickles Bro in, but are there two others that Pickles Bro is
Pickles
inviting?
should be responsible for inviting their two here.
All right, well, get them in, and we'll get this last round underway.
Yeah. Are you already working on your next game? Yes. We have a bunch of different things that are in various stages of development right now. One thing has been in the works for a little while now. We have other things that are in early prototyping. But yeah, most of the Knockout City team moved off of Knockout City right before Season 9 shipped. So the majority of our, all of our artists moved off. A lot of our designers moved off. We did have a smaller group of QA that stuck on. We had some engineers that were working on the private server version, which you can download if you go to knockouttcity.com, and you can keep playing on PC after servers shut down tomorrow. But we have other things in the works, and some of them are really exciting. Will devs be on private servers? I know I will. I don't know how many other people, but I know you and I have talked about doing a little bit of that, Dex.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely going to make some time for it just because I enjoy this game and I enjoy playing and I enjoy getting better too. So,
yeah.
All right. So we have our three. Devon's back, by the way. So
Okay.
This is redemption round right here.
Okay.
For channel points. And we're going to get it underway.
Yeah, console is going to be shut down. There's no way to join private servers on console, unfortunately. If you do check out the private server build on PC, you'll know why. You need to basically enter an IP address at the command line. There's no way to do anything like that on console. And it's an entirely different build of the game. If you have the game on Steam, you can't just use that to connect to private servers. It would need a whole patch, and first party would not approve some of the ways that we're doing things, because we would still need to certify it and release it, and that's just not an option on console, unfortunately.
Yeah. But if that encourages you to come check it out on PC, then I say go for it. That's usually how I play this game as well. So.
JF asks, I have an important dev secrets question. What's the trigger for the server shutdown? Massive ominous lever, big red button, boring scheduled task. So when we were originally planning what the stream was going to be, there was a short period of time where I entertained the idea of maybe this should start at 5:30 like a normal stream, and then it should run until servers shut down, and we do an all-night stream. We quickly realized that was not a good idea for a bunch of reasons. I didn't want this content to drag. I wanted to make sure that people were excited about it throughout. I know some people want to be able to play tonight after they go home. But one of my ideas for content, which was this could be, I'm throwing this out there, no bad ideas, it's brainstorming, right? I had the idea to live stream the view of our lead engineer on the project actually clicking the button to shut down servers and let everybody see it. And that would have been really sad, and it was not a good idea.
It's too sad.
It is a bad idea. I said no bad ideas. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Someone says, since we're not saving VOD, do you think us viewers live could get a secret listen to the final dispatch episode? That's interesting.
That. Ooh, sign off with that?
Yeah, we could sign off. I like that idea.
I'm into that, Josh. Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it. I love that.
Yeah, stick around until the very end. It'll be one of the last things we do. We'll do it at 10:55, I think. The last episode, I think, is 5 minutes long.
Be awesome.
But
I may have just sold the team there. Oops.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know exactly what the. I know it's not like a big ominous lever and not a big button. I don't know if it's like a text in the command line or if we have something on our back end that is like a button to press. But yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Is there any sort of in-game countdown or game over animation planned? No. That's one of those things where like it would take a lot of work to do something like that because there's no mechanic in our game right now that we'd be able to latch onto for that. And on top of that, it would get used literally one time, and the majority of players would not even be able to see it. The reason that everything resets at 8 a.m. Is because we specifically want it to be a time when concurrency is lower, so that if there is an issue when something resets, when we're pushing out a patch, when we're resetting a season, anything like that. I mean, I'm sure people have been around for season launches and known that sometimes they've been a little bit rocky because that's what happens when you're dealing with a live game. You know, having that not exist, you know, as a thing that is happening during peak hours is important. So, you know, it would be happening. I'm sure we'll have more people on tomorrow morning just because it is like the very last time. And I know that there will be, you know, people that want to play until the very end. But yeah.
Well, it took me the whole hour, but I'm finally getting into the groove a little bit.
Nice. There is some discussion about Chipotle meats and what's better.
Whoa.
And
A spicy discussion.
yeah, their chorizo is better than the brisket and the al pastor. I will be taking no questions.
Okay, legit, I don't think I can remember the last time I've eaten Chipotle. I mean, when you're in SoCal, there's so many good options down there for all types of tacos, burritos, everything. It's personally hard to go with just Chipotle on that.
Yeah. Is it at all possible for new merch to release after this ends, or is it done? It's gonna be done. I think the only thing that I would like to do after things shut down, there are two things. One, we have ignored this question up until now, and I'm finally addressing it. We've been getting it for like a week, almost 2 weeks, I guess. Knockout City Tabletop RPG. We wanted to have this done like a week ago. We accidentally included it in Steam News. We like edited it out of a lot of other things and forgot to take it out of like Steam News. But yeah, we're going to have a tabletop game come out. It's going to be free. You'll be able to just download the PDF and play. It is very different than something like a Dungeons and Dragons if you played that, but it's, you know, it's still you sitting around and playing Knockout City with pen and paper and rolling dice with your friends. So we will probably I don't think we'll do a full Twitch stream, but we'll probably do like a Discord stream of that probably sometime either later this week or next week or something. So it is almost ready. I may even have a text that says like, hey, this might be able to go out, like waiting for me on my computer right now. So it may come out tomorrow. So that's one thing. And then I'd love to just kind of have a group play session with you know, some people from our side. And then the other thing is I'd like to release some bonus episodes on the podcast. You know, I think we've talked about that a little bit, but we are going to be talking audio today with, you know, if you missed me talking about it before, we're going to have Eric and likely our audio designer and the Soundlings who composed all of our music, and Stephen Murray, who is the voice of the DJ. That's going to be happening at 9 o'clock Eastern tonight. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff, but there are a lot of people that were involved in this. I want to have, you know, we have enough stuff that we could do an entire podcast episode about. Here, I'm gonna switch back to this.
Yeah, thanks again for the rounds, everybody. Thank you, Etta. Thank you, Brennan, for helping me out, and great games all around, everybody. That was a lot of fun.
Thanks for the invitation. It was awesome to be part of this.
Well played, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Good games, everyone.
Yeah, GG's. So that's let's take a look at our schedule. We have the Dodgems coming up now. So we're going to be doing that. Let's do a quick run through of the rest of the schedule real quick before we jump into the Dodgems. So the Dodgems is our community awards show. We did it once before. Dex had this great idea where he's like, hey, what if we did this like awards type show where we had it different categories, and it was like the Knockout City Oscars for the community, and we did it once, and now we're doing it bigger. I don't remember. Have we announced what is special about this one?
We have.
For the winners? Yeah.
For this. So I'll clarify too. So we're going to be talking about, there's been tons of submissions in all these different categories. So thank you all so much for putting in for all of the different categories we have. Bloopers, fan art, let's go moments, and outfits too. Some brawler fashion. Now, what's great about this is that we're gonna be showing a couple of our favorite picks from that group, and just for your enjoyment and for the community's enjoyment, we're all gonna laugh, we're all gonna be in awe, and for each one of the categories, we had a panel of Velen judges go through the submissions, pick one winner per category, and that one winner is gonna be walking away with one of the amazing, fantastic trophies. Yes, this is the similar type of trophy that we have for the Sunset Showdown, but we had a couple made because we wanted to do something for the community awards. Because yes, I mean, trophies should go to the best of the best players, but Knockout City's got something for everyone. And for all of those who have been creative in their fan art, creative in their gameplay, sharing the big moments that make this game so special, we wanted to have something special for all y'all to shoot for as well. So
yeah. So this has fixed focus, so it's not going. I didn't want to just like put this in front of your face while you were talking.
Smash.
But yeah, it is heavy. It is like you could, if you hit someone with this, it would hurt. I mean, it's
just like a real dodgeball.
Like Heather in chat, I know you weighed it. Wasn't it like 5 pounds or something? It was something like that. It was a lot.
It's
7 pounds. Yeah,
beautiful.
It's heavy. It's hefty. So. Yeah, you will be eligible to get one of those. So the way that we're going to do this here, I'm going to click this and hopefully it won't play anything. Yeah, it's not going to play anything. Ta-da. Cool. So we have 4 different categories. And how do you want to do it? You want to just go and like watch one at a time?
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. I'm going to queue up each one because I'll introduce each clip before we run it, or visual, because we have some that are in the fan art category and the outfit category. So we'll go through the finalists. We have anywhere from 5 to 8 finalists per category that we all internally loved. And then after we go through all the finalists, we're going to open the proverbial envelope and announce who is going to be the winner of each category in terms of the trophy. And we'll celebrate those as we go.
Yeah. Which category do you want first?
Well, I'm thinking we kick things off with the bloopers. It's a perennial favorite. We all love it. We all laugh. In fact, I think part of the judging was to see which one made Jeremy laugh the hardest. That's not 100% true, but yes, bloopers are always something that's really special to share because the physics of this game lend themselves to some really hilarious moments. And so we do have 5 finalists for the bloopers, and you have them all by alphabet, right, Josh?
I do, or I mean, I have them all by name. So if you want to,
well, we'll call them by alphabet. I've already got them organized that way.
Okay.
So our first blooper finalist, I'm going to call you out by the Discord name too. So apologies if I mess anything up. Our first finalist for bloopers is Chocoholic Life. And Chocoholic Life is the life of the party in this first clip, showcasing something funny that happens in Mutation Rotation. Some might say this blooper is a blast.
I forgot they explode.
The pained why gets me on that one.
Yep.
So relatable. Okay. Finalist number 2. Coming in from the, we've got Mo Bankai 999. This is a classic blooper showcasing what happens when worlds collide above the stage. A classic collision of ults up above the sky. Oh, you gotta love it. Finalist number 3, we've got Petty Bro. Things go from bad to worse for Petty Bro's team in this derailing defeat on Jukebox Junction. I mean, when there's a train involved, you know it's going to be good.
Okay. People are saying that there's an echo here, so I'm gonna just have to do one extra click before. Let me know if there's an echo on this one.
What? What? No! What? Why, dude?
Amazing. I think the why, again, it's just the sincere shock at what happens. This really makes some of these. Okay, finalist number 4, we have Valahar, who also coincidentally won a t-shirt, so that's pretty cool. The Poison Balls claimed KOs on many a careless brawler since its release in Season 8. And for this one, Valhar's showing why we should all respect the green gas when it's play. This is the type of thing you could only see in Knockout City. That's all. Oh, the green gas gets everybody at some point or another. All right, and our last finalist for the segment for bloopers is Zale's Light. This blooper is pretty kind of a doozy. In this flat block gone wrong when the pressure's on, Zale's Light gets saved from taking a hit, but at what cost?
Oh jeez, I'm coming, stay alive. I'm here, pull up.
I'm trying, save me.
No! Oh shit!
Yeah, one player used to save another player. You love to see it. Okay, so those were our 5 finalists, and we are about to announce right now who our winner of the trophy is. Drumroll, please.
I should have gotten a drum roll sound effect to put on this board. Instead, we all have is like...
Well, play a sound effect.
Here.
Let's hear it.
Nope, not that one.
That's the wrong... That's the opposite.
There we go.
That's more like it. Okay, we'll do this again. Take two. Okay, and our winner for the bloopers category of the Dodgems is Petty Bro. Let's give him a hand. Woo! There was a lot. This was a tough choice for everybody, but I think our panel of judges loved the train. They loved the fact that there was just sheer disbelief, the fact that it was the match ender. There was all the factors that went into play. So, Petty Bro, you win a trophy. Congratulations. Thank you for submitting your bloopers. And
do we want to watch it one more time? Do we want to watch the winner
we
every time?
We gotta watch the winner one more time.
What? What? No! What? Why, dude?
Oh, it's so good.
Immortalized forever.
Yes.
Thank you, Petty Bro. Awesome. You're the bomb. Okay, let's go on to let's mix it up. Let's go to fan art for this next one. So, fan art, of course, is wonderful to see. Just the way the community resonates with this game's art style and translates it into things that go even beyond our imagination. For the fan art category, we have 6 finalists for this one. It was just a painfully difficult thing to choose because, I mean, there's so much creativity in every single one of these. I think Jeremy himself went on record to say that this is impossible for him to judge in some respects just because every single piece that was submitted has some sort of passion etched into it and encased with rubber just like a dodgeball.
Right.
So, it hits us right in the heart. So we're going to go ahead and start with our fan arts finalists. First up is Carol Zilla. What I got here, the Mutant Mutiny introduced us to the world of several fan favorite characters, and Carol Zilla's Susan fan art feels like it could practically be a reference sheet for the character, from the dynamic poses to the attitude-laced quotes. I like the who did that as well. Just an amazing piece. So thank you for that, Carol Zilla. And next we have Dreamy from Powerpuff Crew. Dreamy's assembled a wide cast of characters from every season of Knockout City in this fun group shot with the DJ looking sharp. I love it. When I think of Knockout City, I think of all the characters we've met along the way, and what better way to epitomize, everything that we've loved about this game than seeing basically something from every season all in one great piece of art. So thank you for that, Dreamy. Looks awesome. Our third entry, third finalist, is King 408. Some fans are working to bring their characters to mediums outside of KO City in creative ways, and King's 3D avatar, based on their brawler, is a fantastic-looking design inspired by the neon edge of Knockout City. Love to see it. Looking great. Our fourth entry is an interesting one. It's Nikki Bakes, and this is a video piece, I believe.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and just roll it first, and I can talk about it later.
You're tuned in to Knockout City Pirate Radio, and it's time for today's KO City history lesson. You're standing on the rooftop of Headbang Hospital in the streets known as the Devil's Cove. Why is it called that? Well, many years ago there was a young Dodge brawler just like you. He wanted to be the best, but had nothing to his name. Until he showed up. No one really knows who this guy is, but wherever he is, there's always trouble. One day, he makes a deal with this brawler to knock out specific people in the city in order to reduce competition. But these weren't just your usual knockouts. This duo knocked you out for good. It started with just a couple of low-level brawlers and crews, but it exponentially escalated until the brawler had to KO his own crew. When the brawler resisted, they got a taste of their own medicine. So, moral of the story is, play by the rules. And don't make deals with the devil, baby.
But just amazing. The care and thoughtfulness and these 3D renders and model of a Knockout City cityscape is just next level. It all transports us right back to the city. So it's wonderful. And the narration, being a DJ style narration, was just, it felt like something right out of the city. Wonderful to see. Fifth, I'd like to call out is a Trash 7129, and I thought that was kind of a funny name because this entry is anything but, featuring a fun Cartoon Network-esque art style with a lot of action poses, and of course, adding Chonky always wins bonus points in my book. So, well done, Trash. Looks awesome. Love this one.
Well done, Trash is such a good.
Well done. That sounds like I cooked it or something. I'll take my trash. Well done.
Yeah.
This looks great, though. Way to go. Way to go. And then our last one I'd like to call out, which I skipped on the alphabetical, sorry about that, is Gaming_Gummy. With sketchbook styles featuring loads of references to poses and various KO City memorabilia. Gaming Gummy's Gum Brawler tribute is everything Knockout City all in one radical piece. I just love all the references you can see to various outfits, poses, seasonal events. There's just so much in this that I think looks really great. And it looks like something a character in universe would have drawn. So
I like the Among Us dumb.
Oh yeah, there you are, right there, bottom left there.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are our 6 finalists for fan art. Man, this was a tough one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, of course it was. None of these are ever easy.
Yeah, but I mean, the judges had a voice for who the unanimous trophy award recipient should be. So let's drum roll that, and don't forget which one's the audience cheering button this time, Josh. The winner of the fan art award is Nikki Bakes. Yay! No, but seriously, I mean, this is just next level when it comes to fan work. The rendering, the lighting effects, the visuals, the custom graphics that you have, and integrating the text and the font style and everything just feels like something right out of Knockout City. And it's just, we can't help but respect all of the work and effort that went into this. So Nikki Bakes, you're the trophy winner for today on fan art. Congratulations. Thank you for the submissions, everybody. And wow is all I can say.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, we're going to bring it back to clips for our third segment, and this is the Let's Go segment. I picked this one because when Jeremy describes Knockout City a lot of times, he often describes one of the best feelings about Knockout City is the let's go moments. And we all know what let's go means. Just you have let's go moment. Let's go when you come from behind for the victory, whether you get a triple KO, there's numerous ways to feel so incredibly powerful and amazing and badass in Knockout City. And this is a collection of 8 clips that we thought best epitomized this feeling. So we're going to go ahead and start with Azyla, also from Powerpuff Crew. I really liked this submission because it perfectly captures the intensity of an extended team fight. Check out the nerves of steel on Azyla as they hold tight, make several big catches, and just sustains this long battle that eventually comes out on top over the blue team. Check it out.
I'm going to actually, I think I can just do that. I think that if everybody can still hear me, I'm gonna play this, and I think I don't need to play with anything, and we can talk over it and everything. Cool. Let's try this out.
How is that? Looking good?
Yeah, we won't be able to hear it.
That's totally fine. Just I mean, that speaks for itself. Just to sustain a battle so long. Knockout City team battles can be very quick sometimes, and to have one go on for so long and still survive was amazing to see. All right, our second clip is going to be Devon from Dummy Corpse Crew. Devon's up next with this rapid-fire rally you could only see at Knockout City. Curves and lobs mixed in for style points, and I think the custom audio on this really makes it for me as well.
Featuring Rudex.
Yeah, featuring me getting KO'd. What's new? A tasteful wombo combo reference. You gotta love it. All right. Entry number 3 in Let's Go is Gaming Gummy. Once again, when you see Gaming Gummy's incredible comeback win, you're going to need to scoop your jaw off the floor. I think you're going to see some of the best team play ever in the history of Knockout City in this next clip.
As well. What do you mean? Yeah, it's kamikaze time. It's not kamikaze time. Assistance. Caldo. Oh my God! King!
I think not Gem 4. You are the ultimate friend in that instance. Okay, number 4. We've got It's a Fly Guy. I love some free-for-all playlists. I'm a big fan of whether it's KO Chaos or Team Royale or Big KO Royale, any of those. Big fan. And It's a Fly Guy here cleans house in Big KO Chaos with multiple KOs in a row to secure the match. Let's see it.
Ooh, you're not getting me. You're not getting me. Surprise! Stop! 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 I'm clipping that shit. I am clipping that shit. Don't fucking play with me.
Yeah, the finger wag, well deserved.
It's so good.
Especially after that, especially that last hit. I didn't even realize it clips so close to the wall. Just barely gets by for that last KO. Just perfect spacing. Awesome play. All right, next up we have... who do I got next? Lost my train of thought. Oh, yes. We've got Lloyd. Well, with this amazing bomb ball play, there's few things more satisfying than a long-range bomb ball just ripping the opposing team's defense apart. And what we see here from Lloyd is that one bomb ball sometimes is all you need for a team wipe.
It's all tied up.
I think the bonus points for being in basketball is pretty funny too, because you just see 3 opponents rolling around just waiting to be scored. Easy pickings. It's a lot of fun to see. Okay, next up we have Physic, spelled P-H-Y-Z-K. So Physic. Sounds like a cool zippy sound. But Physics 1, 2, 3 for a triple KO is smooth as silk and fast as heck. You gotta love how they vary the ball speed to completely trip up the opposing team in this next play. Awesome play, big score. Just like how quick that was, and then end it with the taunt. Just add that little cherry on top. All right, next up we've got number 7 here is Praise Warrior. Praise Warrior shows us how it's done with a game-winning triple KO finish that's oh so satisfying.
Nice.
Woo!
What happened?
Oh, I got a triple! Oh my god, I gotta take a video of that. Oh my god! That was so good!
I just know I was about to die, you saved me, then you got something else, and then I guess...
Yo, alright, so...
I think the excitement of landing that triple KO, I mean, that's just a feeling we all love to have and love to see, especially pulling it off and getting the MVP on top of that. It's like that's what it's all about. Last and not least for our Let's Go segment here is the Purist. When you're staring down at a 1-on-3, it's tough to stay cool, but the Purist is our last clip here shows how to hang tight until your team's back to bail you out. Amazing way to stay cool and way to make all those catches. I think I would have crumpled it into a little crying ball form ball brawler in that segment. Anyway, so that's all our Let's Go. I mean, what gameplay and how amazing to see just how skilled people can be at this game. It's just next level. But we did have to make a choice, as tough as it was. So let's drum roll that drum roll, and let's talk about who our Let's Go trophy winner is. The winner is Gaming_Gummy with the big play, the incredible comeback win. Look, I think you should maybe saw that trophy in half and give half of it to King there, but no, seriously, what an amazing play, what an amazing clip. Let's see it again.
As well. What do you mean? Yeah, it's kamikaze time. It's not kamikaze time. Assistance. Countdown.
Oh my god!
King!
Yeah, I think what puts it over the edge, there's all the factors in it, right? There's the big save from the shark pit. There's the KO from the shark pit. There's the fact that it was the game-winning KO of a 9-9 match. It's just, all of this comes together to make this incredible play, and well-deserved, well-deserved. So congratulations, Gaming_Gummy, you rock. Now, I guess we've come to our last category, huh?
The last one, the last of the 4, your last chance to get a trophy.
The brawler fashion category. This is something we haven't done in the Dodgems before. When we did it the first time, we had these preceding 3 categories, but this is one I really wanted to push for to have because let's be honest. I think one of my favorite things to do on our Knockout City Discord is to browse the Brawler Outfits channel and see what people come up with. Every season, people come up with amazing outfits. They enhance old ones. They have signature looks. They have new creative looks that are just beyond any possible combination I can come up with in my head. And it blows me away day in, day out to see it. So we wanted to highlight some of you best fashionistas out there. We've got 5 finalists for this category. And we're going to get right to it. So we have Ari, also a Powerpuff, for our first one. With Ari, we've got this wooden boombox, bod, cyber jaw, chrome shades, and roll hawk all coming together to make this cyborg brawler that looks like ready to party. Big fan of that one. Love the look. Love the style. Love the vintage look, too. All right. Finalist number 2, we have Azyla Powerpuff here. I've been lovingly calling this the Skater Gator, and you can see why. The bold mix of purples and greens here coming together. This is a very iconic look, in my opinion. It's Okay, Josh, I'm glad I'm sitting over here. It's Ollie in on the skate punk motif. Yeah, I know, painful. Someone's got to do the puns around here. Heather's not in the room, so I got to do one for Heath over there. Oh, yes.
I, for one, am glad the game is shutting down after that one.
No. Anyway, Azila, yes, the Skater Gator, loved it. All right, finalist number 3, we have Coaster, a.k.a. Coaster Crazy, a.k.a. Coaster Six Flags over KOC. Coaster's here. Pull it up, Josh, for us. Let's see it. I'm not seeing it. Oh, there we go. Coaster's here with a stylish entry. Something we liked about this is it pulls multiple different parts together from Halloween, from Party Team Royale, all sorts of other events to create this great night sky ensemble, just super fresh, super cool, and a way to combine so many different elements into one cool outfit. Loved it. All right, number 4, we have Tom Faulty here, showing off what I like to call 3 dodgeballs in a trench coat. This ball is undercover, pretending to be a brawler themselves. I can't not look at it and not laugh. It's just I was cracking up quite a bit over this one. So well done, Tom.
It's really good.
It's good. Okay. And our 5th and final finalist here is Unstrung, one of our Discord mods, actually. And Unstrung's looking into cash in on the big bucks look here. Someone liked Season 8 quite a bit, but I guess some of those things are from other seasons too. But point is, a lot of Holobucks everywhere. This is what Holobucks royalty looks like. This is how I felt when I got my 1,000,000 Holobucks when I joined the studio. Exactly this.
Exactly. And the Holobucks hair, great use of Holobucks hair.
Oh, yes. I know. Gort would approve for sure.
I know. Gort's favorite cosmetic.
Oh, yes. And that's why we rated it so highly.
Yes.
10 out of 10 uses Holobugs hair. Okay. Well, those are our 5 finalists. Again, like the fan art, this is such a hard thing to pick because outfits can go anywhere from cool to funny to everything in between. And it's just so hard. But this one was an interesting one because I believe out of all of our panelists, all of our judges, this was the winner by unanimous vote. So I think everyone agreed that this was an amazing submission. So let's drum that roll. Our finalist and our winner for the trophy for Brawlin' Fashion is Tom Faulty with the dodgeballs and a trench coat. Woo! I mean, come on. It's so good.
It's really good. It's really good.
And I think it's like, and what I like about this is this outfit wouldn't have been possible in season 4 when the trench coat came out, or the Brawlers in Black. It wouldn't have even been possible in 5 because that's when the dodgeball head came in. But then you add the glasses from season 8. It's like it built on itself over the course of the game.
Exactly.
And it's amazing. So Tom Faulty, you win a trophy. Congratulations. Hope you enjoy it, bud.
Yep. So I did see, I think it was I think I saw someone say, what are the winners getting?
Hold it up for the crowd to see.
Yeah. So one more time, it is this hefty 7-point-something pound stainless steel trophy. This is.
You can hear that, right?
Yeah. This is not like plastic. This is not hollow. It's not even like holographic hollow.
No,
I don't know. You would do a better job with the pun on that one, but. Yeah, it's so good. It's going to look so good on your shelf, and you'll still remember it. You know, years to come, you'll still remember what Knockout City was.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to thank everybody who submitted to this. This has been super fun to put together. Super fun to review all the clips and visuals and artwork and outfits and everything y'all put together for us. It's a great way to celebrate the game, but most importantly, it's a great way to celebrate you all for your creativity and your excitement and passion for the game. So thanks for being a part of the Dodge 'em. Congrats to the winners. Congrats to everybody who submitted. And that's a wrap on that segment.
Absolutely. I did see someone saying in chat that they want to offer money. These are not for sale. You cannot buy one. You can't buy your way to victory. Sorry, Malcolm Magpie. And I saw someone else say, like, what happens if a winner doesn't want it? And if you don't want your trophy, then like we'll talk about it. But I'm guessing that's not going to be the case for any of these. I'm pretty sure that people will want them. Yes, next up, we are going to be going through some bloopers.
Is it blooper time?
It is blooper time.
Oh my goodness.
Here, we need to have a little bit of we need to kind of scooch over.
What's going on?
Yeah, I think So we got a bit of a problem here. I don't know if Lynn is still here.
Lynn,
but
can you help me?
Lynn helped resurrect a character here. So I think you want to kind of scooch over, Paul, and bring that mic in front of you.
Who's that? Who are you? Show yourself.
Yeah, and we need a little further in here.
I got you.
Resurrecting from the dead to be back again.
Getting ectoplasm all over my hands. Gross.
Because this is the blooper segment, who better to bring back to the stream than the character that Lynn invented far too long ago? Is it invented or resurrected? Like, what is your origin story, Dead Betty? Hang on. I got to get your mic up here.
Gotta actually turn on my mic. Oh, okay. You can hear me now.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. We're back.
Unfortunately.
Great to see you. How long has it been?
Yeah.
Forever. Yes. It's been far too long.
It has. Some might say. Some might say not long enough, but
You mean not it's too long, it's too long.
Well, I think we can bury the hatchet on this one as we move into the bloopers.
Yeah.
We can tolerate this tag team.
I have a bone to pick with that bun.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah. People asking what's happening. Dead Betty is a
delightful person.
Delightful
yes,
person.
I'm delightful. Look at my beautiful locks.
And no relation to Brawler Betty, by the way. Just let's be clear.
Yep. This.
That Betty's very much alive.
She's a poser.
Yep.
Yeah, it's true. She's
I'm
ripping
the
off your
original.
style.
The OG.
Yeah. So we're going to be going through some bloopers here. And Betty asked to be a part of this. So that's what we're doing. So we have a bunch of different categories here. Dex here, sandwiched in between literal life and death on either side of him. I'll let you take the lead on these. I'm going to be kind of riding the mic a little bit here because we need to be able to hear the bloopers because some of these are a little bit more reliant on audio.
Yeah. And so, just to cue this up a little bit for us. So, as Josh said earlier in the stream, a lot of these clips are all throughout the development of Knockout City. You're going to see stuff, during seasonal development. You're going to be seeing stuff from before the game launched. You're going to be seeing stuff from prototype level visuals and audio and such. We've collected them over the months and the years in our own internal channels, and just to have a laugh as we're developing. Because when you develop a game, there's a lot of funny things that happen, especially when it comes to physics like this. So we've compiled a bunch of them here to share with you. Many of these, I think all of these have not been seen outside of the studio for the first time. So this is your...
I think there's one that we showed, which was a boomerang ball.
Okay, maybe
Yes.
we did. But yeah, this is a little peek behind the curtain on all of the things. And we're going to do this a little bit like we did the blooper sections of the dodgems, where I'll cue it up a little bit and we'll show it off. So the first category, as I sifted through these clips, I tried to group them into a lot of different ways. And the first one is game-breakingly overpowered. We call these clips because if these were in the game and hadn't been changed at some point, they would have been so overpowered to the point where, imbalance would have been chaos. And I know if there's one thing Betty likes, it's chaos.
I love chaos. Well, you know what I call game-breakingly overpowered?
What's that?
Dex.
Yes. Well, I did get my face broken during Dodge the Devs, if that counts.
Face-breakingly overpowered. That's a good
overpowered,
second.
exactly.
Yes.
But yes, our first clip. This one is shows what happens if you were to say ride on a UFO, an alien smash site, the outer bounds. See what you could possibly see out there.
Okay.
We running it?
Yes.
Let's see it. Yeah, looking full Beyblade as you drift out to space. That wouldn't have been very fly.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go straight to jail, just like in this next clip, where getting ult thrown doesn't always work everywhere, and you got to kind of figure out where it doesn't work in certain maps.
Okay.
Now imagine if you were that brawler up there being able to taunt the entire match and not have anybody be able to do anything about it.
The screams kind of reminded me of the last date I was on.
Yeah, relatable. Okay, so here's another overpowered thing. Once again, the UFOs, which I think were pretty tough to balance and program all in all. This one's an interesting way to get a KO, and not one that should be legal, so let's see it.
Some of these just don't have audio.
Yeah, just to break that down, getting player thrown onto a UFO carries your momentum and KOs whoever's in the way, apparently. Oh my gosh, yeah, ridiculous.
Womp, womp, womp.
Oh, we have that.
Oh, good, we have that. I don't have to.
We have womp womp at home.
I'm the womp womp we have at home.
Yes, you are, Betty. You're
delightful.
You know, speaking of which, you could go home. Just
no, I'm quite comfortable here.
All right, gotcha. This next one, this one looks a little bit. This is a battle of ultimate power between two brawlers with an overcharged ball. Check out the ricochet action on this one. I think if we ever release Knockout City the anime, that's what needs to be in it at some point.
Oh, that's one of my favorites. That's the one that we have shown previously. I think that's the only one that we've ever shown on Twitch before.
I'd like to call that one ballcore. It's like parkour, but we're not parking. We're playing ball.
Right.
You're true. Not even parking. Okay, let's have another one. So this is another UFO one in the hideout. And this one's kind of an interesting one. The UFOs had all sort of oddities, like floating players, including when you're not on a UFO.
We're back with our own audio here.
Yeah, and notice that once the ball was thrown, the spell was broken and the brawler fell into the void.
That was out of this world. Whoa. Wow.
Yes, it was. And then I think our next one, some players may fondly remember staircasing. Yes, I said it, staircasing. That was a thing. But what if all you needed to do to staircase was rebound a pass off of another player? Just want to say there's a slight trigger warning here for some flashing border warnings, so view with discretion.
Yeah, there are a lot of these that do have flashing lights, so you may want to. We'll let you know in front of each of them. But,
exactly.
But just a heads up.
Here we go. Also, you might have noticed that was your first look at a slightly older art style for KO City. What was that about?
That was a lot earlier, yeah.
Yeah, some surprising stuff in here. Told you we'd spice it up a little bit. And then our very last one, another look at this sort of style. An unintentional, awesome game mechanic, maybe one Betty could be behind. This is controlling two brawlers at the same time.
Another of the old art style.
Exactly. You'll notice this one takes a little bit to get going, but you're also seeing here a little bit of what an early version of Jukebox Junction might have looked like too. So notice 2 brawlers moving at once in unison. A puppet master and a puppet.
Well, I don't know what you're insinuating there. I don't appreciate the insinuation.
Perhaps not.
There's nothing puppeting except for, that Heath.
Yes, exactly.
They're the puppet.
So that was our game-breakingly overpowered category. Next up, we have a category called body horror. Oh, I
love this one. Yay.
Let me guess. I had you at horror, right?
You had me at horror. It's my favorite genre.
Okay, yeah. So we call it this category because sometimes when you're developing a game, visuals don't go the way you want them to, whether it's a horrifying disfigurement on a brawler or just visual things going kablooey. This is what happens when you program games. You can't make a game without breaking a few laws of physics.
Hatching a few skeletons.
Or that too, yes, because we're all skeletons inside.
Exactly. All waiting to hatch.
So the first step, we're going to do the stills first, Josh. So I don't know if you've got those queued up. Okay, so one of the things I think that was probably the most challenging in programming is a lot of the eyes on brawlers in particular. We have a couple interesting ones. Brawlers looking done, brawlers looking... you can go ahead and cue it up, yeah. So done.
I feel that spiritually.
Yeah, well, if you feel that spiritually, then you'll feel this one physically too, because also very done.
Also very old art style.
I know.
Old
Don't you
UI.
love these little sneak peeks of what was in development?
Yep.
So done. And then we've got some things involving stretching. past the victory screen. I know you love to see that. Then you've also got two brawlers fusing into one brawler. That's an interesting one. Yeah, fusion. Then we have the fake throw here, which is an interesting one. little paper action, and I will say, not to spoil the end, but this might not be the last you see of papery brawlers in this segment. And then lastly, we also just have plain terrifying sometimes. Yeah. I have no words. Things happen.
Delightful.
Graphics are broken.
Someone called out the purple coins. We didn't know what style chips were going to be at first, so we knew that we wanted something like style chips.
Yeah, it was all in progress.
Yeah.
Now we're going to get to some clips on this. So this next one is actually a more recent one on Sludgeworks. This is what happens if your ragdoll gets caught in the slime after getting KO'd. This is also kind of a slight flashing light warning on this one, so view with discretion. I just think this one's really funny though, because you're sitting there all of a sudden thrown into the sledge blender there. All right. Now Knockout City didn't really have a T-pose. It was kind of more of like a half T-pose, I guess you could say, but
A-pose.
A-pose, I suppose. Yeah, that is true. A-pose. So this A-pose, imagine getting KO'd so brutally that your brawler is instantly sent into A-pose. Yeah, we KO'd you so hard you went back to being an A-pose.
I think they're going to need a chiropractor after that one.
Oh, hopefully you have some recommendations. Got to keep those joints in shape, I'm sure. Okay, this one. Going back to faces one more time, getting the animation right on intros and victories and defeat poses was always a challenge and sometimes funny to see. Here's an early grotesque example.
Point blue team.
The disappointment, that's a... What do you have to say about that one, Betty? I defer to you.
It's a real party. Yep, that's a party.
The tongue's out too. That's a look for sure.
It's like, me and my best friends trying to take a selfie. It always turns out absolutely lovely.
All right, we got a little bit of a horror story to set this one up. I know you'll like this. So imagine trying to catch, but you can't stop flapping. These birds are looking to migrate. Just flying very slowly, trying to catch but never catching.
Quack, quack.
Honestly, that's just how I play sometimes. Yeah. And then that wasn't, okay, let's be honest, that wasn't actually that scary. But what is scary are ghosts. And especially the spirits of brawlers you previously KO'd coming back to haunt you. Watch closely. Just for a millisecond of time. I don't know who was playtesting and actually caught that happening in real life, but that would have terrified me. I would have quit the playtest and gone home and maybe splashed some holy water on the door.
I've read some creepypastas about that. That's,
Yeah. Pasta. Are you a chef?
No, I'm not a chef. Unless I'm Chef Boyardee.
Comes highly rated. I know. Okay, so now we never actually designed or shipped a clown car crew vehicle, much to Zeppy's dismay. Hi, Zeppy. But if we had, maybe it would have worked something like this. Oh, wait. Oh, well, this is a different one. This is more of the out-of-body experience. Okay, let's go with that one. This is a clone of you, but imagine this clone of you just sitting there, and it just slowly drifts away as you push it off the edge. Just goodbye.
I feel like there's a word for that. They're like clonicide or something.
It's like, maybe it's a dream sequence. Did we have those?
I don't know. It's just it just keeps going up, and now it's
slowly sinking into the ground.
Let's go. It's people needed.
Yep. All right. Well, let's get to the clown car one because I'm excited about this. Notice ball form here. They just keep popping out. Legit, that would have been kind of an interesting mechanic. Inside this brawler is...
Yep, another brawler.
Another brawler! Imagine that. Okay. One last true dose of body horror. Enjoy this gameplay of spaghetti limbs in action.
What's going on?
Oop. I don't understand what's going on here. Yeah, something went wrong.
I don't think I've been that flexible since I had flesh.
I think that's more like broken bones, Betty.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you have bones still. That's right.
That's right.
Right.
I am a fleshling, but I also have bones. Yes, and that's our body horror segment. So we survived, but the only thing more horrifying than body horror is dodgeballs that are out to get you. Now, this whole section is all about dodgeballs that are evil.
A lot of people calling out the Jet Set Radio music. Some of these are taken from people that are just like listening to their own music while playtesting. So there's some of that in there. And then also, we had a lot of fun inspiration for the music that ended up coming to this game.
Yeah, clearly, for sure.
Yep.
So yes, evil dodgeballs. I think this first segment, this is all about how dodgeballs sometimes seem to have a mind of their own.
I think we should speed up a little bit here.
Okay, I'll rush it.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes left in this section, and we're not even halfway done.
Oh my gosh, that's how many we've got?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Well, speed me along. Okay, well, classic. This is a classic. Just air it for itself. Listen to the music on this one. The shark ball in action, a classic glitch, an all-time classic. There's also the fact that the snare ball, or cage ball as it was known back then, was not the easiest thing to use. Sometimes you'd cage yourself. Sometimes
I still do.
A ball doesn't want to hurt anybody sometimes, and so just kind of stays there, waiting to target you.
Oh, it's friend-shaped.
It is very friend-shaped until it hurts.
Friend-shaped.
The next one, though, is the most devious behavior from our dodgeballs, trolling us with their homing glitches. Look at this. It's so overpowered. Why would they do that? Another example is the next one here. So there was a very potent homing glitch that led to dodgeballs sometimes just flying through the air, trolling you. It's so mean. Not even curves or lobs were safe from this, as you'll see here.
Oh, there it goes.
Follow
goodbye.
him and take him down. This next one, this dodgeball's in hot pursuit of its target. It'll keep up with the fastest throw to find its target. Just kind of following along. Now, some might say the next clip is the light bulb going off moment that led us to ask, what if there was a boomerang ball? Well, maybe not, but either way, this is the original boomerang ball right here, so to speak. Art style look. Okay. Well,
I did see. I want to make sure that that they don't think they're missing anything. Gaming Gummy asked how to claim the trophy. We'll get in touch with you, so don't worry
We'll
about
call
it.
you.
Yeah, we'll get in touch with you.
Let's jump to Physics Says No, Josh, because there's some good stuff here. So the first one is Spider Ball. Getting ball form rolling just right took some work. Sometimes rolling over terrain worked a little too well, as evidenced by Spider Ball here. Climbing walls.
Spider Ball, does whatever a Spider Ball does, I guess, or something, I guess.
But we didn't just stop at buildings. We wanted to go where no Spider Ball had gone before. In space. Okay, now you got to get audio for this next one. So sometimes gliders sucked you into another dimension. Somebody edited the Mario World course clear music.
Oh yeah. This one is so good.
Goodbye. All right. Next up, let's go ahead and do. Okay, we got to do these last ones. Okay, almost. Yeah. Approach the bounce pad and it gets angry at you. Always.
People want to see the last one again. I'll do that one more after this.
We'll run it one more time. The Mario World clear one. To be clear, somebody put that audio over the after the fact on that clip just because it fits so perfectly.
Okay, let's see it one more time.
Goodbye. Okay, but let's finish up this segment here. Go to the Team Rocket one.
Okay.
So sometimes Gravity itself just decided didn't want to do things today.
Me too, Gravity. Me too.
Passing is also a good way to say goodbye in this match. Goodbye. And then, lastly, let's do the bye Greg one. If you're salty about losing, don't worry about it. You could always just float away from the match results.
Oh, I remember this one.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
He's out of here.
Gone forever.
Oh, no.
That's really good.
Okay, well, I think we're pretty close to being at time, isn't that right, Josh?
Yeah, we can still go through. If we're a little over, that's okay.
Alrighty. Well,
I just didn't want to lose a 30-minute block.
No,
or
that's
whatever.
fine. That's fine.
The bloopers are worth it.
Let's go ahead and jump to. Ooh, I like this one. We have some good pro plays. Let's jump to. Let's do H real quick, let's do that one. So this is an interesting one. Here's a technique that I think could have possibly been in the game in some capacity. Imagine an ult throw going into the tube. Just drop it outside.
You know, that's very reminiscent of having Chipotle and then the next day.
Speaking of ultimates, we love ultimates, especially the way they made us laugh. Let's do 6A there. Yeah, that one. So this is, watch the way the ultimate falls. Watch the brawler in this one.
Oop, still going.
The spin to win. Oh, man. So, yeah, sometimes the ult just wouldn't want to detonate either if we want to jump to C there. Yeah. I think the sound makes this one.
It's so bouncy.
Just sitting there making farting noises.
Ah, yes, another
Amazing.
Chipotle one.
Okay, now D here. This is amazing. Add this one to the maybe this should have been in the game bin. The sniper ult. Goodbye. And do the next one. This is another sniper ult. This was the final nail in the coffin for sniper ult. Oh no. Just goodbye. All right.
Yeah, yeet.
All right. So I think, Josh, if we want to close it out, we could do our number 8 here. If you're good with that, or do you?
I do really want to show. I know what this one is. Our via speech to text sometimes needed to be tuned a little bit. I don't know what piano open his piano show horse is, but I do like that.
Someone was hungry because they wanted chicken nuggets.
Yeah. Did you get all wax they're just the show horse is my favorite though. Are there any others here? And I realized that I did not put 8 in, but I can get that real quick.
Oh, yes. We got to end on that high note. So while Josh is pulling that up, I'll just preface this one. So this is an exclusive look at an outfit that was didn't quite make the cut. However, I think it's probably one of the best unused outfits in the game. And I begged and insisted that we could get this get this included here just so we can share with the world what could have been. And so as Josh cues that up,
I don't think I know which one you're alluding to.
Are we ready? Here we go.
Oh wait, it's
zoom it in.
Okay,
and without further ado, the best outfit that didn't get into the game.
Oh wait, hang on. It's too zoomed in on the. Hang on. Here we go.
All right, start us over.
Okay.
You're teasing them, Josh. You're teasing.
Transition. Here we go. Let's go.
Enjoy. I think one of the most ridiculous outfits in the game. I didn't make it.
Yes.
I think this was originally going to be for like
Thanksgiving.
Possibly a Thanksgiving type cosmetic.
I would have paid good $100 for this one.
Imagine roasting the competition in this outfit.
Ooh, that was a good one.
If you've got a bone to pick, this is the outfit for you.
I already made that joke.
Yes, you did. We're just pretending Betty's not here.
Ow.
But yes.
I didn't find that very humorous.
Yes. So much can happen during development, but we all manage to have a lot of laughs, even when things get hard, right? And so we wanted to share some of that with you all in this segment. So thanks for watching. Thanks for laughing with us.
Absolutely. And so I think it might be time, unfortunately, to say goodbye to the deadest of...
Is there a dodgeball I can charge up?
Yeah.
I'll settle for Chunky here.
Put her to rest.
Exorcism.
Yeah.
All right, excuse me. I'm just gonna go away.
Chunky has blessed. Oh, okay.
Okay. Yes. Hello. Okay, I'm going.
If you're just tuning in, I promise the rest of the stream isn't like this. We did just finish going through bloopers. We're going to be talking about replay tools here for a little bit, which is a kind of look behind the scenes at something that is dev only. If you can open the folder.
All right. Yeah, I got this.
Yeah, on the second column bottom.
This guy here. Oh yeah.
Yep. So kick up the server first.
All right.
And then run the shortcut.
This guy?
Yes. So we're going to be showing what we use for screenshots and trailers, kind of showing how we get to do that. We're going to be taking a look at some unreleased maps. One of our designers, Ian, is going to come in and talk about it along with Jeremy. So you'll get to see some stuff that we were working on that we did not end up finishing. And then we are going to do an audio roundtable. We're going to have some folks from Velen, as well as the Soundlings and Stephen Murray, who is the voice of the DJ. And then at something's getting knocked over here.
It's Knockout City.
Yeah. And then at 10 o'clock to close this out, we're going to do a tell-all. We're going to be showing so much stuff that we have never shown before. So we're going to show like the original pitch video that we used to find partners to help us bring Knockout City to the world, and talking about how that one cheater that we caught was using an auto catcher, and how we caught them specifically. And talking about some other fun internal things, and answering a bunch of questions that you have.
That's right.
Yes. Someone said no VA bloopers. I'm sure that we do have VA bloopers, but they would be in a very different place because these were mostly categorized from the build itself.
Yeah, this is all development bloopers. I mean, who knows? Maybe something for the podcast in the future. That's always a possibility.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, I mean that's something that we can totally collect for later. So I'm going to switch over here to.
Want to trade spots or?
Yeah. Why don't we trade some spots?
Well, if you want to drive, go for it.
Yeah.
Tag team.
Okay.
I just wanted to steal Josh's chair.
I know. This is a dev build of the game, and so this is our replay tool here. We can do all kinds of stuff here. If we want to say hide the environment, we can hide the environment, and then we can look around. We can just take out the dodgeballs and the ball spawners. We can take out players if we want to. We can hide the UI, which obviously we do for most of our trailers here. If we hide the glider, we can do that, and then we can jump, and we just have someone doing a little float ski over here. So this kind of helps us dial some things in. One of the things that's really nice that we can do is we can unlock the camera here, and so we can move the camera wherever we want it, and then we can turn off the environment, turn off the ball spawners, and we can actually export things here with transparent background if we want to, or other things. Under customization here, we can just go through and start customizing. So we can say, okay, I want to use the mystic makeup face here, and we can change eye color. And for hair, we're going to do spiked up, and outfit. We're going to do let's call it that. And one thing that I am not able to do right here, unfortunately, because we do have like a dedicated server for these replay tools that is not active anymore, because we are, I don't know if you've heard, but the game is sunsetting tomorrow morning. But what we can do with that is we can actually, we can pause, and we can set keyframes, and we can say, okay, I want to have a camera movement where this kind of rotates around a player. Let's actually see if we can do this here. Go back here, and I'm gonna grab a ball.
So you can explain the keyframing is taking kind of snapshots in action that you can then go back to. Or
Yeah. This is going to be all kinds of funky because it's not running on a normal replay tools server, but yeah, which you can see here. The ball kept going, but we do have the impact here, regardless. Then it's kind of glitching out.
That's cool.
But yeah, there we go. But what we can do is we can say, okay, we add keyframes, and basically what a keyframe is saying at a certain point in time, I want the camera to be here. So I can say, okay, we got a KO, and that was great, but I want that from a different angle. So we can say, okay, I want to pause gameplay. I want to rewind gameplay to before where that keyframe, where that KO happened. And I want to say, okay, I want a keyframe there, and then I want to have the camera rotate around to the other side to kind of have the camera like rotating around the action as it's happening. So you can do all that kind of stuff. The other thing that we can do here, if I go, let me just go like right here. I'm going to turn off the HUD. I'm going to move the camera around here. This is kind of a creepy face. I'm gonna switch to a different face here. Let's go for let's go for let's go for There's so many good ones. Okay, that's a good one. I love that one. We also have access to all of our animation here. So I can say, if I want to look at any of these different poses, I can have it on a loop here, and it will just loop the various poses from the game. So we can just pick whatever we want. If we want to look at an MVP, we need to move the camera back a little bit because of how that works. And we can...
It just spawned out of nowhere.
Yeah. So if you've ever wondered how we get our animations to play in different places, this is how. So we have some fun stuff that we can do here. We can also hide props. I guess that other character counts as a prop. So we've done that a little bit also. If we want to, use like a piece of an animation, but not the full thing. And then under lighting options here, we can actually override the lighting of the level as well, which we haven't used that much, but we have done a little bit. So you can kind of, give it a slightly different vibe. It doesn't change everything. Like it doesn't change the skybox. The skybox is still the same. But you can do that. You can kind of change where the where is it here? Incoming angle is because I'm not overriding here. Reset to default. You can like change the direction of the lighting so that you can be a little bit more dramatic in any specific direction if you want. There's the height to kind of like raise and lower the sun. You can make the light more intense, or dim it that way. You can lock lighting to camera, so if you are using those keyframes, then light can kind of follow the camera around. Here, I'm going to switch to another thing, so we're not just watching that one. But something that is kind of fun that we can do here is we can literally say, okay, here, let's do something that has an actual face here. Let's call it...
You go towards the top because then you'll have more of the launch faces. There you go.
Let's call it Fun Block. Sure. So one of the things that we can do... because we're doing this is we can actually, some of the things kind of scrub through a little bit. Where is the freeze frame is the one I'm thinking of here. So you can actually pause, and some of the shaders are still kind of going, like the glow is going and the hair is going. But you can really get right in there and kind of position the camera a little bit here, and then you can kind of go frame by frame to like get that perfect frame if you want, which we've kind of played with a little bit. So this is these are the basics of the tools. People have asked for a photo mode for a long time, like pretty much since the game was in beta. People wanted a photo mode, and this is similar to what a photo mode would have been. I imagine if we did do something, we never really spec'd it out. The reason that it didn't end up happening is because this does require like a special server that uses a lot of different. It uses a lot of memory. Let's see something a little less. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, there we go. It does require a lot more memory. The way that we do replays is not something that's sustainable. People have asked for the ability to do replays as well. And the way that we save game state is something that is basically bound by the RAM on your computer, and to save like the last minute-ish of gameplay takes like 64 gigs of RAM or something. Like saving an entire game is just really, really unreasonable. And then these also work with the other things too. So if we, does that not do it? It might do
because
it.
it's not an actual ball. It's part of the pose. Maybe it's a prop.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, by the way, there's some requests to see the pizza dance MVP.
Okay.
Without props. So if we can pull that up.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Pizza time without props.
Let's see it. And there you go. It's a good dance.
That is a really good dance. And actually, do you want to see the?
Oh yeah, it just jumps up there. Maybe there's a magic. Oh, if you
Yeah, let's show props. Let's.
Oh, the pizza's
look
up
at
there.
that.
Yeah,
That's
So he
game dev magic right
jumps
there.
Into the suit.
Yep. Yep. That's
Amazing.
how that goes. Yep. Any other requests that people have here?
I've seen a couple questions come through. I'm going to go ahead and
Okay.
skim a little bit because there was some good. Well, first off, we can be clear. This is not in the private server.
Yeah, this is not in the private server build, unfortunately.
And and it's not a you can hack it to find it in the private server. It's like just not in it. When we do these captures, we have to download a special build of the game which has these replay tools enabled in it, because otherwise it makes the file size so large to work with, among other things.
Yep.
We also, the build that we do these captures on is also, I believe it's also like you can get like 8K textures, all this other like really high end stuff to make it so when we do trailers and such, it's as high quality as possible.
Yeah. You can override depth of field here. I don't know if this may be one of those things that doesn't want to work here.
I'm scrolling through.
Change that to like, yeah.
Oh, somebody asked,
Is this gonna work?
Aminley asks, how did you add the environment effects like snowing or rain or things like that?
Those are done through shaders. I am not the right person to ask about that. I think Josie did most of them. I know. So there are some things actually that you do kind of get to see a peek behind the curtain. Here, let's not override that. Is there anything that shows? I don't know if we can show anything with snow
I like
effects.
this earlier. When you were freeze framing the freeze frame MVP, Artemis Safek says he knows the game is shutting down, so he's stuck in perpetual fear.
Oh no!
Got a good laugh out of me, but well said.
Yeah. Here, I'm trying to think. So the way that we do things like rain, actually we can do rain because Lockdown Throwdown has rain, right? Should be able to do that.
Oh, we do have a couple other requests for propless MVPs too.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Let's do the witch broom if we've got that.
Okay. Here, let me do.
Oh, you want to do this first, though?
Yeah, here, let's do, I'll just show Lockdown. Because it's interesting. It does kind of show a little bit about how the game works.
Yeah, and it does say Lockdown there, too. Oh, another thing while you're queuing that up, one of the things I really liked about the outfit building in the replay tool is you can actually save out configurations when you're done.
Yeah.
For the art book, for instance, we want, there's a lot of outfits we show in that, and so to save those out with certain configurations to use for multiple poses, and even share them with each other and just have those so you could pull them up. Like I could design an outfit in the replay tool and send it over to you.
Yeah.
The basic ball's hidden because I think the balls are hidden.
Yep.
Yep.
But the interesting thing, I mean, we only have one player here, but you can have everybody join a game. Here, let's pause the timer. That's another thing we can do in dev builds here. If we had a full group playing, I can control their cosmetics as well. So I can override the names. So if I have this under name here. So I can spoof the name and I can say that my name is Gornt, and now it just shows in the corner that my name is Gornt. And so I can basically, I can control everything on my side. Other people don't see those changes, but that's just really helpful as we're capturing things for trailers and things like that. So the thing that I was going to show here is that if you go further away, the way that the raindrops work, it's like very tied to the camera. So, you know, if you get a specific angle, it can potentially look like it's not even raining, which is something that we've needed to do. You can use this to just clip through walls also, which I know some people have, you know, found ways to clip through in general, but this is, you know, you can kind of get the full look at everything in the game here.
And to set up that perfect shot.
Exactly, yeah. So we had the request for the witch. What is that one called?
It's going to be
again?
towards the bottom.
Vroom Vroom?
Yes, that's the one. You can also type it in text and it'll search it too. Oh, you got to disable the props though.
Yeah, I'll let it play.
Then we'll do it again.
There you go.
It comes out of the
right
wall.
through.
There you go. Just air surfing.
Yep.
Let's see. There was another request. There were a few other requests on MVPs while we're on that. I think it was also the, where was it? Oh, actually, this is the trash defeat pose, if we've got that one.
I'm trash?
Yes. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, and if y'all got others you'd want to see, we got a little bit of time to queue them up while we're talking about these things, too. It just disappears. No gaming model magic.
Under there.
Oh, they're going under. It disappears into the floor. Oh, There you go. Yeah. Okay, how about... They're just down there?
Yep.
Taxi MVP. Whoa, that's a little scary.
Yeah.
Okay. If you got Taxi MVP, I think a couple people want to see that one too.
That's MVP, yeah.
But you can see how fun this is to put all these together and then be able to run them.
So I think that... Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah. I know we had to like cheat the arm length. Here,
I've always wondered that too, because I feel like the arm goes up a lot higher, so the truth has been revealed.
Yep. And the head has to point down, which I think probably is to avoid some clipping, because some of the heads are big enough.
Yep. Ooh, do we have the ordering a pizza MVP, the 30 seconds or less?
Yeah.
And some interesting questions too, like were there any chunky hiding spots you didn't get to use? I think to answer that one, like we had so many seasons worth of chunky hiding spots. Like I'm impressed we found as many as we did.
Yeah.
Keep hiding them again and again.
I think the facial animation broke here. Yeah. This is also a thing that like this was never meant to be used by players publicly. So this was very much a hey, if it starts bugging out, sometimes you might just need to restart, and that is a thing that you might need to do.
Yep.
And sometimes you get these little errors in the corner here. Any other requests?
A couple others. We got about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Let's see, the secret sauce intro pose. So that's the one with the big vat of Mutonium.
Yep. Oh, okay.
In the ground.
Yep.
Actually, that's pretty cool because they go clipping through the floor.
Yeah, here. So let's go frame by frame here.
It kicks right through.
Yep.
Love that.
Yep.
We did see I'm trash, so we're good there. Neck broke. Oh man, there's so many requests now. Everybody's into it.
Yeah.
The slime loss one. I guess that's the I forget the name of that one.
Oh, yep.
The ooze one, I think.
Yeah.
Should be there. As you can see, it's kind of, as we added them, you can see they're kind
hard
of
to digest, I think.
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
So yeah, no slime. They just sink into the ground. I wonder what's happening down there. Oh,
yep.
Yeah, they go into the ground. Yep.
Yep. And the reverse is happening or actually, this is the same thing.
Halloween being dragged down. Yeah, look at the arms are down there already, too.
And they're just down there.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Pretty amazing.
Yep.
Big speaker with the guitar, a.k.a. the If It's Too Loud, You're Too Old, I think is the name of that one.
Yeah. That's an MVP.
The Pirate Radio classic line.
Yep.
Oh, and then after that, we got the intro pose where you slam into the ground with your feet sticking out.
Oh, yep. Yep.
You just scoot right back in. The prop is the guitar as well. So
yeah.
So yeah, that intro, it's actually an earlier one. It's kind of funny too. You'll see some things that came
Where is
out.
it called? Is it Stuck the Landing?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because some things you'll see.
Oh, it's T-posed underneath.
Amazing. But yeah, some things came later in the game's life, but they were, kind of played around with at an earlier phase. Like, I don't think this one came out until like season 3 or 4 or something, but it's kind of high up on the list.
Oh, here's a good one.
Oh, wow. The way they kind of unfolds.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got one other too. The wrecking ball falling on them without props. They say, I need the Looney Tunes.
What is that one called? That is...
Crushing Defeat, I believe.
Crushing Blow?
Crushing Blow, yes.
Yeah. And it's just...
The face is also...
Where's here, if we don't hide props. Yeah, it's just sitting
up there.
up there.
And then it's ready. Boom.
Yep.
Movie magic.
Yep.
Oh, no. Oh, From the Grave, the one where they're coming out of the grave. I think it's an intro pose.
Yeah.
I know we got like 3 minutes. If there's anything else y'all want to see, you can quote us on that, but I think everybody's just very entertained by these poses. Because let's be honest, the poses of Knockout City, guaranteed some of the best stuff in the game. Like, it just crawls right out of the ground.
Yeah, our animators have just done such a good job.
Ooh, how about the tentacles on the defeat pose? The terrorizing tentacles? How are they just hovering out of reach? Oh, wow. They're very long up there, too. Look at that.
Yeah. Going all the way up.
There's one central one that's way up there. That's amazing.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Can I ask how does the snitches get glitches work?
I don't think that would be...
Yeah, I don't think it's different necessarily, but I think we just did different poses, right? It was just manually executed, I think, to create this look that appears like a glitching out brawler, which is kind of a fun one. Let's see. Oh, the Throne MVP pose from KO Royale. That's a good one as well.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, Cotton Candy, why is calling in reinforcements in the list 3 times? I believe we had multiple entries of the same thing for things that were in Block Party, which I believe that was.
Yeah, so it's anything that that has separate ownership per platform. So the same is true for our intro poses on... so there are actually 4 because we've got PC, Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox. And then same thing with all the TMNT ones. Because if you buy, I don't remember which numbers are which, but like if you buy it on Switch, then you have 44 through 47, but you don't have the rest of them. And that was the way that we chose to design. There are a bunch of different ways to solve that problem, but I know people who are not engineers or familiar with coding. It's like, oh, there's it either does this or it doesn't. And while that may be true to the to you as a player, that hey, it either does this or it doesn't. There are a lot of ways to make that happen. So.
Yep. I think we're right about at the end, but the very last one I think we'll show. Let's do the arcade cabinet intro without props.
Okay.
Bursting out of the arcade machine.
What is that one called? Coin?
No. I think it's
coin.
ready to play. I think you'll see it if we scroll down.
Free player?
Yeah, there you go. Free player. There you go.
There we go.
So that's the one. Also, I love the. Can you zoom in on the? You should zoom in on the screen when you get a chance too, because there's a.
So this one doesn't have a
prop?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, no brawler inside. They just appear after. But can you pause it on the screen when it lights up? Because I don't know if I've.
I see.
You know
okay.
What I mean? There's a secret message.
It's underneath. Until the jump.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that our VFX don't play backwards; they only play forwards. So if you look down here, so like right before there, that's where they come up. And then let's do.
You could enable the prop and then get it from the front when you get a chance.
Oh,
you see what I'm saying?
I don't know if I can because that's a VFX.
It just showed it a moment ago when you maybe swap over the. Oh, there it was. Yeah, there's a message in there. We can get it.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to get that. That is in the art book though.
Oh, that's true. Oh,
yep,
yeah. Plug in the art book.
Yeah.
Good choice.
It says "Winners don't lose." Narrative director Eric Furstein, who you'll be. Yeah, now the VFX are out of sync here.
So I think we're ready for the next segment.
I think we are.
So I'm going to step out, but I'll be hanging out. But
Sounds good. Yeah.
Josh, thanks for having me on the stream, and thank you all for tuning in. I'll be around, and man, this has been so much fun.
Yeah, for sure. Let me here. Let's see. So I got to change this.
You got it.
Yes. I'm gonna do some finagling here.
You got it.
I'm going to switch to looking at just myself for a second, and then switch over here. And now the question is, do we have... Oh, we do have Ian and Jeremy. Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, so let's get these two here. This is you. You can put those on.
Okay, thank you.
And then that's you. You can put those on.
I shouldn't touch it, probably.
I don't know why that's not a... Here, try Alt F4ing and...
Alt F4?
Yeah. Tried launching the game again.
Let's see. Looks like it's up.
Yeah. So why is it not
Let's just try this.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder. I was using the replay tools, so I don't know if. Oh, okay. Seems to be working now. Okay.
This is like right. Okay, if it's over here.
Closer to your mouth, the better.
Okay.
But, did you run it from the shortcut or from the knockoutcity.exe?
DXE.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's good. I had replay tools running in the other and want to make sure we're not doing that. Cool. So, I'm gonna let you just get things started. Actually, do you want to? Why don't we do some introductions here? I've been running for like 2.5 hours.
I was like, are we live?
Yeah. We've just been live this entire time.
Should we tilt the camera a little bit? Jerry's off a little.
Yeah. Let's get Jeremy. Let's get Jeremy on here. Someone says "OMG" the laugh because they know that's voice one over there.
Jeremy Rousseau.
Yep.
Game director.
Yes.
Ian Kuslich, level designer. Hi.
Yep.
Hello. I was here previously when we talked about
Alien Smash.
That's right.
We talked about this.
Yep.
Look, guys, it's been a while.
It has.
I haven't done anything with this game in a long time.
We always have
Sure
code
has.
names for the levels, and
Yes.
it's always tough to remember the actual shipping name.
Sure.
I know. Someone wants a woohoo.
Oh, my woohoo!
Woohoo!
Yeah, there we go. Nice. That's so good.
So I guess we'll talk about what we're looking at. We're looking at two levels that were sort of in development or kind of in development for a long time. The sort of things we were working at towards the end, they may have been things we're going to put in the game, but maybe other things would have put in. But these are the ones that kind of still exist, I guess, is the way to look at it. I'm just going to take us. So this is a mall level. The mall level is kind of funny because we actually started working on this about the same time that we were working on Smash Site. The level mechanic for this was kind of like we had two. We had like the discs, and we had these walls that we have in this one, and we were kind of like, which one are we going to go after? And we decided to go after the discs. But this is kind of like an example of another direction we could have gone. We kind of still liked it, and it got to be preserved, and then sort of ended up in this state after a while.
So I know you talked about Greybox when you were on stream before, but why don't we talk about what people are seeing here?
So level designers don't make the art for the level. That's pretty obvious. Like, it's not my job. I'm not good at it. So instead, what we do is we make these simplified primitives, they're called, and we just sort of slam them together and make a level layout out of them. The reason we do that is because it's faster, it's cheaper, and we don't have to get a whole art team involved to make a level. And we can try the level out and see if we like it, if it's fun, if it's cool, if it's interesting. And then once it's proved out and it's solidified and we've experimented with a bunch and tried a whole bunch of different things, then the art team can come in and make it look like a real place that exists. So this is kind of the initial early stage when it doesn't really look like a real world place or even a fantastic world place. It looks like a bunch of gray blocks or pink blocks or green blocks.
And so it doesn't even look like a mall. Like we called it that, but
it's sort of, you can kind of see the mall a little bit.
Yeah, you could see that it was structurally built like one, and especially when you get to some of the other areas, it looks even more so like a mall.
But you kind of know that this is not really a mall until an art team gets on it.
Right.
Real quick, I'm going to talk about the mechanics. So you see these blue and pink sort of walls. They're sort of holographic walls. And the idea is that players, when they touch them, they're solid. You can't walk through them. But a ball, on the other hand, can go through them. So this creates a lot of interesting opportunities, right? Because if someone's standing on the other side of this, I can target them, I can throw at them, but they can't really get close to me to, say, for example, knock me away or dash into me. So it creates a lot of interesting opportunities. But then there's also stuff like, well, if you go into ball form, you can go through it. And then if you're down here and you're on this little platform, there's a floor underneath you. But what if someone's underneath you? Are you fighting up and down to each other and to one another and then dropping down to get at them? So it creates a ton of really dynamic combat situations. So for example, if this was just a choke point, I couldn't lob through it. But because there's a giant holographic wall above it, I can. Here's another example. These are, trash bins, death pits. If I walk back into it, I'm safe. I can't get knocked into it. I can't get out of it. But if someone balls me up and cage forms me, I can totally go down it. So it kind of solves some of the problems we have with death pits and like falling off the level is that you might accidentally walk off the level, but you can't accidentally walk off the level if it's a solid holographic wall. So this was kind of the whole genesis of this level, was creating a variety of combat spaces that played around with this idea of there's holographic walls and you are going to be fighting people on the other side of them. And then you're going to occasionally flip through and go through, and there's all sorts of dynamics of like who's on what side and how fast can you catch and throw through these walls. We also tried a lot of different stuff with like if the walls were totally opaque, like you couldn't see through the wall, but you could still be targeted through the wall. That was kind of interesting, but it also created some problems of people just feeling frustrated because they were getting hit from places they didn't know. But, there's just lots of really cool things to try out and try. So, yeah.
This, one of the reasons that we went with Alien Smash Site over this was when we first started trying this mechanic, it was brain breaking. Like this one really messed with your mind and like remembering what you could do to go through and what you couldn't. What the fact that a ball could go through but you can't. Like once you get used to it, then you start to really like use the mechanic to your advantage. But we're like, this is going to take a lot of work to get right.
Yeah, for sure.
So like, let's go with these fun little UFOs you can ride around first, and we'll get to this one later. And that's why we got Alien Smash Site before we got this one, because it is a brain breaker, and I think we still probably had lots of play testing and iteration to go on this one. But it was really fun. It ended up being like a really different feeling experience playing through this map.
Absolutely. I think one of the things, for example, like people very often talked about, I want to be able to dash the wall and go through the wall, but at least with the way that sort of a game is programmed, it's really actually quite difficult to make it so that if you dash into the wall, you go through it. So some of people's expectations about what they can do with these walls doesn't actually match up with their actual reality. But once you start playing it, you kind of figure it out, you kind of go with it, but definitely was something, like Jeremy said, where it broke your brain. You're like, I need to go through this. What's happening? And then you're like, oh, I can do that. Cool.
Someone said, what a unique idea. Looks like it was mostly done, too. And so can you talk a little bit about how, like V1 of our testing looks like this still?
Yeah, I think saying it's mostly done is kind of correct. Like, it started to slow down. Like, we weren't really making a lot of radical changes. There's probably still was more things we need to do on the programming side to make them, like, work solidly and not have weird edge cases. But, hold on. Oh, no.
It's the asterisk.
There we go. Asterisk, right?
Yes.
Got it. Cool.
Yep.
We're good. So it was close, like we were getting there, but there definitely was probably more iteration and optimization we could do on the engineering side to make it work. I think levels are one of those things where they start to slow down. Like once you start to slow down and realize that I'm not really changing a ton every time I go in and work on it, that's kind of when it starts to feel like, okay, this can sort of live like this, and then we can sort of let go and work on something else for a bit.
Right. Yeah. The early iterations before we get to this point are often starting over again and then starting over again, using everything you learned. Like when we made that decision between which map to go with next, this was not the version of it. Like this has the benefit of some additional iteration and a new layout since that time.
Yeah, for sure. I think that like the pink side and the green side, both of these changed like super. Like this entire area was gutted and remade. This entire area used to be like not even a combat space. Wow. Hold on. I'm just gonna grab this. So like there were radical changes to this being, this is now a combat space when it wasn't before. This changed from something that was like a towering structure you would climb up that had a whole bunch of holographic walls on it to this much more straightforward but still relevant combat space. So I think like things like that happen where entire combat spaces are removed, changed, and redone to try and like solve problems with them. The weakest area in the map gets cut, you build something else instead, and the stronger areas get to be preserved and stick around.
Do you want to talk about the colors? Why we have colors?
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of game development is done with just gray, like you just use gray. I like to use the colors for these to very clearly delineate, like, this is the orange area, this means this is what I'm intending for this space. It's very basic, it's very straightforward. It allows us in these super blocked out basic areas to describe them and talk about them. Because they're not places. Like you can't say, oh, I'm in the boiler room or I'm in the record hall or whatever. So you need colors to describe them correctly, because without colors you're like, I'm near that thing, and everyone's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. And you know, when we like Ian said, like we start with this before we do the art. So all of our maps started out that way. Like if you look at Spin Diner, before it was Rocket, it was like red, and before it was Ice, it was blue. Before it was Car Park, it was yellow. You know, and then when the artists come in, we say, okay, each color area is a call out that we want players to be able to, you know, shout out like they're coming from Alien, or they're going to mid or something like that. And then so that's when we then change it from color-based stuff, which not everyone can, you know, we want to have lots of color in the levels. So we change it from colors to landmarks that are easily recognizable.
I also think a really big, strong element of these sort of block-out structures like these is it allows us to be not tied to anything. Like, we don't have to know what this is. Art can come in and make this something else, and it will still look really beautiful and wonderful. That happened to, like, with Spin Diner, or Galaxy Burger, we had that. Did you call it Spin Diner too?
I might call it the Spin Diner.
We both did. Oh,
Galaxy Burger.
Yeah.
See, like I said, we have all the internal names and we forget.
So somebody did ask that. What were the internal names for all of them?
Yeah,
So
we
Spin
can go through all
Diner,
of them,
Crash Site.
Crash Site instead of Smash Site. Construction instead of Concussion Yard.
Yep. Rooftops, which is back alleys.
With a lot of our maps,
was it back alleys?
Yeah, it was back alleys. Yeah. We got to keep a couple. My thing is I like to keep really simple, really direct names. This is a construction yard. Done. And the reason I do that, again, is it's like with the blockout. We don't get attached to it. Like, you don't get attached to a name like construction. That's just whatever. It's nothing. So when we decide we want to call it Concussion Yard, which is a much more fun and interesting name, you can just go with it because it's like, it's just construction. Who cares? Spin Diner, it's a diner that spins. Like, it's super simple, super easy. People who come into it for playtests can know what it is right away, and then you can just get to it. Like, we've had so many problems where we had weird names.
Yeah.
And we're like, why did you call it that?
We
have to tell a whole story about it. It's like, oh no, the story again. So I prefer to keep simple names because I think it just gets you to the point and it gets you to playtesting it and it gets people in the right frame of mind.
And that just makes it impossible to remember the real name.
Exactly. It's so easy.
So going in order, it was Rooftops instead of Rooftop Rumble, Construction instead of Concussion Yard, City Center instead of Knockout Roundabout, Back Alleys instead of Back Alley Brawl. What was the last shipping
Train
level?
Station.
No, that was season 1.
Oh, that's right.
What is the last
all mine. Back alley. No, it was because its train station was the one
That was our
shipped.
6th.
That was our sixth.
Yeah.
Hold on. Rooftops, back alley, Spin Diner.
Spin Diner. Yeah, Spin Diner is Galaxy Burger.
There you go.
Jukebox Junction was originally
Train station, I think was what it was
Train
called.
Station. Hollywood was always Hollywood, right?
Hollywood
was always
I think it was always Hollywood. Yeah.
So we added Hollywood Drive-In. Lockdown Throwdown was Jail Yard.
Mm-hmm.
Jail Yard, simple.
Yep. Smash Site, Crash Site instead of Alien Smash Site.
Yep.
Which probably I would have called farm if I knew it was going to be a farm.
Yeah.
We didn't know it was going to be a farm, and then it became a farm.
Yeah.
Sludgeworks was just sludge.
Yeah.
Yep.
That actually ended up influencing for the longest time I was pushing sewers.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then it just became more and more about the sludge, and we're like, all right, okay, sludge it is.
Yeah.
It's funny the degree to which I kind of push for names that it's like sludge. Let's keep that one. It's good.
Yeah.
What did we call Docks? Docks started as Junkyard.
That was supposed to be a junkyard.
It was supposed to be a junkyard. It became Docks.
Yep. And yeah, that's it. How long does it take artists to come up with artwork for a level when it's in this phase, and what influences said artwork? You can go to shop.knockoutscity.com and pick up an art book, which is going to be shipping soon. We can talk a little bit about that though, if you want to. Yeah.
So there's two. Well, let's say there's 3 steps to the process. I mean, there's oversimplification, but let's.
This is the longest part of any of all the things we develop. Levels take the longest, so it's a multi-month process.
Yeah. So after my work's done, the first step in the process,
and that's a few months. That's months. That's months. Like I said, when we're restarting over and over again, learning the mechanic.
But it's also really funny too, because a map like this, if we'd shipped this, it would have existed for more than a year.
Yeah.
In its state of doing. I wouldn't have been working on it, but it would still have been coming back and off and on.
Yeah.
So the first step is concept artist. So concept artist is going to go in. We're going to give them screenshots of this, right? And they're going to be like, "What is this?" They don't know. I don't know. It's a food diner. It's a where they have in malls.
Food court.
Food court.
Yeah.
We talk about this area as this is a food court, right? And so an artist would go through and they would start to paint various different versions in 2D art to say, this is what this could look like. Do you guys all agree? Is this the right colors? Is this the right tone? Does this match what we want? And that would take, maybe 2 or 3 days, and then they do another angle, and then they go to sort of another part of the level and do this part, and what is this part? And so this is weeks and weeks of this concept artist working through all the various locations.
Let me find a piece of concept art,
go
because I can find because I have everything locally for the art book.
And sometimes that would impact the level design. We go back and update the level design. I think the biggest example of that was probably Hollywood, right? That one we ended up starting over one final time. We started over on the Geo because of the concept art.
Yeah,
but it's like a give and take back and forth between you and the artist.
Yeah, I think concept would love to work more often with the level design.
Yeah.
But it's very hard because it's this whole rotating thing of concepts coming off of this. Now they got to start working on this and this and this, and then the level design is shipping this. It's conveyor belt of all these things moving backwards. So concept art does all that. All the environment artists and all the level designers look at it and are confirming that this is good. We all agree with this. This is the right colors. This is the right tone. And then after that, the environment artists would get started. And that again is another multi-month process with many we had 3 environment artists at the end. At the beginning we had 6, but then it's it slows down or we have less people come on. But it's just 3 people working for many months to get the whole level arted up and beautiful the way it is in game. So it's a very long, drawn out process, and it's also this conveyor belt thing of they come off of it and they go on to another level, and then some other level rotates in, and then that gets concepted, and then that gets rotated out. So it's this constant streaming in and out of people working on things. Josh is looking.
I got some good stuff.
Oh, here's a fun thing. So,
go ahead.
Yeah. Something we talk about a lot for Knockout City level design is we don't want the middle to be the best spot. We don't want you to hang out in the middle. And so if this area was totally just this safe house you could be in all the time, it'd be trouble. Like, you just hang out here. There's a giant hole in the ceiling. Like, ultimate throws come in, no problem. But even more so, you can actually, like, ultimate throw into the other sections of the level, because ultimate throws go through holographic walls. Like, no problem. So this created this really interesting dynamic of you're fighting people over there, they send an ultimate up through this holographic wall, into this holographic wall, and it's just like, boom.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, like, ultimates couldn't go through this, right? Because I remember accidentally going right through the floor. Because
Yeah, we kind of got rid of the ones on the floor.
Yeah,
we used to have them on the floor where they're like, just like down here. This used to be like floor holographic wall. Yeah, that's not so great.
Using that hole to try to make that middle area just a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah,
reminds me of one of the things we were brainstorming on try to solve the camping at the milk barn in Crash Site was like maybe we just knock out the roof.
It's so easy, just knock out the roof.
Yeah.
Josh has found some things.
Yeah, so I have a couple things here because sometimes we had much earlier concepts. It wasn't only for the blockout. So I have 3 things from Jail Yard, which became Lockdown Throwdown. So I'm just going to drop these into OBS here. So they're just going to go over the video here. So this, oh, that's too big. So this was just like a mood piece, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
This is like, we could make a level that was a jail. Like, we didn't even have a level yet. Like, there was no level. It's just like, we could make a level that's in a jail. Would that be cool?
Yeah. And actually, I can probably get one other.
I think every version, you know how we kept restarting levels, every version of Jail Yard always had a basketball hoop.
Yep.
And so one of the other things that I found really interesting, because this is one of the things that I did to kind of go through, where is it here? Sketches. This we would have totally different looks for what each map could look like. So these are all different directions that we could have gone for a jail. And so these were Cyril. So some of them are really rough, but still just kind of like looking at.
I don't even remember that one on the right. It looks like a jail for Jawas. Like
yeah, right. Yeah.
This is the Mandalorian. It's good.
Yeah. And so then we would go to something like. This is
actually
a very big one.
This is actual level geo.
Yeah. So this is based on that gray box where you just had the checkerboard, and this is like, okay, this is a tagged up jail yard that has been taken over by a rogue hacker group. It was a hacker group at the beginning before it was zero.
And it was like, this was when we said, like, this isn't going to be an active prison. You know, that this is actually a reclaimed space. The brawlers use it to hang out and practice. And this was the piece that kind of sold that whole direction change.
Yeah, that's another part of it too. Is like, if we change our minds, if we make a decision where we're like, we need to change the art direction, that also like extends the amount of time you have to work on it, because now you got to go back and reconcept things.
But I'm glad we did it, because this ended up being a much better level because of this.
Yeah. And then something else, just kind of showing this is more the. I guess the props or whatever you want to call them, but every individual little thing, like here are, 30 different directions that the drones could have gone, and then this is in the art book also. So this, and then from there we like picked a direction, and Cyril went and he made, I think it was like 12 or something in that direction that was beyond that, and then it was like. 4 different options from there. So it was really like, hey, let's try a lot of different things and let's kind of narrow in until we get the direction that we want.
Yeah, for sure. What time are we
at? We're at 8:25, so we still got about a half hour.
Let me go ahead and I'm going to put us to the next map.
Okay.
Because we got 2 maps to look at.
Yeah. One other thing that I think is really interesting is talking about how we play tested these. Because I've been on, the other side where hung out and play tested. And so basically, when Ian was working on these, he would just put out a call in Slack to say, hey, I need 5 more people to play test this with me. And then we would go into one of these gray box maps, and we would play for like 30-ish minutes, and then you would lead a discussion about it to kind of just help improve it and make it get better.
Yeah, I think that's a huge part, I think, of level design, is that a level can't really improve if you just stare at it. Like, if you keep building and changing things, it's like, okay, that might make it better. The real reality is that conversations with people who play it is what makes things better. Like, without playing the things.
And those play sessions were great because we did that for levels, we did that for ball types, we did that for game modes.
What's up?
And it was always so much input from everyone at the studio, regardless of whether they were designer, artist, QA, engineer, producer, whatever. Whether they were on Knockout City or they were on Riff Rally or whatever, like everyone could join these play sessions. Like you really sent it out to like the studio-wide Slack. And so everyone on the team could, if they wanted to have an impact on the gameplay, the game design, they went to those play sessions. And like you were always so like welcoming of their feedback and like took everyone seriously. And so like there's little decisions, little pieces of everyone that went to those play tests in each of those levels, in each of those game modes, in each of the ball types.
I think that's something that cannot be underestimated, is that if you get yourself into like an echo chamber where you just hear your own opinion over like the design team only talking to themselves, it really stifles the ability for something to grow. And so getting a really diverse group of people playing it helps you to really calibrate what it needs to be the best version of itself. I think that's like just fundamental to level design.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a clock tower. The idea behind this was, so we had those holographic walls, and the holographic walls were transparent but solid. These are opaque, but they are not solid. You can walk through them, you can throw through them. It's kind of like you can hide behind them and people can't target you, but as soon as you walk through them, it's all off. It's like you are taking a risk by moving through them, and you're also taking a risk by hiding behind them because you also can't see unless you get really close.
And thematically, these weren't walls. Did you say what these
It's like
were?
fog or smoke.
Yeah, these are supposed to be like smokestacks and like things that are pouring steam or smoke out of here, and that's why you can't see through them unless you're then hiding in it,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, you're kind of just chilling out. Like, this is a giant smokestack coming out of the middle of this building, but you can hide inside of it. Maybe we would we talked about maybe like you cough a little bit because you're inside the smoke, so they can hear you hiding. It's like, oh, he's inside the thing. This was also inspired by me. So don't get me wrong, Rooftops is a great map. People love it, but I always felt like we could have done more for what a rooftop map would have been. And this is kind of my inspiration for this, was to make more interesting takes on what a rooftops map might be, right? Like sort of creating lots of different shapes, of sizes. Like this is kind of, I remember the Matrix had a scene like this where Trinity's running up and down these pieces. And I like the idea that like we're fighting up here and now I throw a ball and then it hits this thing and then it like rolls down the other side and now I have to like go catch it before it rolls off the side. Oh no.
Part of the rules of what we set forth when we do these levels is that there's only one key mechanic per level. There's one very iconic thing, but only one. Yeah. And so that's why, you know, with Rooftops, we did talk about like steam coming out of a thing, but then that'd be kind of you're adding multiple mechanics to it, and then it starts to make it more complicated. So that's why, you know, with that one we went with the high winds where you could boost across and get that extra speed on the glider. And then it gave us the ability to potentially do another rooftop map, which would have been great to get some more maps back into the city and all that stuff. And yeah,
that's the idea. And just like, you know, playing around with what other sorts of buildings can you see? Like a giant clock tower, you know, rooftops map seems like totally cool. You know, there's all sorts of little nooks and crannies you can get into. Also playing around with, you know, just all sorts of like air conditioning units that are spouting steam, dropping down into here. This was always like really fun because you drop down into here and then you could loop around again. pop back up again, drop back down again, just kind of ring your way around the other person and feel like totally like a little ninja. Then here's the interior middle building. This was always like, are they just hiding in the middle thing? Are they literally just standing in there?
Paul got locked out. I have to let him in.
We'll take over. So yeah, like I felt like this was something that really played really well.
This is the most terrifying level, though, despite it being fully lit. When you jumped in, when you like jump in there, there already someone in there. Oh my god!
No. This was also a level that Bomball was a ton of fun on because it's like, oh, are you guys in there? Boom! Like everyone took a hit. Like nice.
It was just jump scare after jump scare play testing.
Absolutely, for sure. It's definitely other things that made it fun were like ultimate throwing from inside the building out or into the inside of the building. Yeah, good times. I think we made a decision not to move on this one at the time because I feel like we didn't have a season theme to put it in. That was kind of one of the reasons it fell apart a little bit.
That was one of them. Yeah, I think we were like looking at this and Mall and I think one other and just Mall was like the visual of that. I just felt like that fit Knockout City so well, and that mechanic I think had just more iteration. Like I think we probably needed to work on this one more. There's probably more like edge cases we needed to figure out so that it didn't feel like there were unfair moments. But I think we would have gotten to something
for sure,
and maybe thematically it would have changed a little bit. I don't know, but yeah, I mean that was one of the thing. A lot of the season themes actually came from the map designs, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Sometimes a season theme would inspire a map design, and sometimes it was the other way around.
Yeah. I think
in fact, quite often it was the other way around.
Yeah. I think Mall fit a little bit better with what our plans were at the time. Whereas this one needed more time to figure out what that plan would be.
People have asked what the names would have been on these temporary ones, and those are one of the last things that we come up with.
Like, this is Clock. We just called it Clock. The other one was just Mall. Like, for those who didn't hear, like naming it something simple like that really makes it so you don't get attached to it. You're like, it's just Mall. We can name it whatever that really like fits it and makes it fun. But for now, it's just Mall. Don't get attached to the name. That's a good way to think about things.
I'm really sad in the naming process for Dueling Docks. One of the suggestions, I can't remember, was it mine or yours? It was somebody's, but it was That's Dockout City, baby.
It's not me. That's great.
Yeah. Oh no.
That might have been. I think that was me.
But you can just call it that from now on, guys.
Yeah.
That's going to stop you.
That's Dockout City. So this is the last map that you concepted that got started, right?
I don't think there's no. Do you mean concept images?
No. That like you got started.
I think so.
It came. Yeah.
See, the problem is that they all get like interwoven in my head. Like I was working on Docs at the same time that I was working on this one, so it's kind of like that one got pushed up, and then we were like, well, okay, Mall will slide in, and then this one goes into the back, and start working on something different, and then that was kind of like the juggling act we were doing with these.
Yeah.
So this is kind of the last one, but I don't know, Mall.
Yeah.
They're all over the place.
Yeah. So a couple other things. People have asked about like a Ferris wheel amusement park map.
Talks about it, yeah.
So
because they were asking about it, because they knew that we were.
No, because they were asking about it. Well, because you can like, we shared that concept image of like the slice of Knockout City.
And it was in the corner,
park, and you can see it in the skybox of some of the maps. So that was something that I know we worked on. You can talk about that, but I don't think we have anything playable on that one.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's so that was supposed to be Keone Island,
right?
And there was a time, very very early days of prototyping, where ball form was a lot faster. We had ramps and quarter pipes and boost pads, and it was great. You were just like whipping all around the level. Zipping around, hitting bounce pads. You'd hit the quarter pipe, launch yourself sky high. We had little like like the pinball like a pinball style roller coaster thing. You'd go in, and you'd like roll around really fast. It was a lot of fun, but the downside was you couldn't hit anybody. You couldn't actually hit anyone with the ball. And so that's why, we ended up like saying, okay, ball form is mostly for combat, not for traversal, and we pulled back on that. But we loved that that idea so much. So we kept wanting to like bring back the idea of Keone Island and use that like kind of like roller coaster theme, and like just the we had like the pinball bumpers where if you like hit it, you'd like turn into ball form and bounce away, and we'd put them in like a group, and you go ting, 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 ting.
We did. I remember at one point we had like 3 different things we could do, like level mechanics.
Yeah.
And one of the ones that was possible was like the Keone Island. And what I did with it is I made like not even a level, but like a test room with just a bunch of different versions of what it could be. The thing that I got excited about was cannons. So the idea would be like you have these little cannons that you go into ball form, and they would shoot you across the level. So the idea would be there's a giant hole in the middle of the level. It's got a giant like roller coaster Ferris wheel thing going on, and you sort of shoot over it and land on the other side to start fighting people, and then you can roll the other one and come back. So we tried some stuff like that, but ultimately I think other levels won out.
Yeah, and we just brought back the same problem that we originally had.
Yeah.
You couldn't hit anybody.
Yeah, exactly. He's going like, ooh, cannon across. It's like, oh, I can't hit him, never gonna hit him. This is crazy.
Yeah. So one thing that I will say about that map, though, about Keone Island is we do have a lot of concept art for that. And that is all in the art book.
Nice.
So again, their art book has a lot of stuff. The other one that's in the art book is the museum. We have some concepts. That's less refined than the than Keone Island is, but we do have some concepts for a museum.
We never really had a mechanic for that one, though, did we?
No. Well, we museum kind of ended up like haunted house or library, where it was rotating doors.
Yes.
We had the idea that like closing and trap doors. So like the idea would be you're in this library, it's haunted, or you're in this museum, it's haunted, and it's got spooky doors that open, so people walk through the door and then they come out the other side, and then the door slams shut behind them. Or the one we had that was really fun was the rotating case, which was super fun. Like
to fight around. Yeah.
Because it's like you'd step on it, you start rotating, the other person on the other side, you're like, oh, I don't want to go over there. But they come through the door, but now the door is closed and they're locked from their friends. And so they hit the thing again and rotate again. And balls are coming through. It's just, whoa, it's crazy.
The other So the other thing that Museum did have, because I found this in the early concepts when I was going through everything for art book, is it had this idea of like different balls that had different mechanics. Also, and some of that stuff ended up either going into special balls that became full balls, or some things that we did with like mutation rotation as well, just like things that change for everything. We do have a question. There's like a structure in the back left there. Someone was just asking what that is.
Because this level is not going to be worked on anymore, I was just kind of throwing things.
Oh, okay.
That's something else. I don't know. Maybe another level. Maybe something else. Who knows? But
okay.
Kind of. Okay. I know what it is.
I don't know what that.
It's a mystery. Leave it as a mystery.
Okay. Mystery is fine. And then I know that we've talked about this one a couple times, but worth repeating. Someone did ask it. Why did we not do like a big flat open gym?
So I talked about this last time I was on. It's people ask like the specific question was, is that a bad idea? Like, why is this a bad idea? It's not a bad idea. The issue with game development and game design is that there's hours in the day. There's only so much time, and we have to make very specific choices about how to use our time. And I think the team, and Jeremy probably agrees with this, decided that, we'd rather make like a whole full level rather than work on something like that, because it's like it's the same resources, right? Like an environment artist would still have to make it look good. So I think that's kind of mostly the decision we made. Is like, again, it's not a bad idea. It's just we have resources and we got to juggle.
When we only have limited people, limited time, we're going to put our energy into things that will go into all, like, be a map that can go into all the playlists, that could be a part of the next tournament. Same thing with the ball types and levels and game modes. Like, we're trying to get the most bang for our buck, and I think that would have been fun. And we tried to like add that extra space on the rooftop that with the soccer ball, just like a little extra space to do that stuff. But I mean, there was a time where our first levels, the ones that I was making, were like really like gym court sized maps, and they just got real. It's just the back and forth throws, and there's no additional positioning strategy and things like that. So I think our mechanics, because our mechanics were then developed for this more first-person shooter style map design, it kind of worked against the idea of keeping like a contained map, or even like developing a game mode that would work with that. I'm sure if we had enough time, we could figure it out, but it never was a top priority for us.
Other questions here. Someone says Hollywood basically has a giant open flat space.
That's true.
It does. That too, yeah, for a certain number of seconds. Yeah, it just like it invalidates so many of the game mechanics, because like curves and lobs become worthless. Jumping becomes worthless. Gliding becomes worthless.
And again, I don't want to keep saying it was like, it's not a bad idea. Yeah. It's just we put our energy into the things that would be more long lasting and enhance the rest of the game around it. Like any of those things we added to the hideout, those were like quick and easy wins for us. But most of our energy was put toward like permanent new modes and maps and ball types.
I'm scrolling back, and someone says, were there skeletons of armadillo people in the museum? And no, but I'm pretty sure that that's actually where the idea that brawlers evolved from armadillos came from.
I think it was just where the idea of that. I think it's now a crew banner of the armadillos evolving into man.
Ascent of man, I think.
I did, so for one of the versions of the library museum level, I did have a section that had like a big dinosaur, but the dinosaur had like the armadillo shell on its back. So it's just like it's a apatosaurus or whatever, but it's got a big armadillo shell. It's great.
That's awesome. When in development, did you start designing maps with a focus on the circular movement of the fight, like players revolving around a map? Were there other main design choices to fit the gameplay in levels?
So here's the thing that happened. I started working here, and Back Alley had already been basically made, like with maybe some slight tweaks before it shipped. It didn't have the tubes yet. We hadn't put the tubes in. And we were playing Back Alley, and Eric Feuerstein, narrative director on the project, was just like, this is the map. This is the best map. This is why I like it. And of course, I being, kind of the ego of the design team, was like, why does he think that's so good? I didn't make it. What's going on here? So we talked about it, and what he liked about it was this idea that he's walking around the level, and he's going on a nice little walk, and he's having a nice little tour, and he's like, I'm in the green section, and look at this nice little green section. And then he walks over to the gray section, and the gray section is a little bit different. And then he goes to the red section, and the red section is a little bit different. And I think what we liked about that is that it maintains this idea of diversity, of like, you're never quite getting the exact same experience all the time, because you're constantly like kind of in motion around the level. If you just made like a center arena and everybody funneled into the center arena over and over again, you would get the same sort of fights over and over and over again. I made a map like that, where it was like, everybody just comes to the middle and we fight, and then we die, and then we fight, and then we die, and we fight. And it's fine. Like, lots of games work that way, but they get variety and diversity from like character classes, or different respawn points, or different respawn systems, or like, I don't know, like Fortnite, you're dropping here versus over there. And so with Knockout City, the way we get this diversity of experience is from this rotational level design. The middle is dangerous. You don't want to stay there. You don't want to funnel there. You want to rotate around and weave in and out of the middle and fight in these different locations. That, I think, is where this rotational level design came from.
To the people asking about Puccini, you should ask that question again in 2 hours when Eric is here, and
isn't he next?
No, we're doing audio next.
Oh. Okay.
I'm curious, since we have the dev levels unlocked in this, are there gray box versions of shipped maps?
I don't think so. I think all that stuff went away.
Okay. Yeah. Did they get?
I think it just happened. Like we don't keep I don't think we keep those. They kind of go away because otherwise you run the risk of them slipping out. It's not good. I feel like we can probably get some screenshots of some older stuff, but even that's kind of tricky now.
So we did show a bunch of Smash Site, Alien Smash Site. So there is, I think we posted that VOD to our YouTube channel, so you can go back and Ian was there and talking us through.
Got some tweets of Sludge showing off that Sludge.
Yep. So, curious what other questions people may have. Go back and see if there are any questions that I missed here. I do like this idea. I always wanted a level with buttons that we could hit with dodgeballs or headbutt to have environmental attacks like dropping a piano on someone's head. Yep. How do you decide where ball spawners are placed?
So what you don't want for the first pass is you don't want ball spawners too close to each other, because if they are, it's like that's the spot. Everybody goes there because there's so many ball spawners. What you really want is you want them spread out kind of equidistant, so that every space in the map kind of has its own purpose for being there. The other reasoning is that you want ball spawners to present an opportunity to the player to think about how they're going to get to it. Sometimes it's easy, right? Like you spawn next to it, you just pick it up, you go. But you want there to be a choice. Like if we go to the middle of the map, this one's inside of a smokestack, right? That presents a choice, because it's like, if you want to go get that one, you have to kind of risk that there might be someone in there. You might have to risk that, someone will want to get it at the same time as you do. If you go to that one over there, for example, you're risking that there's somebody up on top of that structure. They're going to jump at you. But you also kind of know that there's open sight line, so you kind of see what's happening around you. So you kind of want to present different choices to the player. Like, what matters about this one versus that one? What am I getting going here or there?
We also, they create draws for people to go there, which is why, when we have that issue in Milk Barn, again, going back to Alien Smash Site, we kept moving it out of that space and moving it back to an area that was less trafficked, and it became an area now that people have fights. Well, not anymore, but where people have fights. And then the other part of that is it's always about can you see it, right? Mm-hmm. We would always say, are there enough places where you can check to see if there's a ball there? Because when it's completely hidden and you have to go all the way to right on top of it to see if there's a ball there, that was just pulling you away from the experience. You might get there's no ball, and you're like, well, screw that. And then you stop even going for it. So also line of sight to the, or if not the ball, then at least the pillar of light, that you can see there.
I also just think it's important. I like to talk about Brownian motion. So people, in a lot of these competitive games, people are not really super excited about randomness, right? You don't want random things because it can feel punishing, it can feel unfair. But you do want Brownian motion, which is just kind of it's deterministic, but the idea is that it creates just enough motion so that things are not happening the same way every time. So, for example, if you go back to where Jeremy was on the yellow section over there, so where Jeremy was standing up there, he was looking out, and you could see another ball spawner over there. You could look to the right, and you'd see another one over there. This creates Brownian motion because you're like, I've got a ball, but my friend doesn't, so they're going to go over there to get a ball. Now we're split up a little bit, and that initially creates fights, right? Because if one person's off by themselves, that person could get jumped, which means Jeremy has to go over and get them. So it creates this nice flow to the map instead of just being everybody has weapons, so we're all going to stand right here and do nothing. Instead, you're flowing through the map because you got to go over there, because you got to go over there, got to go over there. I think that's really an important part of how you make maps flow nicely.
Yep. And occasionally, this one that's in the smoke here, we would do a ball type that kind of lean into the mechanics. So on Galaxy Burger, the one that's on the actual rotating platform, right? That was extra code we had to write to allow a ball spawner to behave that way, but that was worth it. Yeah. And Hollywood Drive-In, the one that spawns on the we had to very carefully plan where that was going to be and make sure there was a flat surface in every vignette that rose, because we couldn't. The ball spawner wasn't per vignette, right? It was only on certain movies that were coming up. So sometimes it was a little bit gimmicky, but worth it.
yeah, for sure.
Are there any dev secrets on released maps that we just can't see?
I think we're pretty careful about that stuff. Why would we tell you? Come on.
I mean, it's the tell-all. It's the last chance.
I mean, the problem is that the artists get the last pass, and we don't really get.
Yeah.
The real winners are the people that instead of going for the winning point in Lockdown Throwdown, they will instead turn and throw people into the hoop. You're the real winner if you.
Yeah. It's game secret. Can we glide over to that random area?
Sure. Why not?
People are so interested in this space.
You'll never understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
You totally can.
It's like you have to get ready to cut the stream in case something really special happens. I swear, this is not the Knockout City 2 announcement in secret that it's behind one of these pillars.
It should be
it's
a parking garage level.
Yeah, that's what someone said. It looks like a parking garage.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Are you happy?
Are you not entertained with this secrets? You got a little bit closer.
Yeah.
But now it's going to haunt you even more, guys. Like, you're going to be going at, what was it? What was that thing?
Yep.
Never know.
Yep. Someone says, Eric says, could we even hide anything with the poly restrictions? Let's see. I've tried throwing balls into the hoop in Lockdown Throwdown. Does it ever do something?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you win.
Yeah, exactly.
You win the map.
Yep.
You are the coolest.
Yep. Brennan says there's the invisible bounce pads that break the build. I don't think I know what that is.
I don't either, but
okay.
He's probably right.
Okay. Sounds good. So there is that thing in the hideout where there's that shack that had a TV underneath it and you could see it if you angled it.
Oh, yeah.
What's the story behind that?
The shack.
Or is that a Brennan question?
That's probably a Brennan question.
Okay. Brennan, what's the deal with that hidden TV underneath? I think it's under the water tower area.
Oh.
Well, there's this.
So there's that, yeah.
Yeah, and then there was
that guy.
Yeah, but it's in this one, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we wanted to make sure that when we took out the UFO,
the UFO crashed there.
Yeah.
When we took out the UFO, we didn't just want to totally leave it empty, so we put something in there.
Oh yeah, we did have Chonky in there once.
There you go.
Yep.
Good Chonky spots.
Yep. This is an interesting question. If you had an unlimited budget, what would be the first 3 things you wish you could add?
To the entire game?
Yeah.
For the environment team, I'm gonna say physics objects because they cry every time.
Okay.
Can't have physics objects.
Okay.
So for those who don't know, originally when the game was first being developed,
Yep.
the environment art was going to get physics objects they could have around the level. So in Concussion Yard, the school would have desks. And if the desks got hit by a ball or if you dashed into them, they would be knocked around, right? Unfortunately, because the engineers just hate fun, we had to remove them because of performance reasons, which is just it's so boring. Come on. So with an unlimited budget, we would be able to afford physics objects.
Okay.
So that's number 1. Number 2,
So you're saying unlimited
performance budget.
Performance budget and CPU budget. Yeah.
It's just programming time. Just put some ones and zeros.
Eric says hats falling off, and you'll see something about that because I have a very, very early presentation that Eric pitched to the studio when he was initially pitching the title of the game.
Yep.
I mean, if I had a limited budget, I would just want to make a level that I wanted to make that originally at the very beginning, I made this level called, what was it? Hourglass, I think is what it's called. And the idea was it was like a generator, a reactor level. Like a bunch of, I was going to do a bunch of gravity stuff. So you'd rise and fall with anti-gravity and things like that. If I just unlimited, I would can we just spend, let's just make this thing. But yeah. Sometimes we have to make other levels. Come on.
They're saying Spaghetti World, and I don't know what Spaghetti World is.
Spaghetti World's the best. That's what we would make. Yeah.
What is Spaghetti
World? Jeremy, go look the side of. Go to where the dog is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I know we have that ad.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Spaghetti World was going to be a thing. We were going to make Spaghetti World.
Oh, really?
Turn around, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's down.
Spaghetti
down
World.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
It's it's the competitor to Galaxy Burger. It's like it didn't do as well, but it's like competitive.
I think that is also in the art book that this was in the concept art for the UFOs. Is this? I think this exact image, and we just must have repurposed it or something.
Yeah. I mean, actually making Spaghetti World would have been the best for sure.
Someone. First time they've ever said anything in chat. Spaghetti World is our crew name. Yep. Oh my God, that's so good. Eric says their eating challenge is noodle by the foot. The more noodle you eat, the cheaper it is. Yep.
That's why they went out of business. Like it's too cheap.
Yeah.
It's not sustainable.
Yeah, and meat brawls, of course. Yeah.
Oh, meat brawls. Oh, it's too good.
Yep. People are asking a lot of questions about the book. Book has not started shipping yet. It will start shipping in the next couple of weeks. It's coming from China on a boat, so it takes a bit. It's a big book. It's like 430 pages, 440 pages, something like that. So it's.
Goodbye, Jim.
Is this why we're shutting down the game?
He's getting old. He's getting gray.
I also failed some self throws, self passes there before because sensitivity was too low.
Yeah, but yeah, it is a big book. It is huge. It covers the entire game, so it covers like the early concepts of how we got to the look. It didn't always look. It wasn't always this like retro futuristic world based around dodgeball. There was like a sci-fi setting. There was a fantasy setting. There's not a ton of art for that, but we do have some art of that in the art book. We have everything from like the very early stages of knowing that, hey, this was a city obsessed with dodgeball up until shipping. We have all of the season content in there. We have a bunch of marketing content, some community stuff, a lot of really interesting behind the scenes stuff, tons of concept art, tons of cool like 3D shots and everything. So you can still get it. For people asking how long we are going to be selling it, it is until we sell out. So we do still have a handful left. We don't have an unlimited amount. If you can't buy it today, but you can like Friday, that you're probably going to be fine. If you think that it's still going to be around like a couple months from now, you may not be able to get your hands on one. And I don't think we're planning a reprint. So if you do want one, you should pick it up. It's shop.knockoutcity.com. You can also pick up the soundtrack on vinyl, which we'll be talking about in just a couple minutes because we're about to switch over to our segment about the audio design of Knockout City and everything. What other questions were there here? We got like 2 minutes here.
I saw a question about level mechanics down.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Red text. There you go.
Did level designing begin after all game mechanics were in, or did they influence each other?
Definitely back and forth. I mean, I wasn't here at the beginning when they were building all the game mechanics, so a lot of that was going on at that time. But you definitely have to build levels at the same time. Like, you can't just kind of build all the mechanics in the void, so you have to have some kind of levels to bounce off of. But the actual, like, real meat of level design went on after all the mechanics had kind of been finalized. You were like, okay, this is what we're working with. Now make the levels for it. So,
yep.
Yeah.
Someone's asking if we can show a match played on one of the gray box maps, and we cannot. This build is private server. Yeah, it's a private build that literally this is the only we are the only people that are in this server right now. We would need other people that have this exact build that are ready to play, and so we unfortunately cannot do that.
A lot of other stuff to do. Come on, guys.
Yeah. So, we don't have like 6 people that are all prepped here. But I think that's going to do it for talking about this. So let's. I'm gonna hit a BRB here because I have been on camera for like 4 hours now or something, and I have to take
hold up all your Diet Cokes.
I know, a little break here. I got lots of Diet Cokes over here.
There's more there.
I know, yeah. There's this one too, which is still mostly full. So stick around. Let me just show the schedule real quick. We've got audio roundtable here. We're going to have Matt Pirog, who is the audio designer that was here like since the mostly beginning. We have Stephen Murray, who is the voice of the DJ that has been in your ear every match since the beginning. We should have Eric. I don't know if Eric is around the corner or not. I'm now realizing that Eric wasn't chat, so I hope that Eric is here because he's supposed to be on this segment, but if not, that's fine. We'll manage. And we also, let me check. We do have the Soundlings here, so we'll introduce them in a second. So I'm gonna hit this BRB button, and we will be back in like 3 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Thank you for being patient while we were on break. Right now, we're going to spend the next hour talking about audio. We're live. We should be live. Paul is saying maybe we're not live. Yeah, we're live. We're live. We're live. So let's do some quick introductions. If you are tuning in now and you missed earlier, I'm Josh. I'm the Director of Marketing on Knockout City and working on other exciting projects now too. We've also got Matt Pirog, who is the what was your title on this? I realized I need to swap our sides here because I'm the wrong side.
Audio monkey, audio runner for narrative, those kinds of things.
Okay, cool. We've got Eric.
Hi. Narrative director, Knockout City.
Good, correct answer. We've got Stephen Murray down at the end.
Hello, I'm Stephen Murray, voiceover actor, DJ on the moon.
And then joining us remotely from LA, we've got Matt and Sunny, who you may know as the Soundlings.
What's up?
Let me see if I can get a little more volume out of the Soundlings. I cannot. I don't know if you can. Can you turn it up on your side, maybe? A little bit?
Let's see. Can you hear us now?
We're gonna
Yeah,
see.
we hear you. You're just a little quiet, is all.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It might just be our voice.
Okay.
How about is that better?
Yeah,
Or
that's
worse?
that's definitely sounding better. Cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're here to just talk about all things audio. I think if Eric, you and Matt want to kind of start by just talking about audio from the very beginning, and then as we get to VO and music, we can weave them in.
Do you want to say it, Matt?
What is audio?
Well, you were here first.
Yeah, but do you want to say how much I stressed you out?
No. Someone needs to be a vision holder.
I know nothing about music. That's why I'd be a vision holder and not, I guess, the audio holder. I just had a bunch of opinions, and I needed Matt to take over, I guess, and understand what I thought we should do. And I don't know. I had a great time. I absolutely loved working with you, Matt. And I'm going to love working with you in the future as well. But the idea of the radio station was pretty early. So we put some music in the game while we were making it, just because it's fun to have music. And there's not a lot of games out there that have music during gameplay. So we thought this could be something that would be really fun to set us apart. And the idea of this radio station came up, and because we had this announcer who was calling all the shots, and I was like, what if that was a radio announcer? And then what if it was a pirate radio station? And what if it was kind of like early pirate radio, like Wolfman Jack and stuff like that? And all of this stuff just started feeding into this idea that we don't just want to have a single soundtrack that's one sound throughout the whole thing. We want to have these individual bands that we could come up with backgrounds for, and we can come up with names for, and band members for, and we would limit instruments to those people, to those bands, and keep the other instruments out of the other ones. And we talked about this idea, and Matt found the Soundlings, which I have no idea how that happened. I don't really remember. I just remember that Matt played a bunch of music for me at one point, and we were like, yeah, and then it just kept going, and more music kept coming.
Yeah, so we.
Mr. Audio Guy,
Yeah,
if you
I was
could get
gonna
closer
say,
to the microphone.
It's called proximity, Matt. We didn't have a 20-minute conversation about that before getting on air.
That's right. I didn't pick these mics. Okay.
Sorry.
No, one of the common library services that we use, where we found some of the tracks that you would hear in Hollywood and TV. They had a custom music department. Chime in, Soundlings, right? Correct me if I'm saying this wrong. And at that point, we already discovered that we wanted this. There was a horn element to the music that we wanted. There was something about that. We talked about this with you and Karthik. Like the horns represented the city aspect of what we were going for. This real, not all the way big band, but this live sound. So while I'm picking out placeholder pieces and I'm going through the library site, I noticed this custom music department, and they kept showing their studio, and it just looked like, I'm like, I bet you they can record horns in there. I bet you we can get live stuff going there. So
I bet you one of them can beatbox.
So I reached out and said, this is something to investigate. Everyone else, we auditioned more people. We had, I think, four other composers, and then it was like, let's go for an X Factor, and that custom music department, which ended up being Sonny and Matt. They're the ones that took that opportunity, and they crushed it.
Yeah.
We asked for 2 tracks. They sent 3,
with backstories for the bands.
It turns,
which I'm supposed to write.
And they really took to the, that feeling when, with our creative brief, which you should talk about a little bit, but the placeholder music, the style brief that we were coming from, that we put together, they just took to it just perfectly. They just had all of the elements, and it was like, I think these guys could do it, and it worked out great. And there's just so many happy, wonderful coincidences. Like Sonny, your old man, right? Played some sax leads on the on many tracks. So it's like a whole lot of things just added up there that it was just, it was fantastic. And I'm going on too long probably, but let me say something else. These guys with their positivity, I'm like, this is just West Coast. Yeah, this is just West Coast positivity. I'm getting wrapped up in it, but it can't be real.
Come on in.
Right? It can't be real. But then it was so consistent, and they're still. I'm like, maybe it is West Coast, but I don't care.
I will say, like, that positivity. It's we have a Slack channel that we share with them, and they'll come in with a track, and you guys will say like, "Hey, here's here's this track. That melody's definitely got to get stuck in your head." Or when we had the sea shanty, the Glory and Gold song. They messaged and they're like, we got a guy in the booth and he just stepped right off a pirate ship. I'm like, this isn't going out to players. This is just for us. You're just doing that for me, and I love it, and it's great.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm curious about your guys' perspective. You can now say whatever you want because the game's ending in a couple of hours, so you can say whatever you want. So from your perspective, working
the whole process
and getting getting the briefs and then working through it and getting the feedback. And I'm just curious what it's like over there. Because I'm just picturing you guys, one of you's on a couch, one of you's on the computer and just going, here's what we got to do. And the other one's, oh my God, we're going to have to get a instrument I've never heard of before and all this stuff.
Yeah, no, it was scary, man. I mean, because your briefs were so creative,
And I would basically start coming up with melodies, and Matt, I would just be like, Matt, just find all the players, man. Just go find all the players. So I gave all the hard stuff to Matt. But it was so much fun. Like, I think having different bands to produce for, they feel so real. Like, kept it really fresh.
Yeah.
So that was a super cool aspect. And I think, like, going into it, like in the demo phase, we were just like, man, we have to crush this, you know, because like we're video game lovers. It was our first video game. And that was it. We were like, we got to crush it. They asked for 2. We're going to give them 3. We're going to put live players on the demos. So
we
just didn't want to screw it up, basically. You know?
Yeah.
What were the 3?
The 3 was Command Play.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah. And they're kind of as is. Like, we didn't really do anything to those besides there was a couple mix tweaks in there, and then Matt added that whip sound in one of the tracks.
I was just playing the game last night, and that whip cut through, and I was like,
yeah,
it was the right thing to do.
Command Play we weren't going to have that band, Command Play, but then we had these 3 songs, and we were like, wait a minute, let's just make up a new band.
Yeah.
And that was Command Play, which was we just made the background for that band, I think, it's kind of like is that the super group band?
Yeah.
If just everybody from every band just comes together and makes Command Play.
Yep. And Command Play is actually the keyboard shortcut for record in Pro Tools. So that's why we think that.
Yeah.
Not in Knockout City.
In a Mac.
Yeah. And we actually, the art book is mostly visual stuff, obviously, but we do have one page where there's a small write-up from you guys, and we actually share the backstory that you wrote for Command Play that you wrote when you delivered those 3 demos to us.
Oh, sweet.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we had so much fun, like, coming up with we knew it was probably 90% going to get thrown out once we turned it in, but like, it was just a fun thing to do with each band.
Oh, yeah.
I remember, I think it was Rick and the Humans. You were like, we did a thing where we made it so that there was a part of the song that no human could ever play.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's Rick.
That's Rick.
No, I've worked with Eric for a couple of years, and he always has interesting requests. Did he ever request you guys to use like a didgeridoo? Any of their songs?
No.
All of them have didgeridoo, actually.
Oh, okay. This is really
I did ask for a hurdy-gurdy.
Hear it. Play track 5 backwards. You'll hear it.
the didgeridoo, finally.
And then the other thing that you guys did that was just like hey, we tried something, was the bonus version of Get Out of Dodge, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, we did not ask for rap lyrics on top of one of our songs. You just gave it to us.
But it started something.
Yeah.
It did start something. It was like the most.
Yeah, I think after we handed in the verse, Matt P was like, hey, can you give me like 3 more verses? And
it's like, do you think they like it?
Yeah. And then the entire reason that we've continued to do more of these is that that was by far the most listened to song on Spotify. It had like 3x the number of listens as any other song on the original soundtrack. And so what was it? It was season 7 that I came back to you. And we said, like, let's just do it again. And then Rise Up is so good, and then Pay to Win. And yeah, I'm really happy. And I want to shout out the vinyl here because one of the exclusive tracks also has you rapping on it. And it's one of my favorites. I'm going to just do the advertising thing because I'm in marketing. This is the soundtrack on vinyl. It is goddamn gorgeous. Where can we see the entire thing here?
There you go.
Yeah, it's that. There's this art piece here. They're all different colored records. So we've got
3 of them.
Yeah, so there are 3. So we've got this, which is red. We've got one for blue team, one for gold team.
That's a dodgeball red, sorry.
This is dodgeball red.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it's you can buy it now. It has every song that is in the game, including a couple of extras. The Catch Me If You Can. Actually, why don't you guys tell the story? How did Catch Me If You Can, like, you know, where did that originally come from?
So that was a Goober song, right?
Yes, that was a Goober song.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I think that was from Eric's brief where I'm forgetting the character's name.
Voxan.
Voxan, yes. And the
Chase,
the lady trying to catch her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wanted to have a kind of like a Jessica Rabbit moment in the season 7 or season 8 Deep Space Dispatches, and I was like, I want to do like a kind of sexy song where Chase sings or Voxan sings to Chase and kind of gives the whole thing away in the song and is basically saying, you can chase me, and if you catch me, I'm yours. But also, if you just ask, I'll be yours. But Chase is just she'll never be able to figure out those lyrics because she's too homed in on where all the exits. How can I get them before they step off the stage? And then I believe the Catch Me If You Can started as Goober, right?
Yeah.
Started as Goober, but then we also got...
Yeah, so that's actually Christy, my wife, singing as Voxan. Yep.
Yeah, it started as a Goober song, and then I was like, wait a minute, can we use this? I mean, look, I'm not going to frustrate any people out there who think Goober is super sexy, but I was like, what if we made this a sexy song?
But yeah, the Goober version of that song is on the vinyl. Or no, we don't have the full Goober version. It was with the Goober lyrics, but I think that's with you singing it, right, Sonny?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the original hook was "Catch Me If You Can," because I'm the ooey gooey man.
Ooey gooey man. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, there are a few exclusive tracks. You can pick that up at shop.knockoutscity.com.
There's one thing I wanted to do that I never got to do, because I don't get anything I want. I wanted to do another, or like a verse in the Magpie diss track. I wanted to be from Magpie doing it, and I wanted him to be all like, "My name is Magpie," and he had to say it like doing like just the worst raps ever, just trying to say anything bad about anybody, but he's just so bad at it.
That would have been so good.
Yeah. Let's talk about VO a little bit, because we do have like the de facto voice of the game here with us.
Yes.
So can I tell how we found you? Have we already
Sure.
done that?
I've actually not talked about
I don't know
that.
that story, so.
Was it the stork delivery system or no?
Huddling and scared in a puddle under a dumpster, I found Steven. So we were auditioning a bunch of people, and I don't even remember how many people came through. And there was a lot of really good stuff, and we were really liking a lot of it. It's just that things were falling through where people weren't available. And I asked my brother if he knew anybody, and he was like, "I know just the person," and it was Steve Murray. And what did you guys work together
on? We worked on some Morgan Freeman and some Al Pacino videos. And
Oh
stuff like that,
yeah.
Yeah, so that's how that kind of came together.
Steven does impressions, yeah. So my brother was like, "Check this person out." Went to your website, listened to it, got in contact with you, and it was like perfect.
Worked out nice. I actually thought it was my friend playing a joke on me when I got the email, and I was like, should I just delete it? I'm seriously got that point because my friend had just he just played a big ruse on me about a month earlier. He basically paid money for me to say like something as Morgan Freeman on his cell phone. It was really like he was doing it for like a month, and somehow he got $50 out of it. But all I did was call a cell phone and heard me talking as Morgan Freeman leaving a message. It was very odd. So and then all of a sudden I get this email. I go, yeah, whatever. I'm like, this is next level. So I text him like, dude, this is really good. You're actually a studio email me? Dude, that's next level. He's like, what are you talking about? I was like, I guess I should really read this email. And I start cross-referencing the names, and I was like, these are real people. I guess I should reply to it.
Should we tell him? This was all a big joke.
What?
Come on in.
2 years later. Yeah, so that's how that kind of came together.
Yeah. So, like, what was the I mean, I know, but talk about the brief for the DJ and like how we got there and why Stephen was perfect for it. And
so I was doing a bunch of research. I watched a movie called American Graffiti, which has Wolfman Jack in it. Wolfman Jack is an old pirate radio DJ. If you heard his voice, you'd know his voice.
That's right, baby.
Yeah, there it is. He's got an extremely singular voice. I don't know how he spoke with that thing and not just tearing his vocal cords to shreds. And I did some other research for this guy named Jocko, who had this show called the Jocko's Rocket Ship Show. And whenever he started his show, he had this little rhyme that he would do, and it was so cool. And I was just like, I want this guy. I want a guy like this. I want a really cool guy, not like a goofy or corny guy. Well, a little goofy and corny, but generally just a cool guy that everybody likes. And I want that, and I want that to be the voice of the game, because we're only gonna have one voice in the game, and you're gonna hear it all the time. So that's really it. That's where, and we already had this retrofuturism. So 50s mixed with sci-fi, retrofuturistic stuff, and all of these famous DJs from the time are all like from the 50s and 60s at the start of rock and roll being broadcast on the radio. So it was like, well, it's got to be this really smooth, cool guy who rhymes a lot and is just so at ease in front of the microphone that he'd rather be there than any place else. And it was not like, in my opinion, and you'd correct me if I'm wrong, it was not like a voice where you were like, oh, I really got to find this. Like that's kind of you.
It's kind of me. Yeah. It was just a little
deeper.
It's a little deeper, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But otherwise, and the process was interesting too. It was the longest audition I ever did. I spent probably like 4 hours just trying to kind of lock in this voice, and then the process of getting picked was like, wow, are they gonna email me? And then the deadline passed. I'm like, I didn't get the gig. Then get an email the next day. Oh, we're extending it. There's a delay in this. I'm like, I'm still. So it was this back and forth. And then finally, when they offered me the job, I did. I jumped. I jumped for joy. Like, I'm older now, so I got like 4 inches off the ground. I was like, yeah, I did it. I did. This is
had to lie down for a couple hours.
I was like, oh my god. I jumped all the way to the moon, baby. And I'll never forget too. After I got the gig and I had our first real sit down, I heard these words. Stephen, you did great. You did not nail it. Let's be honest. You didn't. And I was like, and they just sat there. Like they told me I didn't nail it. I'm like, who are these other people that they didn't pick either? I mean, how bad were them? I'm like joking. No one's bad. But it was one of those where I'm like right up front. It was really cool because there was this honesty. And I was like, these guys are going to work with me. And we're going to work on this voice. We're going to workshop it. We're almost there. So I felt like the character was always going to be fun to do and develop and kind of like be in different situations. Now, I never thought it'd be on the moon and then doing other stuff and aliens and all those situations that were just fantastic to be in. But it was definitely from the jump, it was interesting and cool to kind of dive into this character, and then the character just kind of took off. It's very easy to do
until late into season 2. What we had thought was we were going to we got a new playlist. Let's bring Steven in and we'll record audio for the new playlist. Or we've got trailers and things like that. But then in season 2 is when Jeremy was like, what if we did a radio podcast? What if we did a radio show? I was like, okay. And I thought that was awesome. It would be very fun to write. And that's again, the season 3 is basically all you just talking to yourself.
Yeah.
Because that was the kind of thing we were like, we can make this real cheap. We can.
This guy's talks to himself. It's crazy.
Until season 7 when we had 6 characters in the whole thing and it took forever. But at the start, it was let's make this real cheap. It'll be you mostly talking to yourself, and then we'll bring in Zero and maybe one other person.
Yeah.
Who is Dr. Lorre. And we also did. Up until that point, I believe all recording was done during quarantine.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was all in quarantine, and
I think we went to the studio twice, and it was very
cold.
Everyone was very freaking out. It was it was freezing in there, but also good for the pipes. But also masking all the time and just everybody being worried. I don't want to kill the DJ. Yeah. I don't want to be there. You can kill me. That's fine.
Hi guys.
We can't kill them
so far away.
But that's something that I forget about all the time is that we did all this during quarantine.
Yeah.
And
And that's actually something that's been really helpful as we have you come back to do like trailers and all that, because you have a home studio.
Yes.
Which a lot of our voice talent does not have, which I think a lot of voice talent in general doesn't have. So we would have to book studio time. Whereas with you, like I could send you an email and be like, oh shit, we need a pickup line for this trailer. Can we do a 30-minute session tomorrow? And you're like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Which is just not flexibility that we had with other people, which was really nice. Yeah, we do have a couple of requests for the DJ to say basket brawl, because that's their favorite game mode.
All right. It's time for some basket brawl, baby. Yeah.
And then just that's Knockout City, baby.
That's Knockout City, baby. All right.
Oh, we've got another one asking for your social security number.
That's 01. Oh, on the moon you don't need it.
Oh yeah, you're one.
That's right. But you can always send me hollow bucks if you like. Yeah, that's a request.
Yeah. We can like circle back around to music and VO. I just want to make sure that we have enough time to talk a little bit about everything. Someone specifically asked if we would release some of the sound effects in the sound library. We did release a creator kit or something. It's you can find it on our Discord if you look through the announcements. It has a whole bunch of stuff, a bunch of graphics, and some sound effects are in there.
I think it's on Twitter too. It's on
Twitter. Yeah, that sounds right. And a couple clips from you, Stephen. But I love how satisfying the sound effects are. So this is all you, Matt.
Is
Like,
that me?
talk about like sound design and how we got there.
Ball smack, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think when I think back on it, it's enduring, but it's Batman. Do you remember Batman, the TV show from the 70s?
Yeah.
You know, with their violence, that brand of violence.
Biff,
That's
pow.
it. Yep.
Yeah, with horns.
Intense with horns. Pow, pow. That's the vibe. You know, that's it. Game over. But what was really, really important for this project was clarity. Everything is happening. It's so fast. It's actually really funny when you're designing for this game, or maybe you're doing some ambience and you're walking through you're as the developer, you're walking through the game and you're listening to just how these things sound, these birds sound, and these trees and all this stuff, and you're really trying to paint this area. And then you get in the game and you play it, and you're like, I didn't hear a damn bird at all. I was just getting crushed, you know. So, you learn that as you go. But weren't short on detail, and I think that devil in the details. I think that's all very, very true. But hit sounds, clearly I think one that worked really well for us from the beginning was the classic dodgeball sound. That layer, we bought a bunch of rubber dodgeballs, kickballs, and we hit them with a yardstick, and whichever one, processed the hell out of it.
So you did Foley on that stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right. Wasn't all right.
Yep. And then some of the other stuff some of the other layers in that sound, the particular hit sound, would be our best imitation of, like, I'd say Looney Tunes smacks, and classic, like, Kung Fu Bruce Lee movies, particularly the bow staff, So there's that layer that just resonates with me so well. There's that comedy bit, right? So it's like there's the smack part of it, and then you got to put in, you put in your sub stuff, your LFE, right? Soundlings, your little mini drop inside the hit sound, so it has the bottom. So with those three things, we have basically the three. We have our mids, our highs, our lows in that one sound, and with that, the VO of people getting hit was really important to me. We're clearly making a non-violent game, but come on. Mm-hmm. You're getting your face smashed, I mean? I'm surprised they weren't just all bloodied after this. That wasn't the vibe of the game, I get it, you know what I mean? But people screaming bloody murder and taking all of those hits, we recorded so many of those, and I remember we were in sessions with David Nathaniels, our executive producer. He's just like, do we really need that many of those things? It's like, absolutely we do, you know. But so that was a big sound for us. But really, the most important thing from my standpoint was clarity. People need to know what happened to them, and it was definitely a challenge. We had to come up with a lot of different systems to keep this thing clear. What happened? I know what happened. We also didn't want to rely on UI sounds to tell us, you know, what happened. So if it's like if I threw a ball and it was a distance away from me, and then I take off, there's not enough time in this game to see what you did. Sometimes you have to take to take that. I'm the worst player in this room, I think, at this game. So that's why I'm looking like you tell me. But if I threw a ball and waited around to see what happened to it, I'm going to get killed, you know? So we just needed that. We needed all of those cues to let us know what actually happened, you know? And I don't want to hear anybody crying about like, you know, that was bullshit. Can we swear? I'm sorry. You know, like that was a bug, or that was, I was like, no, you know what happened. You know what I mean? You got beat.
There are 1,000 times where a ball's coming at me and I hit catch, and I then hear, I'm like, it's slow because the sound.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there going through my whole catch animation, like, oh my God, Eric. You approved these sounds.
How many times it was like, the early catch and then right in your face.
The slow ball.
The slow ball.
No. And that little, that soft, wet slap sound of a ball hitting you. Ugh.
Yeah, and I wish I could take, it was such a team effort too. I know that's such a cliched thing to say, but it's like I can think of everyone on the team that had some kind of idea, where Doug was like, when it gets to you, it needs to whip up into your, I tried doing it. He's an amazing engineer. He was doing engineer audio, remember? And so I'm like, I'm going to get him that whip sound, So, God, I could just go on and on about so many different things. The Easter eggs, people, those weren't approved, but that's the fun of the Easter eggs, right?
The squeaky duck sound when you get hit by the train that can play.
The toys, the baby toys.
Baby toys. That was something we just snuck in there, and we were like, yeah.
I think that was a Merc idea
was
too.
It?
Well, or he did it. He I don't know, or maybe we talked about it. Or
no, he's not here. You get the
yeah. But yeah, and all the things that we wish that we did. One of my ideas, I'll get this some other game, but I wanted, if you stood close to one of the windows in the hideout, maybe you'd hear a couple in there arguing. Maybe it's actually there. I don't know. Pick a window. But
I have to interject one thing. In like season 1 or 2, wasn't there like ambiance of like a radio playing out like from a window? Is that true or not? Like you hear like something in the distance, like horns playing when you're in the hideout.
Yeah, there was like a busker.
That was
in the street.
Yeah, that was street musicians.
Okay, all right. Because someone was asking me about this when I was playing the other night, and I said I vaguely remember that, and then they just disappeared as the seasons progressed.
That was the Red Hand crew tuning up.
Yeah, you know what? Well, I think I know what happened too, is because we had to get rid of them for. I think it was when the alien ship came down. They were playing music. We didn't want that to argue with the ship, and then I guess we didn't put them back. Or I just got sick of them. Who knows? But yeah, it would have been fun to listen to maybe a couple in one of those apartments going through the stages of their relationship as the seasons go.
You hear a baby crying.
Yeah, good for them.
Who's paying for college? I'm not paying for college.
Yeah.
I love the one where you throw a bomb ball down in the hideout in the woman screams.
Yeah, the dog barking. I love it.
That was hilarious.
But yeah, it was such a great challenge. It was labor of love for sure. There's a lot in there. There are some sounds that happened before I got here. I mean, I was the first audio person, but there were some placeholder things that stayed in. And that often happens when you're talking to new audio people. That's definitely one of the pieces of advice. It's like always design for that it's gonna It's gonna go because it might. You don't think it will, but it might.
I remember in our old office, you coming in. We didn't have a room for you, so you were at a desk with these big headphones on, and I think you had a keyboard that barely fit on the desk, and you were just trying desperately just to hear the audio while we're just la 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 talking around you.
And Mario Kart cars riding around. Is that? Yeah. That's so fun. Though. That's such. Yeah, that was.
That felt like.
That was fantastic.
That felt like college dorm. We're trying to make a game.
So it felt like a startup, but yeah, like another thing, like I think it was the second day, like some of the footstep sounds were on the second day that may have stayed, and some of the other things where it's like our models used to be little, and their legs were smaller, so their footsteps were quicker. So those steps were made for like the pitter pat, and then they just grew bigger, and then the footsteps just stayed.
Matt, tell us about multi-ball.
Oh, multi-ball. Okay, maybe 2 phones ago, we wanted to do. I don't even remember how this really happened, but it was.
I think it was you and Merck again.
Was
Merck was working on multi-ball at the time, and you were like, or one of you was like, "We need sound."
Yeah,
because people know.
Right, since it's OP'd, then we need to level it. So we got to announce that someone has it, and you should be able to hear it anywhere you are. Which is. This is actually really good design. So, yeah, we didn't even have a mic yet. That's how early we were. And I recorded 3-4 takes of multi-ball on my iPhone. I mean, on a U87 Soundlings, guys.
He just calls them
with
iPhones
some
'cause
sweet
he's weird.
pre's. Yeah, I know.
Sweet pre's.
And we had it was like a, because it's Troy. It's a little loud sometimes, But we had a thin tissue over it, and it was just like multi-ball, pitch it down a little bit, and it's funny. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, so he's still the voice of multi-ball for the next 10 hours.
Yeah.
Multi-ball.
Or forever on the private
That's
server
true, that's
build.
true.
Yeah. Okay, we got a ton of questions here. Soundlings. How do you start a new band when you have just like a complete blank slate? Like Eric comes to you and says, "Hey, here's a brief. What do you do first?"
You want to go or you want to
cry? No,
Okay.
I don't know.
Good.
Good. Yeah, I mean, I think we just kind of break down what the instrumentation is, and really kind of start about thinking like, okay, what would the stage look like if these guys were to play live? Some of them have, I think the listeners, there was a bunch of aliens. So it's like, well, they're going to have a bunch of instruments that we've never seen before. They're going to have like DJ setups. There's not going to be like a real drum set, but like Rick and the Humans, they're going to have, big band behind them. They're going to have real drums. They're going to have real brass. And then they're going to have this robot conductor that's basically conducting the whole thing. Yeah, and then what was some of the other ones, like
Johnny and the Breakers.
Johnny and the Breakers had a surf rock guitar guy that was like the main dude of the whole band, and
that was kind of the thing, was like to come up with the story of the band first, and let that kind of dictate where we went with the music, because then it's like, oh, well, let's put an organ here. No, there's no organ in this band, so that actually really helped a lot. But yeah, that was always the first step. And then like right after figuring out the instruments, it was just like, I think our process every time was just like get in front of the keyboard and just like hum melodies back and forth. Like, oh, that's cool. And like throw that in. And yeah, that's kind of how every band would start.
Nice. And then another question. Someone asked, like, how do you get started in making music for games?
By working with Knockout City.
Yeah.
Matt P. Just call Matt P. I'll post his number after this. This dude, he'll hook you up, man. I think it's just like doing a lot of music. Like
we've both written.
By the time the demo came for this, we had written so much music in our lives, you know, thousands of tracks. And so I think it's really just getting to a place where you feel like what you do is undeniable and you have that trust in yourself and what you're doing. And when you get there, just keep going, because you're going to get turned down a lot. You're always going to get way more no's than yeses, you know? Yeah, I think that's it. You got to just keep working at it.
At what point in that long career did you get interviewed by Rolling Stone?
After Knockout City.
That was so awesome. That was so awesome.
Knock it out of the park. That's what you guys did. Recognize the opportunity when it's there, and then give everything to it. In this biz, it's tough because most places, they're not necessarily interested for somebody they don't know already, or they want the most expensive person they can get or team, and then pay them as little as they can get away with. It's rare. It's rare when it goes the other way, right? So we lucked out. Like, it was just perfect. These guys were in the exact right space, I think, head space and, you know, career-wise. And I didn't know all this incredible music that they had already done. But, you know, everything matched up so perfectly with them. So, yeah, everything Sonny just said was right on the money.
You've also said before that, I mean, maybe I don't remember correctly, but I feel like we started thinking about music very early.
Yep.
Like, it was years before the game came out that we were thinking about music. When, correct me if I'm speaking incorrectly here, sometimes music is one of the last things to be thought of, or doesn't really, it isn't necessarily part of the soul of the thing when music is being thought of. And for us, at least for me, music was part of the soul of this game.
Definitely.
Yep.
Yeah, and there is an entire playlist that we have published. I would need to dig out a link, but I can post it on our Discord soon, or maybe someone else has it more readily available. But we have a playlist that is like Knockout City inspiration tracks, and it's like 40, 50 songs, and like some of it is, you know, like good rock stuff that you've definitely heard of, and
that was a lot of fun.
Others are things that I had never heard of. I'd never even heard of the band, let alone like heard that song. And
we were in this room. It was we were on a call, David Nathaniels and I, and the Soundlings, and it was just after we got the brief, or gave them the brief, and that turned out to be a really important document. So credit to Eric. You know, remember, he really was really important. Which reference tune went first? Now this one. Now that when I was like, now it makes perfect sense.
Oh, even the ordering.
Even the ordering.
Wow.
I think you're talking about two different documents.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about a Spotify playlist.
Yeah. Yes.
He's talking about something else.
I'm talking about the creative brief to communicate to those guys what it is. Yeah, forgive me. But I remember it was, you guys made a comment about, I think it was technopathic. It was a not Sunset Overdrive. What's the skate?
Jet Set Radio.
Jet Set Radio. Of course.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's killing. What is that? You know, and it's like, it's Hideki Naganuma, you know, it's Jet Set Radio. And it was like, oh yes, they get it. You know, and it was like they're getting this for exactly the right reason. So, you know.
Yeah.
I will say that was like one of the craziest briefs. Like that first brief.
Yeah.
We were like, they want literally like 25 genres mashed together into one track.
5 bands, 3 songs each.
Oh yeah. No, was it my first day on the job when you laid in the line of me like, I want to create a new style of music, and I want an award-winning soundtrack. Yeah. And it was like, okay, no pressure at all. Sure, I'll get right on that as soon as I get a computer and a desk.
You did great.
And a microphone.
It was very hard finding. I know you have other questions you want to. It was very hard finding reference for the stuff that I think that because I don't know music, all I can do is go, like that, and then everyone looks at me like I don't know what that was supposed to be. So when I was trying to find reference, there wasn't a lot of it at the time, and I just kept sending 50s trap remixes on YouTube to Matt and be like this, but not like this. It's like three versions of Mr. Sandman, but just remixed where the first 35 seconds is good and then it just goes into and Mr. Sandman's gone. But those first 30 seconds, if we could extend that into a soundtrack, I'd be happy.
And then Jeremy, can you add any dubstep, distortion, any of that stuff in there? It's like, oh, no.
Be like, can we get that sound of it? I don't know what it is, but it sounds like a drill. Can I get that drill? And you'd be like, yeah, sure, and then not put it in there, and I'd be like, oh, I love this song.
Well, you say that you don't know music, but you know what you like. You know what you like.
Yes.
You know what you were looking for, and that is that's the giant first step that needs to, once you know that. Now you have something to go after.
Yeah.
When you can mess around trying to let the gear write the music for you. And soundlings, you guys know this, right? It's always. Or you guys tell me. I know there's happy accidents, but it's always better when you know what you are looking for first. Am I right?
Totally. Yes, totally.
And then some things in the production happen just by happenstance, and then some things are like, we want to have a walking bass line in all of these tracks, regardless of the band, or because the walking bass line is kind of like the thing that's the thread throughout Knockout City, because it tells you you're in this retro futuristic 1950s world, and that was it. And that in a lot of the references, it had that bass line. Yeah. But it doesn't have to be on bass. It could be on, a synth, or it could be on something else. But it always has to have that walking feel.
Yeah. Throwing it to Steven too, just hearing you speak for the first time, he's got this resonance in his voice that I'm pretty sure it comes through. Anything you can record that on an iPhone, I'm sure it will come through. But hearing it was just like, oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. He's got that. He's got it's his speaking voice has it. I'm sure we can make this work.
I don't know if they're helpful at all. Please don't ruin my sense of disbelief. But when we would be talking, I'd be like, can I get a little more of that roller coaster?
Oh yeah.
And then can I get more of that grumble at the end? And then just give me straight DJ. I want even more DJ.
Those were always the cues. And then sometimes you go off and Eric would go off and be like, all right, so can I do a line read for you? I'm like, absolutely. It's totally fine. And he starts doing it and he goes, all right, whatever I just did, don't do it. That's terrible. Don't do it. Whatever. Forget it. I'm like, it's hard to forget it because I was listening to you. If you were my spouse, I wouldn't listen to you, but otherwise I was listening to you. Yeah, but it was always great too. We just working with Eric and his descriptions and seeing the context too of the script, because a lot of times I was telling Matt I know just the briefest overview of what we're going to do that day, and then it just words on a page, and then Eric would be like, all right, so what's going on, Steve? Picture this, and then picture that. Wait, no, don't picture this. All right, now do as a roller coaster. Do the roller coaster thing. Now more DJ. No, more smooth. Now pull back a little bit.
Have you ever seen Alien 3?
Yeah.
You make the most obscure references and analogies during VO direction sessions. It's somehow you get really, really, really good VO, but it's just you bring up movies that I've never heard of sometimes, and
talking to Krista to get a emotion out of her. I was like, have you ever seen The Abyss?
Yep.
You know when
1989.
He's down there and she's up there and she's talking to him, but not. I want that. And she's like, I've never seen The Abyss. I'm like, okay, great.
Ted Lasso. One trick, one technique that I've done with a lot of producers is they say, hey, we want you to try this way. I go, sure, you got it. And I just do it, and I don't do what they want. And they go, that sounds great.
Yep.
And I did that for a couple of years for you guys. Just whatever you guys want, I'll do. I got it. I can do it. Sure, no problem.
Cut his mic.
I've heard that. I mean that's the freelance trick in general, right? Like, could you just make that a little bit more red? Okay, here you go. Submit the same thing.
And I think I told you guys. I told Eric too. The craziest recording session I ever did was I was doing just a regular commercial, and the producer goes, "Steve, your voice right now sounds green. Not like you don't know what you're going to say, but it sounds green. We need you to sound more red." Or possibly orange with your tonality. And I said, sure, whatever you guys need. And I'm saying to myself, what did I just get myself into? Who are these people saying that they can see my voice in colors? What type of drugs are they doing?
The other thing that was happening while we were recording these is the Toast of London was released.
Oh,
so there was just constant me hitting the little button, being like, "Hey, Steve, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Clem Fandango."
Clem Fandango. What do you want? No, stop it, no. Oh, Matt Berry.
Let's talk about other voices in the game. I'm so sorry, Steve. But so we have a bunch of like character voices that you can equip. How do we get to those voices? What is the direction? Where do we write all of the lines, like when the Valley Girl pops out of the tube? And specifically, are any of the character voices based on people you actually know?
Well, one of them is based off Jeremy, who I know. But no, it was like, what was the first character voice we did? Zero.
It was Zero, yeah.
Right? Yep. So we knew we wanted to do character voices, and we knew we had this new character, Zero. So we should use it. That started with everything was written out because I did the voice of Zero, so I knew I was going to be doing that voice. But the other voices, we were like, let's not write everything out. Let's just let them riff in front of the mic. And then we were having a hard time because then localization would come back and be like, what did everyone say? It was like, oh, we don't know.
Yeah.
We haven't gone through it yet. We're going to find the good thing. And then we have to go back and rewrite it and write it for them and give it to them. And it was just this hassle. So we started writing everything out, but we left a bunch of blanks for just riffing, especially with the voice actor for Ratfink and stuff like that. But I am going to stop talking because I want Matt to speak to adding a voice to the game because it sounds so boring to do all those hook all those things up.
I mean, it can get exhausting.
Is that why you hired Justin?
But yeah, to find more efficient ways to get it done. But the thing, what gets you through, which take it is. You know what I mean? Like you're like, that's the that I'm looking for. You can tell. And then you just you pick all the good ones that you want, and then and you try to automate the whole process. But if it makes you laugh, and more importantly, if it makes Jeremy laugh, I'm like, I'm keeping it. And what you talked about with localization too, it did kind of, I don't want to say painted us into a corner, but it set up this structure that we couldn't break out of for a little while, and then we eventually just did it anyway, and just took the hit of how difficult it is to manage all these different takes because they have to translate them and all these different voices. So and then we got to make sure that it's really not that it actually translates. But and we wanted to go dark and blue, but we can't do that.
Shooters Magoodles.
Yeah.
I wanted to say that I think there's a 7-second delay on the stream. And you said I heard Jeremy laugh, and then we heard Jeremy laugh in the other room.
Yeah. We have a pretty big open room in our office, and we used to do these meetings where we would have people just. Yep, there's Jeremy again. And we would just show what people are working on. So people would show concept art and outfits in progress, and how level design is coming along, like all of this stuff. And when we got to the animations for intros and MVP and loss and everything, those and showing off new voices, Jeremy would laugh, and it wasn't him talking, but he would laugh so loud and it would just echo through that room that no matter who was giving the presentation to show what these things were, you would just hear Jeremy. Jeremy would come through in any of them. And it's charming. And it. If you want to hear Jeremy's laugh, go into the game and select voice 1 and select the ha-ha taunt and just do that. We just have a couple minutes left before we start jumping into some tell-all stuff and bring Jeremy in. What inspired the screaming taunts?
Those are great.
Who wants to apologize first? I think, I think the art started. Art came first. So we were doing a bunch of uncommons and rares and epics. And for the rares, the rule for a rare taunt would be it's an emoji redrawn. And we had the screaming face with the brain popping out the head. And then I guess that just, if you're going to do that, you have to do a scream. And we didn't have a scream from every voice. So we used a stock scream, I believe, or someone in the office screamed. And we just used that for everyone. But I guess I don't have to apologize because then we released the seagull. And that, I think, took more people's ire than the screaming one did. But yeah, art first and then the horrible audio.
Yep. Anything else here? Who's the voice of Beep Beep Honk Honk?
That's Justin, right?
Is it?
I think that's Justin. Yeah, Justin Joyner, the other audio person.
Nice. And then let's just close this out. And somebody, I don't know if you were listening when we were talking about Spaghetti World earlier, but they want to hear the DJ introduce Spaghetti World.
What is Spaghetti World?
Eric?
Spaghetti World is like a competing restaurant chain to Galaxy Burger.
Okay.
They only serve spaghetti. And you just get one large infinite noodle.
Am I doing an infomercial?
Yeah, let's do an infomercial for Spaghetti
Ladies
World.
and gentlemen, it's a Friday night, you're home alone. You say, hey, do I want ziti? You can have ziti. You can have baked manicotti. But gotta tell you right now, in Spaghetti World, it is out of this world. From meatballs to sausage to peppers, oh my. Spaghetti World's where I would go if I was on KO City.
Nice.
Can I get some more roller coaster on that?
Oh, damn you.
Conflict of interest.
Awesome. Cool. So we're going to be switching over. Thank you so much, Matt, aka P-Rog. Thank you, Steve. There's Jeremy. Thank you, Matt and Sunny, for joining us. For audio stuff specifically, I would love to talk more about all of this stuff. There's enough to talk about with like sound effects and with the DJ voice and with music for bonus episodes of the podcast. So would love to circle back and talk more about that stuff when we got a little bit more time. But
Can I just take over 1 second?
Yes.
Jose? Matt and Sunny, thank you very much. It was a pleasure working with you. It was great. You did such amazing work. The soundtrack is so good. And everything you did was so surprising. And you took the brief and you mutated it into something that added to it, and it was so great. Matthew, thank you so much for working with me. I know that sometimes I was frustrating, but
no, man.
I was learning. I had no idea what I was doing, but it was an absolute pleasure working with you. Thank you very much. Stephen Murray, thank you so much. I think that I definitely learned everything by using you as a guinea pig because you were the first voice that I'd ever directed. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for putting up with me learning that. And everything, that voice not only was the voice of the game, but there are people that really, really care about the DJ and cannot wait to hear the episode tomorrow that comes out.
Looking forward to it.
I don't know if you were watching. People, since this is not going to have a VOD, we're actually going to air the last episode at the end of the stream.
Oh, really?
Ooh,
yeah,
I'm looking forward to
so
it.
we can hear live reactions.
I want to thank you guys too. Seriously, it's been an amazing 2+ years. I've learned a lot too. It's good to be the guinea pig, I guess, sometimes, but I've actually learned some stuff, a lot of stuff as a voiceover actor, and working with Josh too as a director and a producer, and obviously Eric and Matt too in the studio, especially when we're freezing our stuff off for the first month, and those directions. It was a true pleasure. The community is amazing, and met some wonderful people. And GGs and hearts and hugs and kisses and kisses.
I wish we got a DJ voice in the game earlier.
Oh yeah,
I missed it too. I don't have it, but I wish we got in there earlier because it's so fun to hear people use that.
It's fun. Thank you guys.
Well, as the only person that Eric didn't give a personal thank you to, I'm good.
Oh, thank you, Jeremy, too.
Cut his mic.
You're going through the steps.
You're going to get it in the next bit.
Okay. Thank you. But we're going to bring Jeremy in. Thanks everybody. Well, I'm going to do another BRB, but we'll be back much faster this time. We just got to move some cameras around. We'll be right back. Thanks.
Catch me if you can. Watch me slip right through Catch me if you can. The chase is all part of the plan. Won't you please turn down the lights? This is only for your eyes. Catch me if you can before you miss your only chance. Hold me now, put me in your cage of love. Show me how. I know I can steal your trust. Catch me if you can. Watch me slip right through your hands. Catch me if you can. The chase is all part of the plan. Won't you please turn down the lights? This is only for your eyes. Catch me if you can before you miss your one last chance.
Yeah. I'm back. We're back. Doing it live. Jeremy wanted to know what a tell-all is, and so I'm here to explain it to you. We have a lot of secrets about the game. I don't think we have any deep secrets anymore.
Oh, right, audio.
But oh yeah, that's why you can't hear. I mean, you don't need it for just us talking. We're all in the same room. That's how audio works. Yeah. But we are going to be showing some videos, and if you want to hear that stuff.
Yeah, I'm excited to show these.
So we have, I think when I was downloading videos to prep for this segment, I don't organize my files very well sometimes. And I was searching back through our Slack DMs.
On the camera.
There you go. There you go, Jer Bear. So I was searching back through our. I need to do the same thing on this one. We're reversed. I'm on. Nope, not that one. Hang on. Where is it here? I'm going to move myself over here because otherwise I keep looking at you, and I was looking off camera with you on the other side.
The best part was you had a different zoom level for Matt's right arm, so it looked like he had like a giant right arm. It was like those TikToks where they like. Yeah, they move someone over and then they add a little bit more and then they move them over and add a little bit more. Yeah.
Yep. But so I was looking through our Slack DMs, and this was like way before we knew that we were going to be sunsetting the game. I think it might have even been before we went free to play, and it was the pitch video. And I said, I wish there was a way that we could show this sometime. And this is like over a year ago. And so I did actually start saving a few things. It was like that. And there is some fun Perennial Labs lore that we're going to get into. And just some of like the cool videos that you make that never intended to see the light of day. You didn't make those because you thought we'd be doing this someday. Mm-hmm. You just made it because that's the way your brain works. And it has made the rest of this game better for it. And then we can answer a bunch of questions here. I'm going to start taking questions in a second when we actually get there. We could potentially share a little bit of info about what season 10 was going to be.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we could do that. We could. We got a bunch of stuff here.
I rolled over the cable.
Oh no! Why don't we start? By okay, here we go. You sent me 3 animation tests.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to talk?
As soon as I know which one they are.
So there's the older version.
Oh, the very old.
The very old one. There's an idle test and there's a run test. Which do you want first?
Do the idle test.
Okay.
Okay, so this is very old. Were you here?
I'm gonna loop it here.
I for this one, yeah.
You were okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a very old test when we were looking up. We were coming up with some art styles, and we were thinking. Well, I was thinking, what if everybody was made out of clay? And when you got hit, it would like actually deform your model. So at the end of the game, you'd have all these like dents all over your body. No one else agreed with me on that. So, but we were still toying with this idea of where parts kind of feel like a little Miss Potato Heady, where they're kind of like just like resting on the face. There's another video I couldn't find of a take hit of a ball hitting this person, and all of their facial features just fall off their head. So this was very early. This was after the generic body that we had, a little guy in a rubber suit.
Which is in the art book.
Which is in the art book because when we were looking for a art style, I was really excited, and I made all this art for it to show people, and no one agreed with me, which is that they would be wearing like these
pajamas.
Kind of well, they were rubber suits. They were rubber suits, and they had, one of those, if you go to like the mall and it's those glass balls you touch and the lightning touches your finger. They have those in their bellies. And that's what, when they ball up, they turn into that. Anyway, I had all this lore and everything, and I was like, what do you think? And everyone's like, I was like, oh, great, that was my weekend. But anyway, this was an art style we explored for quite a while.
And to have that running here.
There we go.
We have that, and I'm going to loop here.
So yeah, and then we're just toying around with obviously different art styles for what the running could be like. Extremely over the top. I don't think this ever would have worked.
Well, this was brought up again later on down the road, I remember. And the issue was that you could stop and turn at any point. and with this character who was like leaping in the air and in the air for so long, it just didn't like make sense for how rapidly people are moving and changing direction.
Yeah. The next one that I have is the feminine run. Yeah, here we go.
So this is after that previous art style. This was... we had a concept artist for a little while named Gigi, and absolutely in love with her concepts. Everything that she did, we were so excited to get her. And when I was looking at her concept art, I was like, she would fit so well at Double Fine. Well, she works at Double Fine now, and she worked on Psychonauts 2, and it just makes perfect sense. But she made these concepts, and then James Weir, I believe, turned this into a 3D model. And this was, I really love this style. It's so fun. I love the thick trunk legs. This was being very inspired by lots of things, but also there's an artist named Hannah Kay who has worked on Adventure Time and various things, and she has just absolutely amazing art style. And I wanted to capture that unique, fun look that artists like her were going after.
Yeah. We are talking about I'm a Gigi, who also I had the pleasure of working with at Harmonix.
Oh, right.
We didn't overlap at Velen, but yeah, she was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never got to meet her dog, unfortunately.
Rocket.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next one is a big one. So when we had Knockout City, here, I'm going to do something in OBS here just so I can kind of switch back and forth, because if we're going to be
OBS is so close to IBS and every time. Just don't.
Yeah. So when we were like when we had a prototype, we wanted a partner to help us ship this game, to publish the game for us. We've gotten to the point that we're self-publishing now. Like Knockout City for the last year has been self-published. Hot Wheels Rift Rally is self-published, even though we are partnered with Mattel, but Velen Studios is the publisher of it. When we were just starting out, we couldn't do that. We were a tiny studio. Mario Kart Live Home Circuit was published by Nintendo, and we were working on this as well, and we needed a partner. So we made a pitch video that we took to E3, What are those eyebrows? Are you like?
Are you actually going to show it?
I'm going to show it.
Wow.
Yeah. We're going to show it. We're going to show it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And I said this earlier, like someone said like, oh, is this the video that you showed on the Nintendo Direct a while ago? And this is not.
No.
This is a video that has never seen the light of day. Nobody outside the studio has ever seen it, unless you're like at EA or one of the other partners that we pitch to. Seeing a pitch video is very rare. And I can like count on one hand the number of times that I've seen it from like other studios that have done things similar to this.
Maybe we shouldn't show it then.
That's true. Okay, great. Stream's over. Thanks everybody. Knockout City shuts down in about 10 hours.
I can't believe we're going to do this. This is awesome.
Yeah. So this is a video that we pitched, that we showed to people to basically say, give us money so we can make this game together. Because we think it's great and we want a partner that thinks it's great. So that is what this is.
Go!
Jag, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more with the road, Jag. Don't you come back no more. What you say, hit the road, Jag. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more with the road, Jag. Don't you come back no more. What you say, hit the road, Jag. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more with the road, Jag. Don't you come back no more. No more. I know more. I know more. No more, no more, no more, no more. No more, no more, no more, no more. Dang, don't you come back no more, no more, no more.
So,
Man. Let's make it. Let's do it, guys.
Yeah.
So anybody want to give us money?
Oh, man.
Yeah. And so that's the thing, like, for people wondering why you don't see pitch videos more often, like, you know, they are not that polished.
They contain copyrighted music.
Yeah, I mean, there's that too, you know, which may or may not be one of the reasons that this isn't being saved as a VOD.
Right.
But yeah, like the goal of that is you work with teams that are used to seeing videos at this stage of development that are early prototypes to like look for the promise and the potential. This is not a, hey, we have a finished game. We just need someone to like, you know, help us make a trailer for it and art. It's, you know, hey, we want to find someone that can help us, you know, that can help us finish the game. When was that made, like time-wise?
That was
Tuesday.
Was that 2018?
That's got to be 5 years old at this point. I think that was a year after we started. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's about, as you saw, it's about mechanics, style, and tone.
Yep.
So having that song in there again is Hit the Road Jack, the retro.
Yep.
And then the futurism of our game and the tone of how just like what Matt was saying, the smacks and the ragdolls, and we didn't have ragdolls for a while, and then we put ragdolls in, and it was like, that's a game now. It's a game now, and we wanted to make sure that we showed those off. And
It was. I mean, I love that reminder of we had almost everything. I think we were only missing 2 things: fake throw and sprint.
Yep.
But we had every other ability already done. It was almost the exact same game, except it was just a little slower. It's a little slower paced. And obviously the art style, the world was figured out, right? It was still the retro futuristic world. The outfits are the same outfits as our starter characters and everything. It's just the art style was younger for that video.
Yeah. And on the art style, there is a ton of that. I know I've talked about this a bunch of times. Yeah, exactly. In the art book, there is an art book. You could see art style evolution in there, and it is. I don't know. I remember I saw that video. It was I don't know. Within my first week, we had not announced the game yet, and I hadn't even gotten a demo of the game, and I saw that, and it was just. I don't know. It's amazing how close that is to the final game, given how long ago it was.
Yep. I was in all of those pitches to the various publishers, and we just had like a couple slides, the video, and like 2 slides more, because after that video, they just wanted to like get their hands on it. And so we like had very little preamble, and we just got right to the demo from that video. Like that video hyped everyone up, and it set them up for exactly what they were about to play.
Yeah. And I wasn't here at the time, but I have heard from a couple of people that one of the reasons that we liked EA as a publisher is because it was really important for everybody there that would be working on it to actually get hands-on.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, we had 2 people in the room that played and everybody else just watched. It was like, no, they wanted everybody to play.
Yep. I mean, and that video too, gotta say, that was an Eric special. That was a lot of effort from Eric. Very, very specific, precise planning and timing. Like some of those scenes were grabbed from just free play session that we had, and some of it was very choreographed because we wanted to make sure to demonstrate everything so perfectly. And Eric coordinated that whole thing. That was amazing.
Yeah. If only you could have done that for every trailer. What do we? Nope, not that.
Let's do it again.
Okay, so next, which one is this? This is, okay, so this is basically, I mean, why don't you set it up?
This is a bit of a setup. Yeah.
This is the Cops and Lobbers one.
Okay, so season 3 was going to be called Cops and Lobbers. We wanted to, we already had the idea of Chase. We had the idea of the KOCD-PD. We had all this stuff in the city. We had the
Lockdown
Throwdown map was coming out, which was a full-on prison map at the time, or jail yard map at the time. And we were like, oh, let's play with that. Like, we have these brawlers who are doing this not quite legal thing in the streets, and then we have the authority who's trying to stop them. Let's make a game. Let's make a season about that. But as we were working on that, how frank should I be?
It's a tell-all.
Yeah, it's a tell-all.
Well, it shouldn't have taken this to realize that, but this is what it took to realize that. A lot of horrible stuff was happening in the news. When can you ever not say that? But at the time, a lot of horrible stuff was happening in the news, specifically around the police, and we didn't want to make any sort of statement in our game by having outfits and cop cars and all, and, stuff in our game that could seem like we were trying to either make a pro or a anti statement. Not that we don't have opinions, but we were just being very careful, and we were trying to be very sensitive to what was going on. So we had a lot of internal discussion, and the map had already started, I believe. So it was a little bit harder to pivot the map, but we found a way to do it. And we came up with this idea of a hacker group has taken over Knockout City. And it's a technological city. There's technology everywhere. It's in the clothes. It's in the hair. Like, what would happen if a hacker took over Knockout City? They'd have control of everything. So I came up with this idea of a hacker group. I wrote a whole bunch of lore that's just on the Confluence. I made a whole bunch of images and animated GIFs. GIFs. And
You got me to change what I say, and now I can't remember which one I used to say and which one I say now.
I say GIF just to mess with you. So I was like, what if there's this group of hackers and they've taken over and they're going to expose something about the city? And when it came time to present, because we presented every season to the team, and I always wanted to have some form of little narrative thing to show them to get everybody in the mood. And I thought it would be funny to, even though everybody knew we weren't doing cops and lobbers, to start them off thinking that that's what we were doing. So that's what this video is going to be.
Okay.
We are Zero. We have assumed control of Knockout City. We control everything. Our city, our rules. Join us, you will go from hero to zero.
The blue screen.
So I made that video to show to people to get everybody in the mood. And that was before Zero was a singular entity. It was a hacker group made up. It was playing off anonymous. And the name Zero came from, I was like, all the we's happening in that trailer are not because, Zero speaks with we, because Zero is made up of millions and millions and millions of versions of itself. So it says we. But that was because it was actually people. And Zero comes from this idea that, they're like, we are no one. I'm like, well, ones and zeros, that's a technological thing. So if they're no one, then they must be zero. And then I worked with Cyril, who was a concept artist on Knockout City, and we came up with the Zero Eye. And then I was working through that season, and I was like, cleaning up a season is something that you have to think about, because, you can have a volcano appear in the middle of the city, but then that volcano is going to be there next season. It's like, oh my God, now how are you going to do a new season when there's still a volcano there? So trying to find a way to clean up a season was important. So I was like, are they all the hackers just going to agree to stop? So I was like, what would be easier is if there was one hacker. What would be even easy, and I didn't want to focus the season on destruction. So, hacker groups, you can see them as they go in, they break a bunch of stuff. They don't care what they're doing, they just destroy. And I didn't want to do destruction. So I was like, let's talk about creation. What can they create? Well, they can find something and they can expose something. They can expose Chase, expose the mayor, something like that. But I don't know. It's not exciting. So then I thought creation, life, AI, there's got to be something there. And that's where Zero came from. And then
ChatGPT.
And then ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was us.
That was Eric.
That was us. So, and that's when season 3, that's when that was happening. And that's when Jeremy was like, let's do a radio show. And so that's how all the narrative started, was really from season 3. And everything after season 3, because of the Deep Space Dispatches, I think completely changed Knockout City for me, at least. And it made it a game that has a story now. And I think that made it a stronger game. And it was just really fun to write those things. But so then it becomes easier to clean up Zero, because you have an AI running for its life. There's a couple things that can happen. It can get caught, it can get killed, or it can escape. Of course, I'm going to make it escape, and that's what I did. And then the idea of you have this thing escaping, it can always come back. And we always plan to bring Zero back. And if you listen to season 3 of the Deep Space Dispatch, if you haven't, I'm sorry, spoilers. But if you've listened to the Deep Space Dispatch season 3 and you want to try to guess where all of the inspirations come from, yes, the ending of that Deep Space Dispatch is inspired by Ghost in the Shell. But yeah, that trailer, I made that, and it's I do not remember the name of the person. I apologize. But that song, I specifically searched for a song made up only of modem noise, and I found one on YouTube. And like I said, I never planned to show it to anybody. I should have found out their name. but everything just fit together so perfectly, and nobody knew I was doing that. Luckily, because they might have told me like this isn't necessary, but it was totally necessary.
And then so there's also another Zero video that we have.
Yes. So Perennial Labs didn't exist until season 3. We had the symbol, which was the infinity sign with the we're just on a black screen right now, and I'm going to talk for a little bit.
Okay.
Hi. The infinity symbol with a little arrow on it. We had that symbol that was being put on outfits, and Kelsey maybe invented it. I don't know who invented it, but we were like, "What is this thing?" And we're like, "I don't know. We don't know. We'll use it when we need it." And that's the whole thing. Is like when you're doing narratives like this, just plant little seeds and then make them grow when it's time. So we had this symbol. We were like, this is going to be the symbol of the Super Science Foundation in Knockout City. And Ben Green came up with the idea of calling it Perennial Labs, and because it's got an infinity symbol on it, and perennial means constantly recurring, constantly coming back. And in order to figure out who they were, I made a bunch of art, because that's what I do, and a bunch of lore. So I've got, what are you going to show? I
have the video first of like Zero being...
Yep. So I made another video showing Zero being born.
You want to just watch that?
Yeah. Okay. There's no sound.
Oh, there is no sound.
I don't believe so.
So I can keep our
so
mics
this
open then.
Is Zero generating. And then Zero wakes up and escapes. So the idea was that Zero is, it's not Zero named itself, but before that it was some project name in Perennial Labs. And Zero was being created to have human-like artificial intelligence, and it was being trained on approved training materials. But somehow that approved training materials got crisscrossed with a live feed of the brawls. And it started watching the brawls, and it became fascinated with them. And then when it eventually gained sentience and escaped into the HoloNet, all it wanted to do was be a brawler. But all that Perennial Labs wanted to do, or at least Dr. Lori wanted to do, was find it and capture it. Because if Perennial Labs found out that its most advanced artificial intelligence had escaped, Dr. Lori would be ruined, which she was. Also, really quick, the Dr. Lori didn't have a name until it was time to record, and I could not think of a name. So I was like, well, she's just there for lore reasons. All right, Dr. Lori. So that's where she comes from.
So next we have, nope, not that. We have 2 forms.
Yeah, so trying to figure out who...
I forgot you did all this stuff.
Yeah, trying to figure out who Perennial Labs was, I made a brochure. I can't read it all, but you maybe
yeah, I can probably make that bigger. Yeah, I can make this bigger here. And start with it high, and I'll lower it.
Perennial Labs is dedicated to our goal of bringing the future to the present. Our scientists are diverse and dedicated, operating with the highest level of integrity and focus to fulfill our mission. By securing partnerships with Redacted and Redacted, our leadership team and the board show how committed we are to this mission. Perennial Labs brings to market innovative solutions that deliver essential Redacted and Redacted infrastructure. We work with the highest integrity, compliance, culture, and respect for human rights, while also recognizing that you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Dr. Redacted teaches the next generation
of volunteers ready to devote their lives to the future.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Dr. Redacted puts the finishing touches on his latest project.
Yep. So I made this. I made it Exhibit A because something happened and it's all burned. And then this one, Exhibit B,
I'm gonna make
is a, what is this, Form 37B Blue, Post-Experiment Volunteer Exit Interview Worksheet. So you write your ID number, height, weight before experiment, height and weight after experiment. Please ask the following questions clearly and mark the volunteer's response in the space provided. Are you currently experiencing any discomfort, pain, double vision, blurred vision, disturbing visions, difficulty speaking, difficulty remembering your childhood, loss of time, too much time, insatiable hunger, difficulty separating your thoughts from those of around you, dry eye, third eye? Please indicate above any perceived changes to volunteer's body, including loss of limb, growth of limb out of phase, crystallization, unquenchable flame, etc. To conclude the exit interview, please read the following text, choosing whichever response applies. Thank you for volunteering to further the bounds of science and human understanding. Your success/sacrifice today has provided us with valuable data. With volunteers like you, we're one step closer to fulfilling our mission. We sincerely hope that will provide comfort to you/your next of kin. Have a nice day /you are under arrest.
Like the fact that you made all of this just for us, it didn't, it was never intended to be seen by anybody else. It's just, it shows the care that went into this.
Yeah.
Next one that we have is the season 4 little tease.
Okay.
Also has copyrighted music.
Yep. So season 4, Aliens. Someday Jeremy will get to speak. Hang
I'm
on,
enjoying
say
the show
something,
too.
Jeremy. Season 4, Aliens. We had planned on season 4 Aliens, and then another game did Aliens.
Oh my god!
At the same exact time.
Every time we tried to do anything, Unsaid Game would do that exact same effing thing constantly. It was like that episode of South Park where they're just like, Simpsons did it.
Yep.
Simpsons did it. And
When
they
you
just
said same
eventually-
FN thing, do you mean FN? Like, is that why you said FN?
Yeah,
Oh,
right,
okay.
right.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't them.
Yeah. And eventually you just have to give up and just say, you know what? We're doing our own thing.
Yeah.
Ignore it.
'Cause, I mean, we have to
You
start
can't plan
working on
around
this.
it.
Like, we started planning for that to be the season 4, 9 months in advance or
I know,
something? Like,
I know.
yeah.
And they must have known.
Yeah.
Because they stole it.
Yeah.
So we knew it was going to be Aliens. And again, the whole idea is I just didn't want to do obvious things. Well, one, I didn't want to destroy the city. And 2, I didn't want the aliens to be destroyed because there are some things in narratives that you just need to know what you're saying when you're writing a narrative. And something that you could be saying when you're writing a narrative of an other comes from someplace and then is destroyed when it shows up is you're speaking of just war and afraid of the other and things like that. And I didn't want to get into that. We talked about a fear of the other, but it turns out that it's the fear was what was wrong, not the other. So did a lot of brainstorming, did a lot of asking the team what we could do with the aliens to make them not just, we're here to steal your resources or we're here to live on your planet or something like that. And Rich Nolan, producer on the project, suggested, what if they're in a band? And that eventually turned into the listeners. And before that, again, just to get people in the mood, I made this video. Roll it.
People, it sure looks strange to me.
It's good.
So, as I was writing that narrative, I was looking for music and I found that song, and then I realized, wait a minute, this is the plot of One-Eyed One-Horn Flying Purple People Eater. So first off, we made Flying Purple Aliens, and spoiler for the end of that song. At the end, they asked the Flying Purple People Eater what is it he wants. He was like, I want to be in a rock and roll band. So, and then I think Jordan Peele did something with the Purple People Eater, I think, at the same time or something like that. And that made me mad as well. But, so again, yeah, that video was just to get people in the mood, for people to understand the tone. And again, the tone that I wanted. And similar thing with the tone for Zero is we have a funny game. We have a weird game. We have a game where you're hitting people with dodgeballs and they're ragdolling. But I wanted the narratives to feel like there's danger there. and that these aliens are scary and it's concerning. So they're not just coming down and just being, look, I'm an alien. So to put that big mothership in the hideout, and to have it making this sound, this horrible sound, which again, spoilers for season 4. Turns out that sound is their music. It's just slowed down because when they're traveling through the speed of light, the Doppler effect, they have to slow their music down in order so they can hear it themselves. So when they come to Knockout City, they play their music, it's too slow. So the DJ has to speed it up. So if you were to record the hideout during season 4 and speed up that sound, you would have heard one of those listeners' songs and you would have understood it to be a song. Just one of my little tricks that I like to play on people. But season's teasings also started because of Zero.
Right.
I guess we kind of teased season 2 by putting the marquee in Knockout Roundabout.
Yeah,
but
that
it
was
such
very,
a gentle
very subtle.
tease.
Yeah.
If we were doing it now, we would have put posters up like in every map.
Exactly.
But season teasing started because of season 3, and we came up with a Zero Eye, and we made the Zero Eye appear everywhere. And I think that was really exciting for me, and I think that was really exciting for players.
Yeah.
Because we made it not super rare, but rare enough and quick enough that people would see something and not quite understand what it was, and start posting about it. And that was really fun.
Yeah.
And the same thing. And I don't know about you, but I was deathly afraid no one was going to see the aliens.
Because they were really obscure.
Yeah, they're pretty far in the distance,
Yep.
but it was like 4 minutes later.
Yeah. Somebody spotted right away.
That was one of my favorite things is like, obviously it's on marketing. It's like all hands on deck the minute a season goes live. But for season's teasings, it's not. So
Yeah.
I was usually like glued to, like I had, Twitch open here and Discord here and Twitter here. And I'm just like looking for the first person that's like, what the hell is that purple eye? Or I did the same thing for Midnight Madness, because Midnight Madness was like the one feature of the game that we didn't announce ahead of time. We just let it happen. So yeah, it's been really fun to just like watch people experience this stuff.
The flip side is trying to remove anything that could give a false impression. Like there was just random date put that like
On
an
the
artist
band
had put on a
posters.
poster, and people were like counting on the dates of that date. We're like, we get that date off that poster. We have nothing planned.
Yeah, and we patched it out. Like
We
that's why there are
patched it
no
out.
dates on. And actually, in season 4, in the training for that, the last training message is like, always remember, check your mail,
Right.
or check
Oh
the
my
mailbox.
God, yeah.
And it was just a fun thing. We had a mailbox in this map, and so it's like, oh, just check your mail. And people are like, what do you do with a mailbox? Do you tackle into it? Do you throw a ball at it? Should I have ball up and have someone else throw it?
Yeah, we had to patch out that one line.
Right, because people kept asking and like thought that it was a bug. Like, well, surely it must do something, or they wouldn't have put this in. And then in season 6,
we put something in the mailbox.
Yeah, for that teasing.
Planting seeds.
Yep.
I just want to quickly say, I think I saw Bonk Mommy in the chat. I just want to say hi. I was watching their stream before this. They were doing a 24-hour stream, and they were playing Knockout City. That was great.
We should answer this at some point tonight, so we may as well do it now. Bonk Mommy asks, who is Puccini?
I just asked Eric this yesterday.
It's also in the art book.
Yeah. So I don't remember. Can somebody please tell me, where is a Puccini poster?
That happened when Thanks for the KOs kicked on, because we are now in a null season, and it's the same reason that we have that ball spawner issue in Alien Smash site.
Okay, so where is the Puccini
It's in the
poster?
hideout.
It's in hideout? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No comment. No.
Because I was like, Eric, what is this Puccini thing? Like, I'm seeing it in the Discord and I don't understand. I was like, did they doctor it? Is it a real photo?
Yeah. What a weird thing to doctor. 14 hours before the thing goes off. So when we were coming up with, I was like, let's do a Lost Pet poster. It's a city. There's going to be Lost Pet posters. So the concept artists and other artists drew a bunch of different ideas for what Lost Pet poster could be. And one of our concept artists at the time, Arzu, their daughter, I believe I think Arzu drew the inks, and then their daughter colored it in, and that was in the running for one of them, and but Chonky became the front runner that everybody was getting behind, and Stephanie Stoner, who was our 3D artist, made Chonky in 3D almost like the next day. So we were like, it's Chonky, it's got to be Chonky. So Puccini, until Thanks for the KOs was left on the cutting room floor a little bit.
Yeah. So I have one more thing that has a visual component, and then we can get into just talking. And this is a bit of a pivot. It was a little over a year ago. We caught a cheater in our game. Because cheater. The one cheater we have, like, to date, we have only caught one person that cheated in matches. We know that some people use like XP glitches and stuff, but like there was only one person that had an auto catch cheat, and it was reported by a ton of people. Tons and tons of people were submitting clips. As we were like researching to verify what was going on, we kept getting more and more people that were submitting more clips of what was going on. And the thing that's so interesting is so many people over the 2 years have submitted clips being like, oh, there's no way that you could catch this. This person was cheating. And it's like, no, most of the time it's either a skill issue, like it's just somebody being really good. It's luck because, you know, if
they're predicting.
Yeah, or they're predicting. Or it's like lag or rollback or something like that.
Or mouse and keyboard.
Or mouse and keyboard, sure. Until we raise the sensitivity to 20. But this person was playing differently. And that is one of the things that really gave it away, where anybody else, it's like, okay, if someone is right in your face and they're holding an overcharged ball, what are you going to do? You're not going to stand there and just not flap. You're just going to tackle them. Like, that's what any good player is going to do. And so that was one really easy way to kind of debunk some of this stuff without even looking at the data. But there was this one person, and it was the first time we had ever dealt with this. So it's like, okay, well, let's look at some data to be sure. And when we found this person, we made a big post on our blog about the fact that, hey, we caught a cheater and we banned them. And people were asking, like, what were they doing and how did you catch them? And that was the thing that we didn't ever want to say, because if we tell you how we caught them, that makes it easier for someone else that wants to be nefarious to just work around that and say, okay, well, I'll make sure that my thing doesn't do this the way that they found me, the way that they found this other person. So what we did is we looked at the time that it took, the average time to catch a ball after it was thrown across the entire player base. And we did split it up. So the blue bar here is lower MMRs, so MMRs under 3,000. And you can kind of see that, like, their peak is like 50 milliseconds later. And
what does MMR stand for?
Matchmaking rating, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Next to Marshall. No.
Yeah, it's a general indicator of skill, and you see that orange MMR over 3,000. It peaks a little bit earlier. It doesn't, it has a shorter tail overall. But this is basically what the player base looked like overall. So this is across millions and millions of players across, I don't know, hundreds of millions or billions of catches or whatever it is. And then we had this person. So this is player X. And so we're looking at their their average time to catch. And this on its own, it's a single player, so it's not going to have the same exact bell curve. But I'm kind of lying to you right now, because this is not zoomed out enough. And if you look at zoomed all the way out, half of their catches were done at exactly 50 milliseconds. And then another 18% or whatever that is, were done at 75.
That's Mark.
Yeah. So it's just people always wondered how we caught them, and this is how.
And how we verified the other people weren't.
Right, exactly.
They didn't have this kind of
right. Because if anybody did, it would look like this. So this is how we caught them. Again, this is an average player distribution. And this is the player that we banned. So I am not revealing player X. If you go searching through the Discord, you can probably...
It's player _X.
Yeah, exactly. If I didn't censor that, it wouldn't even have given the real information you want, because it was just the ID number in our database that is not public.
It was Dougie.
Yeah, there you go. That's the thing. We talk about Jeremy being voice 1 all the time, but you're Dougie on the Deep Space Dispatches.
Yeah, I had to do my own voice. I had to get my voice in there.
Yeah, for sure.
And zero.
And
Yep.
zero.
Cool.
You want to make fun of me? You want to make fun of me?
I think twice in the past week, Eric's like, I can't believe I never got my own voice into the game. I was like, you're zero. Yeah. And then 5 days later, man, I'm the only one who didn't get my voice in the game. I'm like, Eric, we just went over this. You were zero. The most recognizable character.
Shut up.
Yeah. We do have clips of the auto catcher in action, and I was looking at running it through After Effects to blur the name of the person and whatever, but it was too much work. But
It's probably not that exciting.
Right, exactly. It's
They catch
it
the
is
ball.
watching a person that can catch consistently, never flaps, always catches at super short distances, and also plays really weird because they don't tackle. They just stand there waiting for you to throw so that they can instant catch.
I want to talk about that one right there.
Okay.
That's something I want to talk about when Matt was here. So the question is, will the DJ's face ever be revealed in game? And the other one is, what inspired the Zero auto-tune? So originally, you heard the voice for that Zero little narrative trailer that I made. It was made using a program that was for the Commodore 64. And I wanted it to use that old speak and spell style voice that was very harsh on the ears, and no one agreed with me, luckily. But one of my favorite moments working on this game was I was up in Matt Pirog's office, and he had a microphone looped right into his computer, and we had 200 different presets loaded up, and we were just going through each one, speaking into the microphone, going through each one. And it was 2 days, 8-hour days doing that, trying to find Zero's voice. And I would do it for a little while, then he'd take over, and then we just kept passing back and forth. And we're just writing down, that one sounded good. And I think the one that is Zero is Party Boy or something like that. But then we had... because I didn't know if I was doing the voice. So I was like, let's find a voice that is very different from mine and Matt's. Matt's voice is very deep. And he could do things with the Zero filter that I couldn't do. So a couple of Zero voices are not me. They're Matt, because his voice did something more interesting. But I was like, let's get a voice that's very different from both of ours and run it through this filter and see if it still works. So we got Carmen. Carmen... lead concept artist, and she did the voice of the sounds of Chunky in season 8 and season 9. And we hit a Chunky. I'm sure you've heard it by now. We hit a Chunky in the last Deep Space Dispatches if you listen for it. And we got her up there, but it was she came up and Matt and I are on the couch passing the mic back and forth, making all these weird sounds. And she was like, is this what you guys do all day? Anyway, so that was just, we knew we wanted some sort of computery voice. We toyed around with the idea of we were going to record it with many voices so that it would sound like a chorus. And also it would, so it would sound like it's many voices speaking at once, but also to obscure the perceived gender of the voice. So we could play with that. And then eventually we just found the filter that sounded the easiest to listen to and went with that. As far as the DJ is concerned, until the season 5 trailer, I wasn't 100% positive that the DJ was a human. I was still, until that face reveal where you saw his nose and chin, I was still kind of toying with the idea that he was a chimp sent to space by COSA, the Knockout City Space Administration. They use a chimp sent to space, and anytime you send anything into space, it gains human intelligence. We all know that. And it ended up on the moon and became a DJ. Yes?
Well, that's not entirely true.
What's that?
Because in
What?
like the season, no, because in the season 4, I know that was like a possibility.
Sorry.
Yeah, season 4 Deep Space Dispatches.
That's when it was decided.
Right.
Yes.
Because when the DJ saw Veritas in person and she didn't say, "Holy shit, you're a chimp."
A talking chimp?
I think that's the deciding factor.
Well, there's a little piece of Veritas lore you don't know. She's extremely nearsighted. And then, so when Chase and Veritas meet the DJ, neither of them have a reaction.
Yeah.
That's when it was decided. Yeah. So yes, you are correct. Thank you for correcting.
Yes.
Just do it off air next time. So there was this idea that he was either going to be a robot. He was, this was before Zero. He was an artificial intelligence that was the moon base. He was the moon. Literally the man in the moon, and that the moon center would have been all like a giant server type of thing. But eventually he's a human, and I think it's better for it that he would be a human because, I don't know, it's fun.
Yeah. So one question that I know people had is there is a theory that a signed poster from Clyde in Galaxy Burger is the DJ.
Right.
Is that or is that not the DJ?
It is not. That was not the intention.
That was actually signed by a chimp.
It's weird. Shaved chimp. No, that was not the intention. That was a world building created by the environment artists, and that's not. Well, as far as I know, that's not him. He could have signed a different name. Because I don't know, he's a weird guy. Yep. Way back in the day, when we were first starting working on maps and we were working on Concussion Yard, I was doing my narrative thing, and the school originally was going to be an orphanage because I was toying with the whole billionaire shuts down the orphanage type of thing, and then they hold a big charity event, and then they make the money and they save it, and the billionaire has to leave and blah blah blah, all that stuff, except the billionaire wins. So I thought that would be a fun twist on it. So I'm writing all of this narrative for the map, and I present it to Jeremy, and he's like, "That's real sad, man." That's really sad. I'm like, is it? I don't know. I think it's fine. And then he was like, "You can shut down a school, and the kids can go to another school. You shut down an orphanage. Where are those kids going, man?" I'm like, "Okay, you win." But I had all this stuff. I had all these high hopes where I was like, I was going to put the name of a teacher, and then I wanted to knock out Roundabout there to be a memorial to Mrs. Rose or whatever. And then every day on the day of her death, there'd be a bunch of roses there, and they'd all have the M symbol on them because they came from Magpie. Why is Magpie doing this? And why is there a picture in the orphanage that's all crossed out with think? Oh, because Magpie was the orphanage, and who's this guy next to him with the big pompadour? Maybe they all went to the same orphanage together. Anyway, that all got scrapped because Jeremy didn't like it.
What? I'm literally hearing this for the first time.
So there was all this a lot of that backstory stuff of trying to figure out who the DJ was, who was Magpie, who was Chase, who are all these people, and again, spoiler for season for the final season's Deep Space Dispatches, the idea that Chase and the DJ are siblings that started back in the ideas for the orphanage. And I was still kind of keeping that idea that they could just have been siblings in that sense. But then I was like, no, they're siblings because as soon as you introduce the idea of in narratives, this is just a thing that happens. When you introduce the idea of orphans, all of a sudden, who are your real parents is now the new question. And I felt that was kind of, one, I'm not interested in that, and two, that feels insulting to the people who adopted you, like, who are your real parents? That's what's really important. It's like, no, it was these people who were really important. So I didn't want to get into that, and I didn't want to insult people. So they're siblings. They do not have the same last name. But to be honest, I don't know what the DJ's name is.
You have an idea.
I have an idea, but
we have specifically said that we may not.
Yep.
So this is a tell-all that we're not telling entirely everything on, because like this is how much we want to come back to Knockout City someday, that we want to keep some secrets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's a tell some.
Tell some. Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, that's the whole thing. The whole thing about planting seeds is I have the DJ up there. Why is he up there? I never really got into that. He's up there for a reason. There's a lot, and you can figure it out if you listen to all the Deep Six dispatches. Why he's up there, why he can't come back, how he got up there. That voice line I put in there for the DJ where at the beginning he's like, you ever hear about that brawler who got ultimate throwing so high he landed on the moon? I don't believe in fairy tales, do you? That was just a fun little thing to like, that wasn't how he got up there originally. Originally he got up there on a rocket ship. But people really liked that line, and they would talk about it a lot and say that that's clearly how he got up there. And I wish that I thought that was the reason, because I would have specifically asked for a crater on the moon to show that that's how he got up there. So it's like, okay, yeah, that's how he got up there. Let's do it. And then I had no idea how he got up there. I was like, he had a crew, maybe his crew did it or something like that. And then eventually, again, you plant a seed, and then you don't know what it's going to grow into until you eventually need it. And that's when I needed it for the final season.
Yeah.
It's so fun doing this. This job is so fun. If you're a creative person and you're interested, and you like writing stories, do it and somehow end up in my position.
Just follow everything I did in my life.
Yeah. Go back to okay. First off, go back to 1999. Go to art school. Meet Jess Fink. Jess Fink will introduce you to everybody. You'll get all your jobs because of her. Meet Jeremy. Meet the brothers.
Yep. Okay. A couple other questions here. This one, I don't know why people are so excited about this, but multiple people have latched on. I'm going to ask for everyone, what is that cash register type sound after matches when you get your XP, and why is it there? It's just a sound effect for like when you're like getting XP, right? Like,
I mean,
like you're scoring something that's like money.
Want the deep lore?
Oh God. I think actually it is an errant sound that was supposed to indicate something else. It was supposed to indicate that like matchmaking has begun, or that you found another match, because there's also some part of the matchmaking flow that doesn't have a sound.
Yeah.
That is supposed to, and I think that was the sound. And all of these things that we had on a list of like bugs to fix, as soon as we launched the game, they shot down to the bottom of the barrel because 1,000 other things came up. And I think it just stayed like that. I think that was literally a sound that was supposed to be at another point in the matchmaking flow.
Okay.
So not very fun answer, but a very frustrating one.
Season 10 would have explored that.
Yeah.
Someone says, if you don't do a Knockout City 2, will you boot up the stream to resolve those unfinished stories? No, because if we don't make it, like, there's always the chance that we could make it in the future. Like, you know, I would love if we started working on a sequel to Knockout City in the next year, but like if that doesn't happen, we could still start working on it the year after, or the year after, or the year after. We can come back to it 5 years from now, or you know, whatever. So, like, I think we always got to keep some things in our pocket.
But I would say
Yes.
that if you were like, your new job is writing the DJ Dispatch podcast just to put out on the internet, I'll do it. Okay. It's so fun.
Okay. Sounds good. Someone says, is there art about Keone Island in the art book? Yes. Yes, there is. It's really good. Okay. Someone asked this a long time before, but I really wanted an answer. What flavor were the popsicles from the Heatwave Summer event? And is there a model I could use? No, we're not doing a model. Sorry.
I think it was boogers and farts.
Are these like Harry Potter?
Yeah.
They were orange, right?
It was orange fading to red.
Yep.
So, I mean, we have potato drinks, so it's probably not orange and raspberry.
Yeah.
It's probably something worse. Dragon fruit and kumquat.
Yeah. So the reason that I asked that is because one of the marketing things that I really wanted to do that I never got to do is we, in season 7, the Mutant Mutiny season, we had our Ninja Turtles crossover. And our creative agency came to us with a bunch of ideas. And one of their ideas I wanted to do so damn badly. It was coming out right around PAX West in Seattle. And their idea was to get an ice cream truck and to wrap it with Knockout City graphics and everything and serve Ninja Turtles popsicles with like the gumball eyes that are all over the place and everything. And then also make 4 custom popsicles for each of the 4 mutants. So we would have had a Neon, a Ratfink, a Goober, and a Susan popsicle. And I'm really sad that we didn't end up doing that.
Awesome.
We were just like too short on time and some other stuff. But
I wouldn't eat it. I would just keep it in the freezer for the rest of my life.
That's the problem.
I know. Yeah.
I still have the coffee bean coffee week.
Yeah. Yep.
I haven't even eaten my chunky yet.
Yeah.
Well, here you go.
Let's see.
Do you want to look at the PowerPoint?
Yeah. Let me.
Oh, we kind of showed it off, but we didn't really. Have you talked about the original title?
No. That's also in the art book. But yeah, go for it.
Well, there's 400 and something pages.
I know.
Well, we're gonna look at a PowerPoint. Oh, who's excited? I used to hate Excel and PowerPoints. Now they're so exciting to me because it's such a large part about narrative direction.
Okay, I'm prepping this. If you want to like prep where you were in your life at the time.
Okay, so we were trying to find out what the narrative was for the game, and we were going through lots of things like Josh said, like 5 hours earlier. We had super. It was actually one of my front runner ideas at the time was it's out in the deep space, and it was a competition where different aliens from different quadrants of the galaxy come to fight to earn the reward that they're going to take back to their planet. So the idea is you come up with different types of cultures that they fight for different reasons. There's the poor planet that needs the money for this reason. There's the rich planet that doesn't need the money, but they want the prestige and all that jazz. And then you have those cultures clash, and you change the world by changing their planets and stuff like that. It was really exciting. We were doing all this different stuff. So one of my favorite games growing up was a game called River City Ransom, and I was thinking about those guys, and in it you're in a gang and you beat up other gang members, and when you beat them up, they give them names. One of their names is Clyde. It gives them names and it tells you like you're in the Squids gang territory, and these guys come in and you beat them up, and when you finally beat one of them up, it goes, Clyde says barf. And I was just thinking about that and thinking about the gang idea, and thinking about that it takes place in a city, and that we could have a city. And I have spoken about this before, and it's not like a joke, or I'm not exaggerating. I literally did wake up from a dream with the title Dodge City Warriors in my head, and it solved so many problems. And the one of them was that why is all this stuff happening? Why are there bounce pads? Why are there balls? Why are there flying cars? Why is there all this stuff? And it was, at the time, that's Dodge City, baby. And simple. Like, you don't have to, that's it. Like, why? Because I said so. Because that's just the way this place is, man. That's New York type of thing.
Your presentation is ready, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Is it on screen right now?
Oh, it's on screen right now.
Oh, yeah. So this was me. I don't remember why I did this. I was presented by Eric, And I tried to find a picture of myself, so I Googled my name, and no picture of me shows up, but a picture of my dad showed up first. so that was that. What else we got? What else did I do 8 years ago? Oh, yeah, presentation, lean into fun, define the needs of the bitch, blah, blah, blah. Great. Yeah, so just talking about the... we'd always called it a dodgeball game, but like I said, we were exploring things that weren't dodgeball. We were trying to dress this idea of throwing balls at people. Like maybe it's magic, maybe it's technology, maybe it's bombs like Bomberman or something like that. But came back to this idea of the dodgeball. And it's funny. It is funny every time someone gets hit with one of those balls. I mean, come on. Boink. Boink.
I don't know why some of these are starting in the
Yeah.
I don't know why some are starting in the middle.
This poor little. Oh, Dad. That's an ice cream. So there's that tragedy plus time equals comedy, which is the human body plus physics equals comedy. We all generally have the same human body. We understand physics in the sense that we're humans who live in this world. And adding them together is comedy every time. Sources, America's Funniest Home Videos, has been on top of their time slot since 1989. This was back when people watched TV.
This is the best PowerPoint ever, is one of the...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Our character should be human or very humanoid, again, because we need that touchstone when someone gets hit. If they're made out of, eventually, obviously, we made a tentacle alien, but if all the creatures were made out of like weird body parts we didn't understand, we wouldn't understand the ragdoll. We wouldn't see it as inherently funny. Yeah.
We skipped over part 2. Part 2 wasn't, it was game dev stuff about what our camera should look like.
So these were some of the sketches that I did. I didn't realize we were going to be showing these. Cool. This was like looking at the idea of like, body parts pinned to faces. And that wasn't for customization reason. That was just for style reasons. But we were thinking about big eyes and big facial features because we wanted the face to be recognized. Because when the face changes to a face, we wanted you to be able to see it. Accessories you can knock off.
Yeah. As you said earlier, you wanted to be able to knock off knock off hats.
Do you have the other slide of this?
The other slide of this? I don't think so.
Okay, well, if you go back. So this had like a two-parter to it, which was the kid getting hit is funny, but the hat flying off is hilarious. And that's, that's where like the glasses came from and the ragdoll, and we wanted other parts to fall off.
We wanted to be like Calvin getting pummeled by Hobbs when he comes home from school, where all the clothes are flying off.
Yeah, we wanted his shoes to fly off and everything.
The camera part of the presentation, the TLDR of it is that if our characters are too realistic, that you can't see any detail or emotion in them, especially on handheld. If you're playing on Switch, they'll just be too small.
So make stockier bodies, thicker limbs, so that they can make a strong silhouette against things. And when you hit them, it feels like you're really hitting a big old chunk of meat.
Yep.
So this was the drawing that I did to get people interested in it, taking a lot of inspiration from River City Ransom with the large pompadour hair. Big belt buckle and little stocky bodies, but big faces and big body parts.
And this is the first image.
This is the first image
that ever existed in the style that became Knockout City.
Yeah, and it's where you could see the translation from this to that video, the pitch video that you showed.
Yeah.
And also it's like, you start to see the retro aspect of the game, and
And that rolled up hair, which made its way into Knockout City with the roll hawk.
Yep.
Toying around with changing proportions and stuff like that. Hey, there's River City. There's Howie barfing. Yeah. And then I woke up from a dead sleep with the title Dodge City Warriors, and I came into work, and went to my computer, and I wouldn't let anybody look at my screen because I needed it to be a secret because I knew it was good. This was like, there's a lot of confidence in this. I was like, I know what I got. Oh, it would have been terrible if nobody liked it. Oh, it would have been like, it's like the clay idea, Eric. It's like, oh no, it's a better idea. Why are there gangs of kids duking out on the streets with dodgeballs? Because it's Dodge City, baby. Why are there some balls that do strange things like explode or trap you and goo? Because it's Dodge City, baby. Forget it, Jake. It's Dodge City. Spoiler on that. Here's the mayor having been KO'd. And that cop was the original police commissioner. His name was, what is it called? When you lock down a city and you announce
martial law.
Yeah, his name was Martial Law. And he's got the ball in the in the holster.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's the last slide.
That's it.
I did see someone a while back say, wait, I thought you woke up with the name Knockout City in your head. And that was a change that we had to make. I think because we couldn't.
Secrets.
I think we couldn't get legal clearance on Dodge City, right?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that was just working title until we got Knockout City.
Yeah.
So
I had to fib a little bit in that video.
Yeah. Got the city part right.
Got the city.
No,
yeah.
I think you very specifically did not fib. You said I woke up from a dead sleep with the title of the game in my head. And what Knockout City did for us was give us a place. So it's like, there's no mission in there, but it was an early marketing video. We could, I think we released that before the game even came out. We couldn't be like, hey, I know that Knockout City still doesn't have full brand recognition, but let me tell you about this other game. Okay. Let me check other questions. And then I think there are a few other things that I want to hit. And then I think we got to go because it's getting late. And I know you probably want to go home and play some Knockout City.
I'd like to play Knockout City, but I also, in case you haven't been able to figure it out, I really like talking.
Yeah.
And most of this stuff has just been stuff that I've been saying to myself in my brain. Oh, I want to be very clear also about something. We hired another narrative designer, Nick Eliopoulos, who has been helping since season
7. Yeah.
7?
Yeah.
Nick helped finalize the script for season 7's Deep Space Dispatches, wrote the second draft of season 8. We wrote season 9 together, and then he wrote the majority of the final season. And I just wanted to say that out loud. I was telling Nick, I was like, I'm gonna give you credit for this. He's like, that's fine, you don't have to. I'm like, no, I'm giving you credit. Nick Eliopoulos, there might be some people in chat who know that name, wrote a whole bunch of Minecraft books. So if you grew up reading those books, then you're continuing to enjoy Nick's work.
And also, he just got some cool deal. I don't know all the details, but he got some cool deal for another book deal that is happening soon. That's public.
Nick's great.
Yeah, he's awesome. I've seen a lot of questions about our launch trailer. Jeremy and I talked a little bit about that.
Yeah. Just go back to our hot mic moment on the last time I was on the stream.
No. We addressed that head on. I mean, so the question is basically would you have done the launch trailer differently knowing what you know now? And it's knowing what we know now, 100%.
Yeah.
But you don't always have that foresight of what of how something is going to be received. And
I'll say it for Eric because we're not allowed to say this at the studio, but Eric did tell us so. But we don't allow I told you so's here by my rule.
Yeah.
But you can tell.
I can say Eric said yeah. But yeah, like I said on that last stream, it's the reason we thought it was such a great idea was we were trying to say, who is this game for? And we're like, it really is for everybody. It's for shooter fans, it's for fighter fans, it's for sports fans. No matter you're casual or hardcore competitive gamer, no matter who you are, this game is for you. And so the idea of going through these different trope characters from different video games who just get obsessed with the game, that was such a great idea, I thought. And then the final version of it, I think the misstep was that we didn't show gameplay for so long. that it misled people into thinking what the game was, and it was really. I mean, you didn't like it for you had issues with it for other reasons, but that was like the main reason why I think I still think it was a great trailer if you don't consider the fact that it gave the wrong message. But yeah.
It was funny. The characters were good. I mean, people have asked for those characters to come back.
Yeah. So I mean, I liked it at the time.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah. Let's see. So people have asked about season 10. Do you want to say what the theme for season 10 was going to be?
Well, it's now they can play it another way.
Yeah,
that's true. Right, the tabletop RPG. So here's how many people are in chat, by the way?
We had 500.
500.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm assuming people in chat played season 9 and listened to it. So at the end of season 9, Chonky is thrown into Gearbeard. And Gearbeard tries to assimilate Chonky, but can't do it because Chonky is too pure and nice and doesn't want anything. And they destroy Gearbeard by dropping him into a cannery that chops him up. And then the question is, what happened to Chonky that was inside? And at the end of the episode, a single can with 4 little feet and a little red hat walks away. So that was a late addition, because while we were working on the season 9 Deep Space Dispatches, we learned that we were going to be sunsetting the game. What originally was going to happen was Chonky was going to die. Now I know. Now hang on a second. So Chonky was going to die. And there was going to be like a little sad moment.
Chat's turning against you.
Oh, no. I'll bring him back.
Get to the point.
I'll bring him back. Season 10, what was going to happen is the DJ was going to be up on his moon base and he was going to find a bunch of his old metal records. And he was going to hang on. And he was going to be listening to them. And he's going to be like, my mama told me, if you play these records, they'll summon a portal to hell.
If you play backwards.
Playing backwards, excuse me. So he'll start playing one backwards, and wouldn't you know it, a portal to hell opens up. And it basically transforms Knockout City into a fantasy world. And that whole season, it would transform Chase into like a knight, and the DJ into a bard and things like that, and Magpie into a lich. So the point would be that now there'd be an adventuring party traveling through this fantasy world, through some dungeons with some dodgeballs, and they would be looking for the lich who can bring things back to life. And they would need to defeat the Magpie Lich so they could get their wish, and they would bring Chonky back to life. And that would be the end of that.
I was like, you're not gonna have the portal to hell open and Chonky walks out.
With two little horn. They take the hat off and he's got a little horn. And he stands up and goes, hello.
Yeah.
So Chonky would then come back at the end of season 10. So because we weren't going to do a season 10, I killed Zero instead.
Yeah. Yeah.
That season theme, I think, started purely from just the name.
Dungeons and
Dodgeballs.
Yeah.
And we're like, let's make a season about it.
Yeah. And so that's actually where the idea for the tabletop game came from. It was like we were going to release it as part of season 10's marketing.
Right.
And then when we decided to shut down, we kind of had this idea of, hey, well, we want to go out right. We want to do things the right way. And that's where the idea of Thanks for the KOs came from, and making the private server build and doing a final tournament with a prize pool 5 times bigger than any of the others, and like all the stuff that we ended up doing. And so it just fit really naturally in there.
And then Diablo was announced. We're like, oh, we can't open another portal.
Exactly.
Everyone keeps doing this to us.
Yeah. And so I know that we did say that it is available. It is not yet available. It is like so close. Like it literally could drop tomorrow. I don't know. I need to see what the status is. But like probably this week, I think.
Yeah, I would say so.
And then we'll probably do like a Discord play session where you can watch us play, and you can play. Like it'll be free. It's
you want to
not
talk
for.
about it at all?
Yeah, go for it.
It's called Knockout City Rivals. We worked with a game designer named Adira Slattery. It is a game in 2 parts. The first part is a narrative aspect where you create your crew, you create your brawlers. It's for 4 people. 3 people play the brawlers, 1 person plays the DJ, the drama judge. And you do a series of narrative scenes where you meet the rival crew, and each person meets a rival, and you establish the beef between them. And then once that is done, you go into the brawl. And the brawl is a very much like a tactical war game where you build a map and then you move your pieces around and you play Knockout City. And it is bananas how much it feels like Knockout City.
That was when the first time I was like one of the last people to play it. I was like, that actually played out like a match of Knockout City. That was really cool.
A lot of catching, and then you do a perfect catch when you come out of nowhere, and it speeds the ball up even more, and then you just do it. It's really, I had so much fun playing it, and I can't wait to get it in front of everybody.
Yeah. No, I did not consult with Harmonix before naming it Rivals. Rock Band Rivals was a project I worked on over there.
No, I just said I'm calling it Knockout City Rivals.
Yeah, I know. I suggested some other names, and you were like, "I'm doing this now." I was like, "Okay, I don't challenge Eric." Let me see. I don't think there's anything else.
I do.
Okay.
Josh, thank you very much. It was wonderful working with you, and we're going to continue to work together. But the thing that I appreciate about working with you is we would be talking about a season and we'd be like, I want to do something weird. And either I'd say that first or you'd say that first. And we would generally be down. And, the Goober album, which was semi-planned and just kind of happened because the Soundlings are awesome, and like all of that, pushing for the narratives that we were in all of their trailers, and wrangling all of the stuff that we needed to wrangle, and doing the things that I don't even know that you did, and hopefully not getting in your way. But it was just extremely fun to work with someone who not only wanted to do weird things, but was trusted with money to do that. The Tabletop RPG was pretty much canceled after we weren't going to do season 10. And I was like, I still want to do it. And I'll just fund it myself. And Josh was like,
that's true.
Yeah. Josh, he was like, if we don't do this, I'll just fund it. And Josh was like, no, I think we can still do this. And it's just work that you didn't have to take on it's extra work you didn't have to take on. And I very much appreciate it. And I don't know where it is, but I haven't got to see that trophy yet. But I really want to see that trophy before it goes away, because holy crap, I was not expecting it to be the size of a toddler.
Yeah.
And the weight of 9 toddlers.
Yeah. Yes. So my rebuttal, my retort.
Oh, you're going to say why I should appreciate it?
This is a dance off now. I have worked at game studios. I've worked in the games industry for over a decade now. And no game studio feels quite like Velen to me. And I've talked about this in various capacities. And I think one of the things that is most interesting is that marketing feels very siloed in a lot of places, where it's like, this is the team that makes the game, and this is the team that sells the game. And right from the beginning, I felt so integrated, and like it felt like it was a collaborative effort where what I was working on was influencing what the game became, and what the game was doing was influencing my marketing. And like, that's something for both you and Jeremy, even though you're blocking half his space for me. And so as the person that does control the money, and as the person that sometimes spends that money in maybe not the most wise ways, I am really annoyed that it is not ready yet. But you asked if you wanted to see the trophies, and so what we have is we're going to have 2 here, and one. This is actually going to be what the engraving is. One is going to say Eric Furstein, Best Narrative Director, Knockout City, and one is going to say Best Game Director.
Wow.
Russo.
Oh, jeez. I've got little game maker hands. I can't hold this. Jeez,
wow.
Reason.
Because this game wouldn't have happened without you. I mean, this game wouldn't have happened without every single person that worked on it. But you are you are such an important piece of what made this game a reality. And I don't know. This is my favorite project that I have ever worked on. And
I was gonna say too.
Hang on,
like,
should we tell him?
Uh-oh.
These are your keys.
Oh no! oh, okay. Is it a hover car?
I was just gonna say, like, throughout most of development, like Eric and it's been a great like partnership, like working on this game.
And
like,
we've only worked together once before this.
Right?
Like
yeah.
15 years ago.
Yeah, and it's like it was just like that synergy between us was great, the entire thing. And then right near the end, you join, Josh, and I think it's also a testament to you, because it was like very quickly it was like you were part of the partnership. Like it was so easy to integrate you in, because like you got it. You understood game design. You were passionate about it. You were in the community more than anyone else. Yeah, you played the game every morning for some reason.
My cat wakes me up at 7.
Just got to make sure the event ticked over.
Yeah. He's like, when can I get the worst ping? And yeah, I mean, it honestly, like, it's been super rewarding. I can't imagine like not working this integrated with marketing ever again. Like, it's just been, I mean, maybe especially because it was a live ops game, it was just like, it felt so critical that we just be totally synergized. And yeah, I mean, thank you also. And thank you to you for being my best bud in development.
I don't know if people know this, and hopefully I'm not compressing people in time, but Jeremy wasn't on the project from the beginning. But when Jeremy joined, we had a lot of different versions of what the game could be, and we were still trying to figure out what it was. And Jeremy joined as game director?
I was
senior designer.
Whatever.
Like you were like designer 4.
Yeah.
Anyway, he joined. He was very skilled and smart and had a lot of experience. And the things that he did, the decisions that he made, just kicked Knockout City in the butt and got it going. Because there was at least in my brain, there was a little bit of like, we could do this, we could do that. Oh, the camera could be this far from you, or, you know, blah, blah, blah. We could have this, we could have this. And
there was 10 other people doing that exact same thing.
And Jeremy, I remember, I don't know where it all came from. Again, I hope I'm not compressing people like that, but Jeremy came in with his own PowerPoint, just like I did, where it is like, this game is about positioning and it's about timing, and that's what it's about. And the gameplay, that's what the gameplay is about. And we rallied around that, and every decision was about that. And it's just, you know, it makes the game so much easier when you have somebody doing that. And then all those little decisions that come through is, if it's a game about timing, doing Galaxy Burger makes sense because the doors close and open on time. The bomb ball, the poison ball, everything is just anything that... Sorry, I absolutely love this game. The thing that blows my mind about Knockout City, just from that simple little thing about the game that's about timing, I can't think of other games, fighting games really, where the best move is to not do a move. If Jeremy throws a ball at me and I catch it, the best thing I can do is wait a millisecond because Jeremy's going to catch and I'm going to hit him. And to do that to somebody, to just not touch my controller for a couple of frames, and that is how I won because I made that decision. I didn't even fake him out. And I messed up his timing just a little bit. And then that whole idea of my absolute favorite thing in the world to do is I'm behind them, pass to me. And then you pass, they think it's being thrown, they go to catch, I'm behind him and I hit him in the butt. Such an amazing experience to do that over and over and over again, and to actually flank people and not in other games with guns where you have to have accuracy, completely empty my gun into nothing after I got this amazing flank maneuver on them. It's like, I got him, Jeremy, don't worry. Never mind, Jeremy, I'm dead. It's up to you, man. And then backseat him the whole time. So the contribution that Jeremy had, just it made Knockout City, it made the gameplay, and then for all of us to then get behind it, and I don't know, it's just great, and thank you so much.
I'm just glad we got that taunt button in there.
I know.
Yeah, it was touchy. We did run out of buttons.
we didn't sacrifice the taunt.
Well, we didn't sacrifice taunt. Yes, we needed like gameplay buttons, and he's like, "Well, this one's not going anywhere."
We got rid of the roll shot, but we kept the taunt.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is late.
Yeah. What time is it?
It's 11:35.
We got one more thing. Josh.
We got one more thing.
Oh, we got one
before
more
the
thing.
one more thing. One more thing before the one.
One more thing before the one more thing.
Oh,
we
right,
also
we
want to give a thank you to Josh. So Heather commissioned this. On the camera right here.
Okay.
A lot of people contributed to this game, but you contributed quite a bit, Josh. So we want to get some signatures on this and party on.
Thank you. I will feel so weird hanging up this picture of me in my own house. This is an Angel Wind original, I believe. This photo was, so I shaved my head because I started going bald it was what? It was 18 months ago because it was that Halloween.
It's about the time I started wearing hats.
Right,
for the same
right,
reason.
right. And I just took a picture because it's like, this is the first picture of me with a shaved head. And so I just had it. And I had sent it to a few people at the studio. One of them, I think, was Kai. I think they were the reason that this ended up getting out there. And Angel, one of our mods on Discord, was like, "Oh, I want to make a dumb sticker GIF," and asked Kai because he didn't want to ask me because I would probably not have. I don't know. I probably would have because self-deprecation is funny. But Kai gave it, and then that just became the ongoing meme where every season there was a new sticker that involved the same picture of my head in a different way, and they got more and more elaborate every time. And I think Angel has specifically gotten better at After Effects because of making these stupid animated stickers. But thank you.
Well, I just realized we all started going bald at the same time. On the same project.
Yes.
Oh no, it wasn't worth it. I take it all back.
Yeah, so we're going to get going. What we will do is, someone asked earlier, and I think it's a good idea because this is not going to be on a VOD, is we will air the last episode of the final season of the Deep Space Dispatches right now. This is an actual spoiler warning. This is the first time it's being aired. If you have not listened to the other 9 episodes, you should stop watching now, or when we.
I listen.
You listen to them? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because this will actually spoil it for you. You can subscribe on our podcast feed. Just search for Knockout City Pirate Radio. I promise there is nothing special. There are no secret reveals after this episode is over. So once we switch over and that starts, you can tune out and you won't miss anything else. But
Fury's not going to come in and.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's no. I can't tell you how many people were convinced that this stream was the secret announce of Knockout City 2.
God, I wish.
I know.
This is actually the announcement of Knockout City 3. We're skipping 2. We're going right to 3.
We're the opposite of Valve. We can't do 2.
We can't do 2.
Or Goat Simulator.
Yeah, or that. So yeah, thank you. I mean, like, we've been thanking each other because it's so easy to do that because we're sitting next to each other, or like we're like talking to the Soundlings on a video call, and you're just typing chat to us right now, and you have been the hundreds of you or thousands of you or tens of thousands over the course of the last couple of years. And like, as much as I am thankful for the other people that have been on camera with me tonight and other people that haven't been on camera with me, I am also incredibly thankful for everybody there, for the people that I have stayed up far too late to have Discord conversations with, for the people that I've played the game with, night after night, for the people that get mad at me and complain at me, like you too, because you're frustrated about the game, because you care about the game, and I care about the game also, and I wanted the same thing as you because I just wanted the game to be better. I wanted it to be as good as it could possibly be, and everything about this game has just been a dream. The people I've worked with, the people that I am interacting with in the community, it's like it really is the best project I've ever worked on.
Playing against you humans who play the game for however long we developed the game, when it finally went out to you guys, and for someone to fake throw me and for me to fall for it and get KO'd, that was just like, it's happening. Yeah. They're getting better than me, and it's just so fun to watch people play this game, even when they're destroying me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't care what I say when I'm on stream. Don't repeat my cussing.
So the one last thing, it's a tiny little thing, but the screen that we're going to go out on is also something Eric created that was just internal, that has not been seen, that we have not shown outside, because it's how you used to end your internal presentations. So with that, we're going to have music that will auto start, and then I'm going to switch some stuff, and then you'll hear the episode. So bear with me for a second, because I was not planning to do it this way. But the final episode will start. Servers will shut down in about 8 hours and 20 minutes. And then, I don't know, I hope you'll get to see us soon. I don't know how soon. We're working on a bunch of pretty fun stuff, but most of it is pretty early stage. But I don't know.
It'll be a little while, but it'll be great.
Yeah, it'll be worth it. So
thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I very much appreciate it.
Yep. Love you.
Bye.
All. Bye.
Hey, Cat Hunter, you reading me down there?
You're coming in loud and clear, DJ. The whole city is listening. Can you tell us what you see?
Oh, not much. Just an asteroid big enough to really ruin y'all's day. It's getting close, but you probably noticed.
Oh, we noticed. It's casting a shadow over the entire city, from the coastline of Lockdown Throwdown to Overland Farms. It's hard to miss.
Hard to miss, huh? Let's hope you're right about that. Because this one's for all the marbles, and I'm only gonna get one chance. Ever wonder if holographic hands could sweat? The answer's yes.
Tell him not to be too eager. He was always half a second early when he got nervous.
I heard that. Now quiet down for a minute, would you? I gotta get my head in the game.
The moon's orbit is bringing it into range. Any moment now.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Now!
He's got it! But can he hold it? The strain must be incredible.
Come on, you overgrown basic balls! Get caught already!
It stopped moving. He caught it.
We're all gonna live!
Yeah! I knew you'd crush it!
Mr. DJ. Dr. Lori, are we good?
Hold on. I'm parsing the data now.
Jeez, calm down and let it work, Goober.
Chase, listen. It wasn't a perfect catch. And that means...
I know what it means. Are you certain?
I'm sorry. The numbers don't lie.
Woo! Hey guys, what's going on down there? Everyone went quiet. Hello?
Give me the microphone, Miss Hunter. The catch. It was good, but it wasn't perfect. Some of the asteroid's momentum has been transferred to the moon.
Well, that doesn't sound too bad.
Bad enough to knock you out of orbit.
Say what? Holy mozzarella! The moon! It's drifting! What do I do? What do I do?
There must be a rocket or an escape pod or something you can use to come back.
I can't come back. I don't know how it works.
Listen to me. You turn that moon around right now. That's an order.
I don't think you can order your way out of this one, sis.
Dr. Lori, give me something I can work with. Run the numbers again. Do it now.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, but there's nothing we can do. He'll be out of transmission range within minutes. And after that, well, space is an awfully big place.
Chase, you still there? Anyone? Don't leave me alone up here.
Chase, talk to him.
Listen to me, and listen good. I'll find you. Do you hear me? Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will chase you, and I will catch you.
I'm counting on it, sis.
Hey, DJ, this is Dougie. No matter what happens, you save Knockout City. We'll never forget that. We love you!
Your music saved me! I always believed in you! Fair winds and following seas!
We love you! Don't forget about us. You're the man. Hey, can I have some of your hollow bucks?
From the gutter to the grave, DJ! Hey, now listen. Dry those eyes, brawlers. Don't worry about me. Wherever I go, I'll be carrying your memory with me. Not even a dodgeball to the head can take those away. Well, mostly. Anyway, if I'm going out rocking. Cause you know, from where I'm sitting, looking down on Knockout City, I realize it really was worth fighting for. Good luck out there. 3, 2, 1. You were listening to KO City Pirate Radio. I was your DJ, and this was Knockout City, baby. Catch you on the flip side.